One winter day, a heavy snowfall blanketed the brownish red tiled roofs of the ancient villa, set against a pale gray, cloud-filled sky that made the scenery both chilling and poetic. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out, "Have you heard the rumors?" As two men were chatting, the brown-haired man spoke up. "Lately, there's a madman wandering the battlefields," to which the blond man opposite him asked, "A madman?" The brown-haired man gestured with his beer mug and continued, "They say he has the soulless eyes of a mercenary. Whenever a battle ends, he vanishes only to turn up at another conflict." A mercenary who's tired of living. How strange. The two continued their conversation. "But that crazy guy always says, 'I survived again.' They say he only appears in battles involving the Empire. It seems he's driven by a personal vendetta rather than money." The blond man leisurely sipped his beer and commented, "Just hearing about it gives me goosebumps. Who is this nutcase?" The other immediately replied, "There's another rumor. Apparently, he's the prince of some fallen kingdom. Word is, he's looking for a place to die." A scene of a vast white snowfield appeared, but the snow was stained with splotches of red syrup, drenching the ground. A person sat collapsed, breathing with great difficulty. In front of the young man stood a figure clad in armor, looking down at him. The armored figure slowly lifted their visor and spoke sarcastically, "Is self-harm the best answer you could come up with?" The armored figure spoke to the young man before him, whose face was haggard, gaunt, and soulless. The third prince of Brial, Yuri Brial. Yuri Brial, a despicable name, the one who destroyed his own kingdom with his own hands 10 years ago at Casino XX. People were enjoying themselves. Come on, the name of the sinner and the sole survivor of that fallen kingdom. A young man who had drunk until his face was flushed red happily slammed the table and laughed loudly. "I'm a bit lucky today." He was the third prince of the Brial kingdom, Yuri Brial, 18 years old. The person beside him fiddled with the chips on the table and asked in amazement, "Impressive. How do you win every time?" As he placed a bet. He was the royal mage Hernando. Other gamblers stood up to leave, but Yuri continued to chat happily. "It's just luck. I haven't got much else going for me." Seeing them about to depart, he said, "Oh, leaving already? Let's do one more round." Yuri was dead drunk but full of energy. "This time, I'm doubling the bet." Hernando, seeing his enthusiasm, grew worried and whispered a warning. "We should head back, my lord. If we stay any longer, we'll be late for the appointment." Suddenly, they angrily kicked the table and shouted, "Why don't you get lost while we're still being nice?" The brown-haired man said irritably, "You think we don't know about your cheating tricks?" And the blonde man beside him chimed in, "Using such dirty plays, it's truly pathetic." Yuri angrily slammed the table and stood up abruptly, shouting, "What dirty plays? Do you have any idea who I am?" Yet another man cut in, following the other two. "Looking at the way you act, you're certainly no noble. What, are you the king of some country?" The blonde man laughed scornfully and added, "A king? If he were royalty, there's no way I'd let him off so easily." Yuri glared at them as they threw insults. They continued to revile him, pushing further and further until he trembled with rage. "That's why I'm saying, for no reason at all you're making things tense with the Empire. Like father, like son, the princes are just as useless. What could a family that only knows how to swing a sword actually do?" These words were the final straw. Yuri reached out and flipped the table, letting out a roar that shook the air. The brown-haired man was shocked by the scene. What the? And the faces of the two beside him didn't look any better. He stepped directly onto a broken wine bottle on the floor. Yuri raised his voice. "Listen up, you three idiots." He looked up and began cracking his knuckles. "I am the third prince of Brial, Yuri Brial." His words made them back away in terror. Yuri's voice was cold. "Allow me to see you off." He smiled brilliantly at them. "Have a nice reincarnation." They panicked, their faces turning pale as they shouted in unison, cold sweat pouring down. Then, as expected, syrup splattered everywhere. Outside, the night sky was like an endless velvet ribbon, dotted with 10,000 stars that flickered in the soft darkness. Under the trees ahead, silhouetted against the sky in the cool night breeze, an explanation rang out. "I'm telling the truth. I'm late because my father called an emergency meeting. I notified you via the communication orb." The woman just stood silently, watching him explain without saying a word. Following the useless explanation was a pleading tone. "So, can you forgive me just this once?" The woman remained still. She was the princess of the Empire, Catherine Ivarna Granzi. Seeing Yuri go silent, she spoke up with annoyance. "Do you think you're the only one who's short on time? Do you have any idea how long I traveled or how many eyes I had to dodge to get here?" Seeing her anger, Yuri explained again, "I know, but I have my own circumstances." He scratched his head. "My father is away, so I must be cautious. Honestly, I shouldn't even be telling this to anyone else." Catherine still stared at Yuri with a stern expression. She let out a dark smile. "Ah, so I'm just anyone else then." Yuri, realizing he had backed himself into a corner, forced a smile and immediately protested. No, that's not it at all." Catherine was not easily consoled. She threw the necklace set with a blue gem, their engagement token, and shouted, "If you don't trust me that much, then why did you give me this? Why don't you give it to some woman you actually trust instead?" Yuri could only watch silently as the necklace flew away. She turned to leave, leaving Yuri with one final sentence: "Don't call me unless I call you first." Hearing this, he called out in a panic, "Wait." He shouted her name in vain, Catherine. She left decisively without even a glance back. Yuri looked down at the necklace he had just picked up and wondered worriedly, what should I do? He kept mumbling to himself. Apologizing to her is going to be difficult. Meanwhile, behind a nearby wall, someone had been waiting for a long time. He overheard the entire conversation, and a sinister smile began to spread across his face. And from that day on, the already fragile relationship between Brial and the Empire reached its limit. The scales of balance were swaying. The Empire's actions, which were originally just basic provocations, began to cross the line. During that heated time, the friction between the two countries gradually spiraled out of control. A scream of intruders echoed. Yuri's pupils dilated to their limit, and sweat began to pour from his temple. Before his eyes now was the castle engulfed in a sea of flames. Accompanied by the scream, "The Empire has invaded Brial. Everyone evacuate." The voice grew increasingly urgent. Some who couldn't run lay scattered across the ground. Yuri ran through the curtain of fire, through the announcements for everyone near the castle to leave. Yuri stood before the castle, a fortress that had once stood tall, but now was only a soaring flame. The war with the Empire had officially begun. He could only stand silently, watching the castle slowly burn to ash before his eyes, unable to do anything. After countless people had sacrificed themselves, the sky was gloomy and cold, carrying a biting wind. In that seemingly endless war, his royal brother had fallen in battle, dying without closing his eyes, Prince Joshua. Others told him, "Your Highness, please retreat," but he refused to budge and struggled to hold the line. The reinforcements, haven't they arrived yet? The strongest power in Brial, known to the world as the strongest person on the continent, Fleur Brial. Just because of one person's absence, the Empire gradually gained the upper hand. At first, I considered it a coincidence and ignored it. Perhaps I rejected that reality because I didn't want to believe it, even as his sword became drenched in blood. However, thoughts of the battlefield where I had to risk my life and my logic both led to one conclusion. It was Catherine's betrayal, the only person to whom I had revealed everything. When the king left Brial, it coincided with the Empire's relentless invasion. After the fight, he looked up at the high sun and a pigeon lingering nearby. It perched on his hand. I had hoped these strange coincidences were just due to my own suspicion. But the reply to the letter I struggled so hard to send to Cath. He looked in shock at the pigeon's leg. On the letter was a single line: "I'm sorry." He carried nothing with him but despair. Yuri stood before the sea of fire. As he was piecing everything together, a voice rang out, "There's the Prince of Brial. If we catch him, Brial is finished." He gritted his teeth and cursed, "They just keep coming." Yuri lunged forward and stopped the man's attack. Seeing an opening, he swung powerfully at his opponent, a finishing blow. Just as he finished one, another appeared from nowhere to strike him from behind. He glanced back in surprise. Luckily, he was quick enough to raise his sword and block the strike. By now, his strength was nearly exhausted. He could only grit his teeth and tremble. Yuri used every ounce of his strength to counterattack, finally taking the man down. Now he could only pant for breath, on the verge of collapse. Then someone else approached from behind, making him turn his head. More squads of soldiers were arriving. He stood there, watching them slowly approach. Yuri was stunned and began to back away, cursing under his breath, "Damn it, does it end here?" Then they swung their swords at him. Unable to dodge in time, he cried out in pain. His sword fell to the ground, startling him. He closed his eyes and bit his lip, as if accepting his fate. The man's sword slowly descended to finish Yuri, but someone stepped in front of him to take the fatal blow. His face turned bloodless as he stared wide-eyed at the person before him. The soldier let out a gloating laugh as he struck someone down. Yuri could only call out the man's name, Roland. Roland used the last of his strength, his voice trembling, "Your Highness, please, live." He couldn't believe it and shouted in helpless agony, "Roland." He didn't have time to grieve before the battle resumed. Yet another knight stepped forward to shield him. The knights behind him urged, "You can't stay. Your Highness, run. If something happens to you, Brial has no future." Yuri was still dazed, unable to believe the scene before. They hurried him, "Hurry, Your Highness, go." He could only close his eyes and grit his teeth, enduring it. Those behind saw him escaping and screamed, "The Prince of Brial is running. Catch him." The next morning, the sun began to rise. After a night of pursuit, they chased him to a wooden house. They began searching the surroundings. "He can't have run far. Find the prince." He was currently hiding inside the house. Yuri was exhausted. He panted and thought, "I can't hide here forever." He stared determinedly at the door. "I must find a way to break the encirclement and plan for the future." Yuri thought of Fleur worrying about him. "I don't know what happened to father. If he still hasn't returned, there's only one reason. he was probably killed by the Empire. While he was thinking, the door suddenly burst open, startling him. A man in armor looked at him. At that moment, he didn't know what to do and could only back away, telling himself, "No, if I die, then Brial's future." Then he spoke up, pleading, "Spare me." He knelt before the man. If I die, Brial can no longer resist. Yuri felt a pang of guilt. The Knights of Brial had sacrificed themselves for him. He clenched his fists and spoke with a trembling voice. "What I mean is..." While Yuri's eyes were closed in fear, a voice in front of him said, "I'm sorry." He continued, "I can't explain at length. The sins the Empire committed will be paid for." He listened to every word. "The Imperial soldiers will burst in here soon. You should go." Upon hearing this, he ran straight outside, never looking back as he dashed forward. He didn't know what to do except run to escape that evil place, telling himself as he ran, "No matter what, I must live. I must live and restore Brial to take revenge on the Empire." The sky was now gloomy as if it were about to rain, yet my ideals were nothing but hollow illusions. Reality was utterly cruel. Suddenly, it began to rain heavily, tiny droplets falling down. He ran alone in the rain, thinking to himself, "The result is everyone is dead. What was the point of all that bloodshed? I can't think of a single reason anymore." The paper Catherine had sent him was thrown into a puddle. Yes, I still hold the sword to punish myself. Clutching the necklace, their engagement token. One day someone will appear who will kill me. Returning to the syrup-drenched scene, the armored man spoke, looking for a place to die. What a sad sight. His face was now terrifyingly gaunt, like someone without a soul. Then the man in iron armor said, "To think the reason you charge into the most dangerous battlefields and risk your life is just because you want to rest. Is self-harm the best answer you could think of? In the end, you're still just a selfish man." The armored man continued, "A person like you doesn't deserve to die." Yuri irritably interrupted, "You look like you want to kill me, so why are you talking so much?" He ignored him and said, "The third prince of Brial, Yuri Brial." He was shocked to hear himself called the third prince and thought, "Everyone who knows my past is dead." The armored man began to remove his mask. "Because of you, everyone." His face was covered in scars. His face was twisted with weird resentment. "It's all because of you." He looked at the person opposite him in shock and blurted out, "Roland." He recalled the scene of the man blocking the blade for him and wondered. That voice, it really was him. But he had certainly died then, so how? Roland slowly drew his sword from its scabbard and began speaking heavily, word by word. "The reason Brial fell under the Empire's cowardly plot. The oath of honor of the Flander family that has served the royal family since ancient times, along with integrity and loyalty. It has all turned to ash." Shouting his name, he lunged forward, "Brial." At that moment, Yuri thought, a dead man has suddenly turned into a devil. The sword had now pierced his chest. It's all to challenge old mistakes, my own sin. Damn it, and I thought my heavy heart would grow lighter when I died. Suddenly, the necklace he wore began to glow. This feeling of guilt. The gem on the necklace snapped off his body. His train of thought continued, drowning myself until the very last moment, when suddenly someone's voice said, "An heir of Brial never throws away their honor, even if they must die." Yuri woke up with a start amidst voices calling in his ears. His black eyes were a bit dazed as they couldn't yet process the light after his coma. Yuri, Brial. Suddenly, his pupils contracted for a moment when he heard the words of the person in front of him. "It's been 3 days since you opened your eyes." Before him was Floor, his hair still jet black and neatly groomed, his beard framing his face, asking softly, "Are you all right?" Seeing him asking so caringly, he sat up straight, rubbing his messy hair and calling out twice as if in disbelief, "Father." He couldn't believe reality, that the person here in the flesh was the "You were supposed to be dead, could it be?" Suddenly he bowed his head slightly and mumbled like someone who had lost their soul, "So you've descended to hell too. If it were me, I'd understand, but why father too?" Surprised by his words, he asked back, "What?" His small hands held one of the hands of the person before him. The other hand was larger, firmer, and encased in a black glove. "Yes." He turned his sparkling, star-like eyes toward Floor, making him freeze for a moment. "Even though you talk about honor all day, you lived quite a free life, didn't you?" Before the father-son emotion could peak, he gave him a blow that felt like a bolt from the blue, nearly knocking his eyes out of their sockets. "What kind of nonsense are you talking?" The blow left a large bump on his head, making him wince. His eyes welled up like an innocent deer's, but he couldn't help arguing back. "You're in hell and you still haven't fixed that habit of hitting people at the slightest provocation. You should show a little remorse." He was about to continue protesting when a green leaf gently fluttered past his vision, making him realize, at least for now. Floor was still watching his every move while he gazed out the window, where the sunlight fell on the rustling leaf. In a brief second, he realized a key point, his eyes flashing. "They haven't arrived here yet." He continued to look out the window at the Watcher, flowing down the slope of the waterfall. There he saw 2 maids, one carrying a large water bucket and the other a laundry basin, chatting away. That sight made him even more certain of his thought. there's no sign of them anywhere. If this were hell, there would be sinners and purging fires. Devils would be mocking and torturing me too. Accepting a new truth, he suddenly turned to look at Floor and the others present. He was speechless. Wait, then this is. And finally, he didn't seem to have the courage to face this story. His vision became blurred and gradually went dark. Amidst Floor's loud calls, he drifted off once again, Yuri. Everyone's gaze was fixed on him as he breathed steadily on the large bed. Yuri Brial, the third prince of Brial, 13 years old. In Yuri's train of thought, he mused. At first, I thought this was a dream, or perhaps just a stream of memories replaying. But no matter what, I simply could not wake up, and the world had not yet reached its end. Instead, old scenes that had been buried deep in my mind began to repeat themselves, and I couldn't help but admit that. I had returned to the past, back to the spring when I was exactly 13 years old. The truth was, I had been granted another chance. A young girl's pretty pair of hands gently pulled open the dark curtains, letting the sunlight stream through the glass and dance across the spacious room. On that oversized bed, he remained lazily bundled in his blankets to escape the blinding light, until a soft voice called out, "Prince, please wake up." She let him continue to drowse with his eyes shut tight against the glare while she grumbled. He was the one who asked me to wake him up, after all. Ina was very clever. She immediately mentioned the one thing he cared about most to help him overcome his sleepiness. It's time for your swordsmanship practice. He pushed the blanket down without mercy as he let out a tiny, silent cry of protest. Quickly getting into character, he fastened his buttons and prepared to set off, busily calling her over for help. "Ina, get my clothes ready. Bring me my bath things." His small legs began to move in a hurry, and sensing Yuri's state of mind, she gently calmed him. "Prince, please just settle down for a moment." Ina looked very gentle and polite with her hands properly clasped in front of her waist, a bright smile on her face as she said softly and caringly, "I will help you wash your face first. Please sit still." Seeing her looking so pretty and radiant, he couldn't help but remember that fateful day. Ina sitting on the floor with her back against the wall. A fatal sword strike taking her life, leaving splotches of red syrup staining a large section of the wall and the floor. He supposed that was the sight that would haunt Yuri for a lifetime. He suddenly turned his head toward her and called gently, "Ina," and she replied politely as expected, "Yes, Your Highness." He held up 3 slender fingers toward Ina's face and made a proposal to her. "Slap me 3 times and make them loud." She looked as if she'd been frightened, asking again with a look of confusion on her face, "Pardon, you want me to commit treason?" To which he replied indifferently, "If I'm the one giving the order, it's not treason." She asked again in shock, "Are you sure about this, sir?" And he was ready to answer once more, "Yeah." As if to guarantee his words, his eyes crinkled into a curve and an elegant voice began to speak. "I, Yuri Brial, keep my word once I have made an oath." Outside, clouds swirled in large masses, drifting across the deep blue sky, as the brilliant sunlight continued to visit all things, making the massive castle appear even more radiant. In a certain corner of the magnificent castle, a large open courtyard was left empty, appearing to be a sword practice ground for nobles. On this side of the gate stood a brownish straw scarecrow, its 2 arms spread wide like a surrendered prey. He was in a defensive stance, with a large bruise on his face that caused him constant pain, making him close his eyes and think to himself, "I forgot how incredibly strong Ina is." Even though his back was toward the crowd behind him, he knew well that their eyes and words were directed at him, yet not a single person intended to apply medicine to him. Suddenly, a solid sword strike lunged straight toward Yuri, nearly catching him off guard, but luckily he managed to block it just in time. He fixed his gaze on the person before him. Bernard was in a combat stance, gripping a wooden sword firmly, his face calm, leading him to complain, "Even Bernard hasn't asked anything about my cheek." The person before him was Yuri's sword instructor, Bernard. The moves the master and pupil exchanged were all fast and professional, but he quickly realized the issue between them. "He's just sparring with me. He doesn't even bother correcting my posture." The 2 of them, one large and one small, one striking and one blocking, was indeed quite boring, causing him to gradually lose focus. Since when has Bernard only been sparring? In a brief moment, he recalled the day Bernard stood before Floor and spoke about him. "His Highness is very intelligent, but that is also a pity." As he spoke, he bowed his head slightly, his brow furrowing as if he were gritting his teeth to say it. If only he were just a bit more sincere, he could have become a great blessing for Brial. At that time, he was outside the door with his hands interlaced behind his head in a relaxed pose, silently listening to their conversation with an expressionless face. Yes, definitely from that time on. He quickly stabilized his spirit to prepare for the next round with Bernard. Both master and pupil got into a ready stance, but clearly he couldn't escape his previous thoughts. From then on, the training consisted only of sparring because I was so uncooperative. At this thought, his hand suddenly tightened its grip, veins gradually appearing clearly as he felt a sense of guilt for becoming lazier instead of putting in the effort. Suddenly, he called out to the man, cutting through the gloomy atmosphere and making him startle for a second. Bernard. The tip of his sword pointed lightly but decisively toward him, and he spoke with a firm tone. From this day forward, even though his face was still somewhat immature, it clearly radiated his determination to learn the sword. As he said, "Teach me properly." To Bernard, he was still just a 13-year-old boy, but even while holding a wooden sword, his presence was somewhat overwhelming. Combined with his resolute voice, it took the instructor by surprise. "I, Yuri Brial, will truly train from now on." For a split second, he silently smiled, as if realizing the implication of his words, thinking, "I don't know what wind has caused you to change your mind," but hearing Bernard's assurance, his face became much more excited. His eyes wavered very slightly, but he was clearly fearful enough to break into a cold sweat as he replied, "I understand, sir." Before him now, the man practicing swordsmanship with him truly had become a master, gripping the wooden sword firmly parallel to his body, while his other hand pulled back. His eyes shone with determination, his brow furrowing steely as he said, "From now on." With that, he lunged as fast as a gust of wind, closing the distance and swinging decisively, catching the boy off guard as he added, "We will begin real training." Clearly, he was intimidated by his aura, feeling a bit of fear as he mumbled, "Wait, Bernard." Noticing that he wasn't truly ready, the instructor took a few steps back, bringing his sword behind him to prepare for the next strike. His staggering aura made him suddenly feel his heart race and his legs shake. After all, he was still in the body of 13-year-old Yuri, so he broke into a cold sweat and thought, "Ah, that's right." Bernard executed a sword path as thin as the wind with total precision. He held his grip tight with one hand while the other held the sword, his body moving rhythmically toward him step by step, and a strange light shone in his eye. Compared to Yuri's hunched stance and pale face, he knew he was facing a powerful beast, even before Bernard had arrived in Brial. The training continued, and clearly he had grasped quite a bit from him. He truly lived up to his name as the ferocious blade. The sun was high now, its brilliant rays shining down on everything. White clouds of various shapes drifted across the deep blue sky. His hands finally grew too weary, and he let the wooden sword drop to the ground with a clatter. He lay sprawled on the ground, panting heavily, too exhausted to even speak, thinking, "So this is real training with the ferocious blade, Bernard. If I didn't have my mercenary experience, I might have been handled even worse." He raised his small, sweat-drenched hands in front of his face to block out part of the brilliant sun, thinking that although he was tired, his hands were covered in scratches from the heavy wooden sword and his face was beaded with sweat, but he mused, "If I keep this up, my skills will improve quickly, right? Not bad." Bernard, on his part, was somewhat surprised and dazed. After all, the boy's swordsmanship had reached a new level that took him by surprise. "His Highness blocked all of my strikes. When did he improve so much?" He was still lying there to regain his strength when an urgent call echoed from a distance. "Prince." Ina ran so fast she seemed unable to breathe. She barely had enough strength to push open the large door and said breathlessly, "I think you should stop and come outside, sir." She added, "His Majesty requests an audience," which made him bolt upright, wondering to himself, "The king? Why?" Ina told him what she knew. "It seems Count Johans has brought his son, sir." Hearing this, his eyes went blank for a moment as a premonition rang in his head. Count Johans' son. He thought of his previous life, of that unforgettable day when the kingdom was destroyed. He had stood with a sword in his hand, syrup-soaked wounds on his forehead not yet bandaged, his face pale with panic, the person who betrayed the kingdom and opened the gates for the empire in his past life. Even if he died, he would take that person's face to the grave just to keep cursing it. "Got Bokvar, is it that bastard?" He called her over, Ina, and she was suddenly startled but still replied, "Yes." His clothes were still stained with dust from the training session, but he didn't care. His face gradually became cold and expressionless as he asked Ina, "That guy, where is he?" Extremely eye-catching, luxurious dishes were laid out on the table. On the long table that radiated an air of nobility, people of high status sat dining. Yuri was cutting a piece of beef with his eyes squeezed shut when a voice said, "The third prince looks quite different now." The count placed a hand on his chest and smiled at the king, praising him. "You look healthier as well, your majesty." In contrast to his smile, the king's attitude was not very cheerful. "I, on the other hand, think my son has taken the wrong medicine or something." And hearing him say that, Yuri's teacher chimed in, "If such a thing exists, I'd like my son to take it too, sir." The king looked toward him and praised him. "Your son was already smart to begin with," to which he quickly replied, "The boy still has a lot of work to do." Gott's face was flushed red, and his eyes were full of admiration as he gazed intently at Cedric while he ate. The man seemed to radiate an aura. Yuri radiated a gloomy air, his face showing his annoyance, which made Gott jump in surprise. Gott looked away nervously, sweat covering his face. Joshua, sitting beside him, nudged him with his elbow and called, "Yuri." He asked curiously, "Do you have an issue with him?" and Yuri replied with a scowl, I do. That guy stabbed me in the back. Hearing that, Joshua let out a smirk and asked in a mocking tone, so what do you plan to do, almighty Yuri Brial? He was silent and didn't answer him, thinking silently that he was acting high and mighty, but was actually busy trying to figure out how to harmonize others' emotions. Yuri looked toward Got, who was avoiding his gaze, and assessed, he hasn't changed a bit. He said nothing and only closed his eyes to endure it, his brow furrowing tightly. As if he couldn't stand it anymore, Got looked up with a cranky, irritable face, his lips pressed tight as he glared at Yuri. After a while, he finally answered Joshua's question. Nothing at all, to which he cut in, you need to control your temper. Yuri recalled the desperate scene from his past life, his heart filled with determination. This is all for you, Got. I can't follow in the footsteps of my past life. In the palace garden where the sunlight was blinding, Yuri's thoughts echoed. Thinking back, I fought Got around this time, mostly just giving him a beating. Did he decide to betray us because of the grudge from that day? A wooden sword was tossed into Got's hands, accompanied by a voice. All right, Got, I heard you're good at swordsmanship. Hearing this, he looked at the sword nervously and replied, I only know a little. We're going to, but before he could finish, Yuri interrupted. Quiet. Joshua leaned silently against the wall watching the two of them, as he spoke up aggressively. The kingdom has no need for weak-willed knights. Got was confused by this statement. What will? I'm not even an official knight yet. Yuri, holding the wooden sword, opened his mouth and asked, don't you intend to become a knight serving this kingdom? Got, with a very troubled face, stammered a reply. Well, yes, that's right. While he was still awkwardly holding the sword, Yuri had already lunged forward. Then let's fight. He charged in with eyes like a beast, using his strength to strike at his sword. Got was so surprised he barely managed to raise his sword to block. A surprise attack, how cowardly. This time Yuri used his foot to kick up dirt like he was kicking a ball. All that dirt flew right into Got's face, making him shut his eyes and let out a loud cry of pain. He rubbed the eye where the dirt had hit, pointing his sword in anger. Third prince, please remember the spirit of chivalry. Yuri opened his hand and let the sword fall to the ground. Got watched the scene with shock, throwing away your weapon. Yuri lunged forward, his hair blown back, a smile playing on his lips. He used a kick to send both the man and his sword flying. With a thud against the ground, Got lay on the grass in pain. Then Yuri suddenly picked up the sword again. He pointed the sword directly at his face, calling him by his full name, Got Bakvar. In my past life, you used your father's reputation to sell information to the Empire. Got lay on the ground speechless as the sword stayed close to Yuri's neck while he asked, your father is a great count and a respected knight. Why do you think he has that title? Then he pulled the sword back and rested it on his shoulder. What for? Got stammered. That matter. He told himself, I know you just want to live. This time you will stand by Brial's side. Then he held out his hand and asked, are these questions too hard? To which he replied, yes, I don't understand what you mean, sir. Suddenly the atmosphere went silent. Yuri didn't speak to him but was lost in thought. I can't let the knights think like that, myself included. Another question rang out, how about this? Why is your father a count, and who granted him that title? Got took his outstretched hand as he instructed. From now on, try to understand the nature of things. Think carefully about what I've said. He answered clearly, yes, sir. In the sky were clouds, sunlight, and the rays even created a rainbow. Got took his leave, turning back to bow to Yuri. Joshua approached then and teased, whoa, that was quite inspiring. You're good at fighting. But Yuri didn't turn around and asked, did you think I would lose? His answer was accompanied by a laugh. Yeah, leaving him speechless. Yuri brushed the dust off his clothes and asked his brother, how do I look in your eyes? He began to describe his younger brother, the worst troublemaker and gambler in the kingdom's history, words that made Yuri's face flush with embarrassment. Suddenly his voice turned serious. I won't be like that anymore. You shouldn't cause trouble either. This statement left Joshua stunned. Did you just hit your head on something? Yuri said nothing, only smiling under the rays of the setting sun. Dusk had appeared and the sun had begun to set. Looking from the wall, it was almost entirely gone. Yuri knelt on one knee amidst the swirling dust, panting. It's done. Unable to bear the exhaustion any longer, he lay flat on the ground taking each breath. Seeing this, Bernard praised him. Well done. That's enough for today. He called out to the boy who was panting with a sweat-covered face, Prince. Then he leaned down and made an announcement. I think it is time you learned the method of using Manhwa. Hearing this, Yuri immediately bolted upright and asked repeatedly, really? You're going to teach me your method, master? He denied it and suggested another. No, mine isn't enough for your potential. You should learn the Brial method. Yuri was stunned and asked, why? And Bernard explained the advantages of this method. It is an excellent method, very efficient and pure. Hearing about the Brial method, he gripped the sword in his hand. I learned the Brial method in my past life as well. By the time I became a mercenary, I had mastered it. But Bernard saw this and guessed his thought. Are you thinking of learning another method? Yuri looked at the sword absent-mindedly and replied, I was thinking. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, his eyes widened. He happily proposed to his teacher, Bernard, recommend some decent guards for me, based on potential rather than skill. He remembered something else. There is still one technique that I couldn't learn despite my best efforts in my past life. Hearing this, Bernard placed a hand on his chin, pondering, potential huh. Bernard narrowed his eyes as he remembered someone and recommended, if we only focus on individual talent, then Gerald would be suitable. Yuri was skeptical him, based only on potential, and he replied, yes. Hearing that name, he mumbled to himself, Gerald. He closed his eyes and recalled a memory. Before I returned to the past, I met him at the end of the war. In the sea of fire of the war, Gerald was trembling on his knees on the ground. It's surprising he survived that long considering. He was still kneeling in the flames, trembling, but his voice was full of rage. I am absolutely furious. Yuri sat calmly on a rock and asked, about what? Yuri seemed to hold him in high regard. His potential is truly special. Gerald's voice cracked along with his trembling. If only he had trained back then, he could have been so much stronger, but he had failed to forge himself. Because of his own laziness, when the war finally broke out, Yuri looked at him with a sorrowful smile. Now, what's the point anymore? We've both become nothing but rusted swords. He stood up from the ground, brushing the dust off his clothes. Well then, Yuri walked away into the sunset with a face full of anticipation. Time to go meet that lazy knight, I suppose. Over here, Gerald was still practicing alongside the other knights. Yuri smiled, a plan already in mind. I'm going to enlighten. The sunset glowed a deep red as a flock of birds flew past the roof of the building. A knight stood on the balcony looking down, listening to the sound of the soldiers' training. Suddenly, someone pushed the door open from behind, causing him to instinctively turn around. Seeing the person who appeared, Rosso cheered happily. Your Highness, what brings you here? And Yuri waved back with a smile. Just came to see if you were doing a good job. He laughed loudly. They aren't like you, Your Highness, but they're all working very hard. As Yuri stepped closer, leaning against the railing and watching the scene below intently. Watching the soldiers train so fervently, he thought to himself, it's true, everyone is giving it their all. Then he turned to Rosso beside him and asked, where's Gerald? To which he replied, the rookie, he's over there. Yuri rested his chin on his hand and sighed, his mind swirling with thoughts. Now I understand what Bernard meant. He looked down below, just as Gerald raised his sword to block an opponent's strike. Yuri continued to think. Training requires a will to improve one's skills, yet he's only doing just enough to look decent. His face darkened as he spoke up. At this rate, his skills will only wither away. Then Yuri turned to Rosso and made a request. Rosso, give me a wooden sword, I want to join the sparring. And Rosso smiled. Understood, sir. Who do you wish to spar with? Yuri pointed towards someone below, then turned back with a smile and a confident glint in his eyes. That slippery fellow right over there. Now on the training grounds, Yuri and Gerald stood facing each other, wooden swords in hand, while everyone around them watched the match intently. The knight standing next to Rosso let out a boastful laugh with eyes full of contempt, crossing his arms as he chuckled. Good luck, rookie. While Rosso leaned against the railing and cheered with a smile, keep your guard up. Gerald looked up with a look of utter helplessness. Yuri gripped his wooden sword tightly and spoke slowly. Gerald, I heard you're quite talented. Yuri smiled, his sharp gaze reflecting his confidence. You wouldn't mind showing me what kind of knight you are, would you? Gerald looked nervous, sweat trickling down his cheek as he whispered, yes, sir. Yuri braced his feet. Well then. He smiled with sharp eyes and lunged toward him instantly, wooden sword gripped tight as he said, I hope you don't disappoint me. Seeing Yuri charge in, Gerald's expression didn't change at all. He remained perfectly calm. He lightly raised his sword, blocking Yuri's powerful opening attack. Observing the intense match from above, Rosso remarked, just as I thought, he doesn't have a single wasted movement. Then he shouted, Your Highness, we're rooting for you. The surrounding knights also chimed in one after another. The prince is actually pretty good. But at that moment, Gerald, who was in the thick of it, began to frown. No, something's not right. A powerful strike from Yuri swung in and was blocked just in time by Gerald. Gerald continued to block Yuri's relentless, powerful sword strikes. By now, his brow was furrowed tight. He swung his sword, continuously parrying Yuri's attacks, his face twisting as he thought, every single strike is strangely stable. Yuri didn't hesitate for a second, his sword movements lightening fast, his face full of confidence. At that moment, a thought occurred to Gerald. It's as if, he thought to himself, he's adjusting to my speed. While Yuri's face shone under the sunlight, a smile playing on his lips. Suddenly, Yuri's voice rang out. This isn't any fun, is it? As the two wooden swords continuously clashed, he added, this is no different from a staged play. Now, how about we fight for real? Yuri suddenly increased his power, delivering a massive downward strike that forced Gerald to use both hands to block. The two wooden swords collided with a powerful flash. Gerald let out a startled cry, his eyes wide with disbelief. Yuri let out a chuckle, thinking to himself, he actually blocked it. Just as I thought, his reflexes are monstrous. Then he quickly swung another strike toward Gerald's stomach, which Gerald narrowly managed to dodge. Yuri's sword strikes came one after another without pause, while Gerald scrambled to dodge and counterattack. Looking at Yuri's relentless, powerful strikes, Gerald gritted his teeth. I was planning to just do enough to get by. He then quickly delivered a sharp strike to Yuri's knee, making the boy let out a cry of pain. Yuri raised his sword to defend, his brow furrowed and sweat pouring down his face. Damn it, that's not allowed. His mind was racing. Even with memories from his past life, Gerald was still a full-grown knight. He had thought he could win easily. Then his eyes seemed to light up. However, Gerald's eyes suddenly widened in shock as he realized something, his face full of utter disbelief. Yuri ducked low, swinging a powerful strike upward from below, knocking the wooden sword out of Gerald's hand to his complete astonishment. Yuri smiled. I had to land at least one hit. He then moved quickly, glancing past Gerald and delivering a powerful strike against. Yuri jumped up happily. Got it. The knights around them saw the hit and cheered. He actually touched him. Well done, Your Highness. Yuri held his sword firmly. You don't intend to go easy on me, do you? And Gerald replied, no, sir. Gerald frowned, his face showing his discomfort. This is strange. I have the advantage, so why do I feel like the one being backed into a corner? Yuri took a step forward. He suddenly unleashed a sword strike, forcing Gerald to dodge quickly. Yuri swung his sword, his face full of regret. What a pity, and hearing that, Gerald's hand holding the sword suddenly froze. He grew quiet, a suffocating feeling rising in his chest. This is so frustrating, as a faint blue aura began to spread across the wooden sword in his hand. Rosso and the knight on the balcony screamed in a panic. Gerald, has he lost his mind? Gerald gripped the sword as it burst with blue flames, his eyes full of rage as he prepared to attack. A voice from somewhere cried out in shock, Mana sense. Those around him kept shouting to stop him. He's sparring with the third prince. Calm down. As the blue-flamed sword suddenly whistled past Yuri's head, forcing him to dodge instantly. Gerald seemed to snap out of it, his eyes wide with surprise. Several strands of black hair drifted slowly to the ground. Yuri let out a surprised cry. Before he could react, a small cut appeared across his eyebrow, along with the severed strands of hair. Gerald lowered his sword in a panic, his face going dark as he cried, Your Highness. Rosso and the knight beside him were equally horrified. Is he insane? Are you all right, Your Highness? Yuri waved them off. I'm fine. That was my first time seeing a real spar, but Rosso still insisted worriedly. But that wound. He wrapped a piece of cloth around his head and tied it tight. Yuri spoke up. Gerald, pick up your sword. He held up his sword, a light flashing at the tip. Now the fun really starts. He swung his sword toward Gerald with immense power. Yuri's feet began to gain momentum. He continuously increased his speed, delivering powerful strikes at Gerald. Looking at Yuri's bloodthirsty gaze as he relentlessly swung at him, Gerald thought, the prince is different from me. He continuously dodged Yuri's storm-like attacks, wondering if there was even a limit. Yuri smiled confidently, unleashing attacks that were both fast and heavy. Gerald thought, he's pushing himself to the brink. He kept using his sword to block the blow. Yuri and Gerald were locked in a sword duel. Yuri pressed in with a confident smile, while Gerald was tense and drenched in sweat. Gerald's thoughts continued, surpassing the limit. Currently, Gerald stood facing Yuri in an incredibly tense sword match. He gripped his sword tight, focusing all his attention forward as he stared down his opponent, thinking to himself, my blood feels like it's boiling. Then Gerald lunged toward Yuri like a gust of wind. I've never felt like this before, even when fighting opponents much stronger than me. He quickly blocked his strike, his face firm and devoid of fear, his eyes radiating killing intent. Gerald looked at him, an indescribable feeling rising in his heart. But this young prince. Yuri suddenly backed away, then sprang forward again. His face was full of confidence as he charged his opponent with the wooden sword. Yuri delivered a lightning-fast strike toward Gerald, forcing him to lean back in a panic to dodge, his face full of shock. He's waking something up inside me. Gerald gritted his teeth and forced his eyes open. Even though he had dodged, the previous strike had still sliced several strands of his bangs, and he screamed, damn it. Immediately after, Gerald regained his composure, gripping his sword with both hands. He seemed to be using every ounce of his strength to swing at Yuri without holding back. That collision caused Yuri's wooden sword to begin to crack. A moment later, it snapped in two under the force of the other sword. The sword in Yuri's hand was broken. Half fell to the ground while he still held the other half. Yuri stood still, bowing his head and letting out a quiet sigh. He then rested the broken sword on his shoulder and smiled at Gerald. It's over. Currently, he was still holding his sword with both hands, standing there panting heavily, surrounded by a massive amount of mana. Yuri held out a hand toward him in a gesture of peace. Gerald, you've truly opened my eyes. Gerald wasn't arrogant at all. quickly shaking his hand while offering praise. "No, sir, you fought excellently." He looked thoughtfully at the hand he was holding, pondering for a long while. That intense determination and resilience is something I've never seen before. How can such a young prince? Yuri found it strange that Gerald was just staring at him like that. While the two were still shaking hands, he suddenly asked, "What are you doing?" which made the man freeze up. Yuri looked at the hand, gripping his own, and teased, "Why are you still holding my hand?" He wasn't done joking. "You already made the prince's head bleed, and now you're just going to stand there." Hearing this, Gerald quickly let go and stammered, "I'm so sorry, sir." Yuri sighed, watching the man run off in a hurry. It was just a small mistake. He seemed to finally let go of his exhaustion and sprawled out on the floor to rest. Suddenly, a cheering voice rang out from somewhere, startling Yuri. Above him, the soldiers were shouting continuously, "Your Highness, you were amazing." Suddenly, the soldier glanced to the side and froze when he saw someone approach. He called out a greeting, "Captain, you're here, sir," and Sane watched the scene below intently, replying, "I just arrived." From a distance, he saw Yuri's small frame lying on the sparring floor next to the broken sword. His attention gradually fixed on the broken half of Yuri's sword. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, as if he were calculating something. Several days later, a grand building appeared majestically under a beautiful blue sky. A figure was walking through the hallway inside. It was Gerald. He suddenly stopped when he heard a voice. "You just finished your shift, right?" Gerald turned to see Yuri smiling at him, leaning against a nearby pillar. He looked at him, his lips curling up as he laughed softly. Yuri walked ahead, ordering Gerald to follow. "Follow me, there's a place we need to go," while the man stood there looking a bit awkward. "But I was just about to go train." He regained his serious look, glancing back at Gerald. "I see you've thought things through. It's all thanks to me, so you owe me one." He gave in, replying with a resigned look, "Yes, sir," and Yuri was pleased. "Good." He smiled at Gerald, calculating to himself. He's starting to use his strength. He's still lacking, but it's acceptable for now. He walked up to Yuri curiously. "Where are we going, sir?" To which he crossed his arms and reminded him, "Just be quiet and follow me." He was a bit hesitant and fearful, if it's a dangerous place. But Yuri playfully reassured him, "It's fine, I'm bringing another person along too." His mind was full of confusion as he watched him call someone. "Who, sir?" Suddenly, Yuri shouted toward someone in the distance. "Hey." It was the royal mage of Brial, Hernando. He turned around in surprise when he heard someone call his name. Hernando. Hernando hurried over to him, greeting him with a friendly smile. "Does your Highness need something?" As Yuri invited him with an unchanging expression, "We need to go somewhere. Help me out." He forced a smile and tried to decline, turning away. "I'd love to go with you, sir, but I have urgent business." Hernando had barely turned away when he froze at Yuri's next words. "I'll clear all your gambling debts." He turned back in shock, not believing his ears. "Is that for real?" Yuri smiled and confirmed firmly. "Yeah, I'll pay off everything you lost to me." He continued to ask, "Have you ever seen me lie to you?" And Hernando thought for a long while. "Outside of the casino, well." He then concluded, "No, sir," which made Yuri quite pleased. "Right." While he was celebrating, Hernando added, "No, I mean I've never actually seen you outside of the casino before," which made Yuri's smile stiffen as he reassessed himself. "Am I really like that?" Yuri walked past the two of them and gave the order, "Regardless, I'll clear the debt. So shut your mouth and follow me." Hernando's expression was unreadable as he reached inside his cloak. "If that's the case, then." Immediately after, a piece of paper appeared in his hand. Hernando smiled brightly and said, "I'd like that in writing, sir." Yuri was turned to stone, standing there speechless. He clutched his head in disbelief, while the other two waited for him to speak. Is the word of the third Prince of Brial only worth that much? He then suddenly turned back, pointing at Gerald, who was standing there, and ordered, "Gerald, you witness for me." To which the man could only stammer in shock. Yuri's face turned fierce as he kept pointing at Gerald and repeated, "I told you to witness my word, Yuri Brial's word." And the man could only obediently comply. "Yes, sir." Hernando smiled radiantly and tucked the paper back into his cloak. "Then let's go together, Your Highness." Yuri's expression grew serious when he heard his next question. "But where exactly are we going that requires both a knight and a mage, sir?" He answered clearly, piquing their curiosity. "To the Sword Mountain." Yuri smirked, speaking in a mysterious tone. "From now on we." He then announced bluntly with an extremely excited face, "are going to raid my ancestors' dungeon." The three of them entered that dark, cold cellar together. There wasn't a trace of light inside. Gerald led the way with a candle while the other high followed. Hernando looked around and remarked, "I didn't know there was such a large tunnel under the palace." Gerald looked straight ahead and asked, "Your Highness, what is at the end of this cave?" Yuri replied shortly, "It connects to the Sword Mountain," which felt strange to him as he looked back. The Sword Mountain, the only place with legends about the founder's remains. He bowed his head, seemingly in deep thought, and replied while walking, "That's right." Yuri recalled a memory from his past life, when he was sitting at a meal reading a newspaper about a family secret. In that previous life, after the Empire had conquered Brial, they had discovered a dungeon hidden within the Sword Mountain. The artifacts concealed in Sword Mountain revealed the legacy of Brial's founder, and they made a great fuss about having unearthed the founder's heritage. However, back then, this tunnel had been nothing more than an escape route for me during an emergency. A pair of feet ran silently through the gloomy tunnel as the train of thought continued. Because of that, I was never able to lay hands on Brial's legacy, only for it to fall into the Empire's possession. The small silhouette of the present turned its back on the hurried, fleeing silhouette of his adult self, and Yuri continued to muse. But now is different from the past when I could only run away. In this life, I will advance slowly, no longer looking back at the past, but heading toward the future. His eyes shone with a steady firmness, resolute in his decision. Yes, I will see it with my own eyes, the legacy that my ancestors left behind. Ahead lay a cool, dense forest, in the middle of which appeared a path bathed in warm sunlight. Yuri personally pushed open the door covered in vines to move forward. All three of them entered through the door one after another, led by Prince Yuri. Hernando turned his head to scan the surroundings once before confirming with Yuri. So we're going to reach the Sword Mountain from here. Suddenly, he asked the person ahead out of curiosity, "By the way, Your Highness, where did you get that key? It looks like a holy relic." Yuri remained silent, his mind replaying the memory of obtaining the key. It had been hidden in a corner of the research room just like in his past life, though back then he hadn't known its purpose until he paid a heavy price, truly a terrible memory. He nonchalantly replied to the query, "You don't need to know." Suddenly, Hernando's hand got caught on a thorn, and a red scratch appeared visibly. He cried out in pain, "Ow, that hurts." Yuri saw that Hernando was injured and turned back to give a kind warning, "Be careful, these leaves are sharp. Don't get hurt and stay close to me." He followed behind silently, watching the mature figure leading the way ahead, lost in thought for a long while. Hernando turned to call out, "Hey, Gerald," and Gerald felt a bit surprised, reflexively responding, "Yeah." In the vast, silent forest, their voices rang out all too clearly. Hernando asked, "Did His Highness eat something wrong?" While Gerald beside him could only laugh helplessly, "Probably." Yuri heard every single word of that idle chatter and barked angrily, "Are you two going to move or not?" And they startled, laughing awkwardly at each other, nodding he was as short-tempered as ever. It seemed something ahead caused him to stop, his eyes widening in surprise. Yuri signaled with his hand for the other two to halt, and he watched and warned, "Wait a moment." Ahead was a pack of wolves with wicked eyes and drool dripping from their mouths as they hungered for prey, growling at the humans. "It's a wolf pack." The three of them hid in the bushes together, peeking at the pack. He stared intently and deduced, "They hunt in packs, there are likely many more," while Gerald beside him was confused. "How do you know that?" Yuri replied indifferently, just for the sake of an answer, "I read it in a book." Hernando, hiding behind a tree trunk, gasped in shock as if he had heard something world-shaking. "A book, His Highness." Yuri walked ahead again, carefully calling back to the two, "They haven't noticed yet, so stay silent." Unfortunately, someone's clumsy foot stepped on a dry branch on the ground, letting out a loud snap. The other two turned back in shock to see the culprit struggling behind them. He blushed in embarrassment, scratching his head and avoiding their gaze, his mouth only managing an awkward smile. Hernando had just managed to get 2 words out of his mouth, "I'm sorry," when a wolf lunged from behind him, looking utterly vicious. Gerald lunged forward in a panic, calling out to the one in danger, Hernando. Something suddenly flashed past, lightning fast and indistinct. The next thing they knew, the wolf's head was severed from its neck, while it was still midair with its jaws open to bite. Hernando looked down in a daze at the massive wolf fallen at his feet, not understanding what had just happened. Yuri stood still without panicking, crossing his arms and offering both praise and a warning to Gerald, knowing that wolf fur is coarse and using a mana technique. "Well done, Gerald," however. The silhouette of a large wolf appeared in the bushes, its eyes glowing like fire and its mouth growling with hunger-driven drool. It lunged out, stretching its body to let out a long howl to call for its pack. In no time, the wolves surrounded the three. Gerald held his sword against the vicious pack, shielding the two behind. He gripped the glowing magic sword tightly, gritting his teeth as he got into a ready stance and reminded the other two, "You two, please don't get too far away from me." 2 vicious wolves had been waiting for their chance and were ready to lunge at the human. Then suddenly they pounced, preparing to leap at where Gerald was standing. He wore a look of total hostility, getting into a ready position to defend. Gerald fought back with all his might, and a single slash ended the lives of both wolves. Hernando saw this and looked bright-eyed, not sparing any praise. "Incredible, truly a knight of Brial," and Yuri immediately agreed. "Yes, quite impressive indeed." The sight of Gerald risking his life against the fierce wolf pack made him remark, "But there is still much work to be done." He was currently gritting his teeth to hold them off, but the pack was too strong, and Gerald's whole body was trembling with exhaustion. Yuri turned to call Hernando as if to remind him, "Hernando," and he immediately understood, replying, "Yes." Hernando manifested a powerful flame, preparing to attack the pack. It's time for him to show the abilities that my father trusted in. Many fireballs appeared around him as Hernando stood gallantly amidst the flames, offering praise to Yuri. "You certainly know how to utilize a battle mate." Gerald was over here fiercely fending off a starving wolf when he saw the light of the flames and felt completely confused, turning back to ask, what's going on?" Before he could finish his sentence, he saw a fireball whistling toward his position. Gerald hurriedly pulled back the sword that was blocking the wolf's jaws. He exerted all his strength to leap away before the fireball could reach. A large explosion occurred right where Gerald had just been, flames engulfing everything so that nothing could be seen clearly. As evening fell, the sky cleared up. The entire town came into view under the sunset of late afternoon, accompanied by someone's voice. "I didn't think there would be other monsters besides the wolf pack." Gerald leaned low and panted heavily, appearing a bit irritated as he glanced over and complained, "Yeah, that's why we were delayed, but we finally arrived." The three of them stood gallantly on the mountain peak, gazing at the sky, the peak of Sword Mountain. Gerald stood for a moment looking around and then turned to see Yuri walking somewhere. "Is this really the place, Your Highness? There's nothing up here." He scanned the area absent-mindedly and replied, "This is definitely the spot." Yuri thought to himself, there has to be something, and in that moment, his eyes actually caught something strange. A red gem suddenly appeared under the dirt, glowing brilliantly. "Here it is." Yuri immediately crouched down and began digging through the dirt with all his might. "I have to get this out." And Gerald saw him and panicked, not understanding. "Your Highness." He quickly ran over to help, while turning back to remind Hernando, "Hernando, you help too." But he didn't look very enthusiastic and grumbled. "A mage isn't supposed to get his hands dirty." The space went quiet as time passed by, with birds flying happily in the sky. Beneath the dirt they had just dug up was an old sword, but the gem on it was still glowing with an unbelievable brilliance. Yuri personally lifted the dirt-covered sword from the ground. He held the sword up in front of him, the sun reflecting off it and making it shine, and Yuri marveled at it. "Whoa." Hernando stood staring intently at the sword, pondering for a moment before saying, "It doesn't look like it was buried at all. It looks like a brand new sword." It seemed Yuri had spotted something unexpected, as his gaze changed visibly. There was an inscription on the sword he held. Yuri mumbled as he read it, "Guilty, huh?" Gerald, standing behind, also asked, "So is that the legacy of the founder?" And he stroked the sword indifferently. "I'm not quite sure." Suddenly the ground shook and cracked open, taking all three of them by surprise. Yuri seemed very excited, speaking enthusiastically to the other two. "I guess we're about to find out." The mountain they were standing on finally crumbled, leaving them with no place to stand. The three of them fell downward amidst Gerald's screams. They all fell straight down, creating a streak of brilliant light as the desperate cries continued to ring out. They landed and dust flew everywhere. Below, a tunnel appeared, with a brilliant light from gemstones at the end. Yuri suddenly woke up, opening his eyes to find he was lying on top of someone. Gerald, acting as a cushion beneath him, was groaning incessantly, with a large amount of blue mana manifesting across his body. Yuri sat up and saw the situation. Despite the man being exhausted to the point of fainting, he offered praise, using a mana technique to protect your body. Impressive. Turning back, he saw Hernando descending gently, with two orbs of magic supporting him. "Whoa, this is deeper than I thought." Yuri glared at Hernando, gripping his sword tightly and reproaching him. "Did you just ignore the prince's safety to look after yourself?" And he guiltily tried to force a smile as an excuse. It happened so fast. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out from behind, making Hernando stiffen slightly. He immediately turned around to check the current situation. Hernando pointed in a panic toward the end of the tunnel, where a figure surrounded by dark magic appeared. "Your Highness, over there." But Yuri still turned his back stubbornly in disbelief. "Don't try to change the subject, it won't work." That shadow was pitch black, and nothing could be seen clearly except for something glowing bright gold. Hernando screamed in fear. "No, seriously, there's a ghost." He heard that and turned back abruptly to ask, "What?" Before them was a person clad entirely in iron armor, incredibly tall and radiating a thick mist of black magic, with blood-red eyes that inspired terror as they stepped forward. Yuri stood still, gathering the courage to face this strange entity, thinking to himself, "It's a death knight." He leaned down to look at the man lying in pain on the ground and called, "Gerald, get up." And he let out an irritable groan. Yuri grew angry and began to kick Gerald several times, shouting, "I said get up right now." And he cried out in complaint before bolting upright. Gerald hadn't grasped the situation yet, sitting up and looking around in panic. "Where am I?" He suddenly froze when he saw the massive entity ahead, walking toward. Gerald stood with his sword in a ready combat stance and warned, "Your Highness, please stay back. I will face the Death Knight, while Yuri watched him and didn't know how to react, thinking, he's quick on his feet. That knight suddenly came to a halt and did not move. He stared intently at him, his gaze unwavering. Death Knight. The Death Knight appeared tall, a skull with blood-red eyes of death. As the name suggested, a knight returned from the dead. When a knight dies and becomes a Death Knight, their strength increases far beyond what they had in life. However, Yuri calmly stepped forward to Gerald's jaw-dropping shock. It's fine, this guy isn't dangerous. He still didn't quite believe it, asking him back, how do you know? Only to receive a nonchalant, joking answer, I can just feel it. Yuri walked up close to the Death Knight, a smile on his face and without a trace of fear. He is protecting the Founder's dungeon, so he won't direct killing intent toward me, one who carries the Founder's bloodline. He asked him directly, is that right? And the Death Knight stood still, silent and saying nothing. Suddenly, he drew his sword without any prior movement. Hernando and Gerald saw this and lunged forward in a panic, their faces turning pale as they called to Yuri, Your Highness. He dodged the Death Knight's sudden strike amidst their warning cries of be careful. It wasn't clear what had happened, but the sword from before was now stabbed straight into the ground, creating a crack. Hernando's face was full of terror, his hand over his mouth, his voice trembling. No. I can't believe the prince's head was just split in two like that. Yuri, with a bloodthirsty look and his bangs sliced off, turned back to snap, shut your mouth, while the man kept tremblingly explaining himself. I meant Your Highness's hair was cut in half. The Death Knight suddenly spoke, his words sounding like a taunt, full of anger. That arrogant attitude is exactly like his. Yuri stood below and asked calmly, while the knight was drawing his sword again, who is he? The two behind him were startled by the name the Death Knight uttered, Erich Brial. Gerald said in confusion, Erich Brial is, and Hernando added hesitantly, it's a name everyone in Brial knows, a master swordsman who unified the continent with a single blade. An image of Erich Brial from the past appeared, majestic and heroic amidst the cheers of the crowd, and he was also the ancestor of Brial, the kingdom of knights, the first king. At this point, Yuri placed a hand on his chest and asked him, am I the first person to come here? And the Death Knight immediately confirmed, yes. He looked at the sword on the boy's person and explained further, if you were not a descendant of Brial, you would not be able to hold that sword. He held up the sword to inspect it, his tone becoming serious. So this is the peerless treasure sword that my ancestor used. The Death Knight's sudden remark took Yuri by surprise. I used that. He was confused when he saw the boy's look of disdain and slight disgust. What's with that expression? Do you look down on it just because I used it? And Yuri only reluctantly explained, I just feel bad for touching someone else's thing. Suddenly, the Death Knight's voice became more serious as he called out, making the boy look up in worry, descendant of Brial. Despite his tall frame and seemingly calm speech, he still inspired fear. Tell me the reason you have come here. Yuri just remained silent, gripping the sword tightly without saying a word. Immediately after, he held out his hand, his gaze firm, and announced loudly, I am Yuri Brial, the third prince of the current generation of Brial and a descendant of Erich Brial. Pass his legacy on to me. The Death Knight offered no reaction, observing him once with those glowing eyes. Then he suddenly spun around, leaving the three of them dazed behind. He walked toward the end of the tunnel, saying as he went, because the time has come, it is time for me to fulfill my duty. Yuri's gaze grew more serious as he heard the Death Knight's words, I will give you what you desire. He lifted his feet to follow him to where they needed to go. Gerald stood there watching the third prince follow, behind the Death Knight. His face showed clear shock as he couldn't believe it. No way. Gerald glanced at the ground, his mind filled with a stream of thoughts. We've reached the dungeon of Brial's ancestor, and we're talking to a Death Knight. This isn't the life of a royal knight, I imagine. Suddenly a voice rang out, waking him from his thoughts. Gerald. Yuri had already gone deep inside, his face obscured by light as he turned back to question him. What are you standing there for? Gerald snapped out of it at the sound of the voice. Huh. Suddenly something appeared in his mind, giving him a jolt. An image of a person holding a sword sitting on a battlefield, saying something. Gerald thought to himself, Your Highness, and then that voice woke him up again. Are you coming or not? He rubbed and shook his head, appearing extremely uncomfortable. No way, I'm seeing things out of nowhere again. Gerald quickly ran toward Yuri and shouted, Coming. The Death Knight stood silently before that brilliantly glowing gemstone slab. Then he gently sat down right in front of that spot. Yuri turned back and saw the Death Knight sitting gallantly in front, not quite understanding. A gust of wind along with a surge of light blew toward them, taking the three of them by surprise so they could only shield their eyes from the glare. In the silent space, the Death Knight's voice rang out like a farewell. I hope. Yuri struggled to open his eyes when he heard the voice, the light and wind still continuously shining on it. He spoke his final words before parting. You are worthy. After that, Yuri was seen holding his sword, his surroundings having shifted to a different place outside. He looked around in confusion, searching for the others, wondering, where am I? From the distance, a figure holding a sword gradually approached, making Yuri panic slightly. He stared intently in that direction and speculated, could it be an ancestor? A gust of wind blew by along with a sense of unease. Yuri seemed to realize something. Wait a minute, that's... The faceless figure suddenly dropped into a stance and lunged forward, preparing to attack. Its face was indistinguishable, its entire body was bone-white like a statue, and it charged with incredible speed. It's not human. He quickly fended off the blow, using all his strength to endure the impact. A blue vortex contracted, growing smaller and smaller. Yuri stood in the cellar with a look of utter shock. This is... The faceless figure appeared with its sword, standing tall before him, a magic form. Instead of attacking immediately, the phantom figure pointed to its chest, where deep inside, magic was swirling to form a small orb. Not understanding its intent, Yuri raised an eyebrow, watching the figure's gestures with a doubtful gaze. Immediately after, the magic ring in its chest grew larger, and blue streaks of light began to spread throughout its body. Even the sword in its hand was surrounded by a surge of magic, transforming into a mystical blue blaze. Still holding his combat stance, Yuri's face was intensely focused as he watched it closely, thinking, a method of applying mana, it's showing me the basic. Once the sword had completely turned blue, the magic form beckoned him with its finger, signaling to Yuri. Faced with that movement, his eyes showed a hint of questioning as he tried to interpret its goal. You want me to imitate you while we fight. Realizing the opponent's intent, Yuri rubbed his head and burst out laughing. Haha, thinking to himself, my ancestors were truly crazy. Watching the phantom figure trying to teach him how to fight, he mused, training someone who has never learned magic forms through actual combat. Then he touched his head with a serious look in his eyes. This is only possible for someone with memories of a past life like me. Although it was difficult, he was determined to do it. Yuri knelt on the ground, his hand lightly touching the dry earth, and began to regulate his energy. Like this. Instantly, the magic began to radiate from his hand in a fierce blue glow, rising gently like smoke. Seeing this, he held up his hand to examine it for a moment, his tone slightly cheerful. So it's like this, huh? Seemingly ready, Yuri called out to the opponent, startling the figure into paying attention. Hey. The sword in his hand was quickly enveloped by a surge of magic. His eyes held a look of excitement mixed with challenge as he said, I don't quite get it yet. The figure flashed an excited, battle-hungry smile upon hearing his suggestion. But let's just give it a shot. Facing the phantom figure with its overwhelming aura, Yuri felt no fear and was determined to fight, thinking, I have to get stronger. His eyes flashed with determination and resolve as he decisively raised his sword. In the near future, the Empire will begin to show its greed and invade Brial. He visualized the scene of the Empire's cunning and manipulative leader, mobilizing tens of thousands of soldiers to invade the kingdom of Brial. Hatred welled up inside him. I will do everything to destroy them. I won't make the same mistakes again. That hatred fueled Yuri, causing the magic on his sword to flare up even more intensely. The sword techniques of Erich Brial. Quick as a flash, Yuri instantly flickered toward the phantom figure, leaving a long trail of light behind him. Before anyone could react, Yuri leaped upward, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he swung his sword with all his might. Both of their faces were filled with pure excitement and bloodlust. With his skillful and flexible movements, Yuri immediately slashed at his opponent, and the figure quickly parried the attack as a fiery training session erupted. Meanwhile, through a blurred and hazy vision, a luxurious room gradually appeared. The scene grew clearer by the second. Before him was a vast array of training weapons being carefully stored. Looking around, Gerald's face was full of doubt and annoyance as he frowned and wondered, After observing the large room for a while and seeing the neatly arranged mannequins, he began to realize, this is a training room. To be more certain, Gerald walked around to investigate, constantly looking around to scout the situation. After confirming it, Gerald lightly brushed a lock of his blood-stained hair, his tone firm. That wasn't a dream after all. Suddenly, a mysterious sound made him spin around instantly, his hand quickly gripping his sword in a combat-ready stance as he shouted bravely, Where are you hiding? Come out and face me. Just as he suspected, a foot appeared right behind Gerald and slowly advanced toward his defensive position. Using his sharp senses, he immediately detected someone behind him, his cold gaze shifting backward. When he turned around, his expression changed from tension to confusion. Gerald's whole body froze for a beat as he stared in shock at the person before him. Surprisingly, the opponent looked exactly like Gerald, as if cast from the same mold. With a provocative smile, he stepped toward Gerald, who wondered, a doppelganger. Is this the trial of the Death Knight? Without a hint of fear, he seriously demanded the opponent's identity. What is your name? Is it Gerald too? Instantly, the other's eyes became eerie and dangerous, a mocking smile playing on his lips as he threatened, "Gerald, don't fight against fate." This statement left Gerald utterly stunned, his eyes wide with shock and caution. What? Faced with that bewilderment, the double calmly explained with a look of pure aggression, "Didn't you join the Knights because you wanted to live a comfortable life?" Seeing Gerald's face grow increasingly tense and wary, he continued to chatter and threaten, "Stay away from the third prince. Resisting fate will only make you suffer more." Those words hit Gerald right where it hurt, making him lower his head with a sigh and sink into thought for a moment. Gerald's image was reflected in his blade. With a very solemn gaze, he looked at himself and thought, "I would have agreed if I were my old self, but..." Just thinking about the scene of training with Yuri in the past, where the boy's eyes were so full of excitement, immediately changed his prejudice. "Don't you get bored? That's so flashy." Now Gerald's spirit was ablaze. He flashed an excited smile and said in a very provocative tone, "Is it because you're a fake that you don't understand?" Hearing this, the double's face darkened. His eyes filled with dissatisfaction and annoyance as he stared at Gerald. "What's done cannot be undone," he thought, reflecting on his previous action. As he spoke, he dropped into a combat stance. The doppelganger also cautiously raised his sword, raising an eyebrow as Gerald added, "It would only add more burden." Gerald's words irritated him. He immediately channeled magic into his sword and retorted grumpily, "That's the wrong answer." In an instant, his foot pushed off as he lunged toward Gerald, creating a powerful gust of air. With eyes flashing with murderous intent and determination, he charged at terrifying speed toward where the man was standing. Upon reaching Gerald, he unleashed a fierce attack, but Gerald quickly stepped aside, blocking the blow with his sword and creating a violent shockwave. In that moment, Gerald's gaze was as sharp as a blade, his face intensely serious as he blocked the ambush. The sound of clashing weapons rang out incessantly as he thought, "It's so predictable." Neither side had any intention of yielding. Gerald's eyes didn't flinch as he exerted so much strength that he began to tremble, leaving the silent space filled only with the sharp ring of clashing steel. A swordsmanship focused mainly on defense to avoid taking too many risks. Immediately after, Gerald's sword shifted from blocking to attacking, quickly knocking the double's blade aside, thinking, "My past self was truly..." Under that intense pressure, the double pulled his legs back, kicked off the ground with powerful force, and leaped up in a sudden, decisive move, carefully watching his opponent's sword path. At that moment, the corners of Gerald's lips curled into a disdainful smile, his voice sounding cold and indifferent, boring. As soon as he finished speaking, he gritted his teeth, blue veins bulging on his face, as Gerald used all his strength to unleash a lethal strike. Gerald's blade swung decisively, slashing hard across the double's chest. Taking the blow head-on, the double gritted his teeth in agony, terrified. Very quickly, he was defeated by Gerald's skillful swordsmanship and collapsed to the ground. Gerald remained extremely cautious, letting out a weary, panting breath. But it didn't end there. Inside the double's armor, a mud-like liquid began to flow out violently, accompanied by a terrifyingly dark, ominous aura. Witnessing that scene, his eyes were full of shock. His face turned slightly pale and stunned, rendered speechless. That slimy mass grew larger and more powerful, surging up so intensely that it was 10 times Gerald's size, reaching straight to the ceiling of the training room. Not only that, it took the form of a hideously monstrous creature with rippling muscles and a massive body, its aura crushing Gerald below. Of course, there has to be a phase 2. Facing that ferocious beast, his eyes remained unusually calm, determined, and unyielding. Even his magic flared up powerfully as he thought, "The size is truly overwhelming. The prince must be in a battle too." Then Gerald slowly lowered himself into a sturdy combat stance, magic flowing and enveloping his cold, sharp blade. With eyes that held no hesitation or fear, he looked straight at the monster and said, "Please, overcome this, your highness." At the same time, in a desolate land where towering rock formations rose up, the wind howled through. There wasn't a single tree in sight, only a few patches of wild grass clinging to the crevice. The massive boulders were crisscrossed with deep, sharp sword marks, forming jagged ridges of varying depths. Under the harsh, blazing sun, Yuri sat slumped over, his back against a boulder that had cracked into large pieces. His whole body was severely injured, and he could only watch helplessly as the phantom figure slowly approached. After the relentless waves of attacks, he sat huddled on the cold ground, bright red blood soaking his collar, his face covered in numerous horizontal and vertical scratches. At that moment, the phantom figure raised its sword to the sky, showing no mercy or hesitation as it prepared to deliver the final blow. Deep blue magic flared up violently, creating a powerful tremor that blew everything away, shining like a terrifying explosion. The magic form raised its hand, and around its arm, a source of blue power was spreading. It rushed quickly to where Yuri was lying. The magic form used all its strength to swing its sword at him, while Yuri's face was dark and he didn't move. Then, taking advantage of the moment it let its guard down, He gripped his sword hilt tight. He channeled a bit of magic into it. Yuri sprang up, his eyes flashing with a cold, sharp blue light, and thrust his sword straight forward. He swung his sword, creating a blue sword path that slashed directly at the magic form, catching it off guard and sending it flying. The ground below was shattered by the blow, creating a massive explosion. A cloud of white smoke rose from the magic form's body as it landed with 1 foot on the ground. Amidst the swirling dust, Yuri let out a breath, but he didn't let down his guard, gripping his sword tightly toward it, wondering, I don't know how much time has passed. He lunged forward to continue fighting the magic form, but he kept evading without intending to attack, like a game of cat and mouse. That was a bit dangerous just now. How do I use the magic form? The magic form suddenly counterattacked. Yuri hurriedly retreated to block the strike, his heart filled with constant amazement. How do I swing the sword? By clashing blades incessantly. After a while, Yuri sheathed his sword, thinking, I've finally started to stabilize it. He glanced toward the magic form, his voice sounding a bit surprised. Huh. The magic form stood still, the sword in its hand covered in crack. Then it shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. Seeing the figure gradually fading before his eyes, he felt a bit of pleasant surprise. It's disappearing. Before vanishing completely, the magic form raised its hand and waved at him, as if saying goodbye and offering its praise. Yuri finally broke into a relieved smile, letting down his guard. So it's finally over. Yuri closed his eyes and whispered a farewell, thank you. The wind picked up, weaving through the cliffs, and the remnants of the magic form drifted away with it. Suddenly, Yuri frowned and let out a soft groan of discomfort. Then he opened his eyes and looked at the scene before him as a soft light cast over his body. He heard voices nearby and quickly turned around. It turned out to be Hernando and Gerald talking to each other. Are you all right, Gerald? Hernando asked, and Gerald scratched his neck, replying hesitantly, Oh yeah, I'm fine. Yuri then realized, I'm back. Behind him, the Death Knight sat before a group of crystals, his voice raspy as he spoke. You all seem to have had pleasant dreams. Yuri glanced at him and asked, What was that just now? The Death Knight stood up and answered his question in a deep voice. A mission from Erich, a few things he left behind for the heir of Brial. Hearing this, Yuri lowered his head in thought, remembering the fire that year. In his past life, Sword Mountain had been brutally destroyed by the Empire, so that no one of the Brial royal family could claim it. Putting that aside, Yuri looked up at the Death Knight opposite him. Did the first ancestor use this magic form too? But the knight immediately denied it. No. His blood-red eyes looked down at the boy as he slowly explained. Erich only obtained that while traveling to the eastern regions in his final years. After a pause, the Death Knight added, It is his final legacy, created from the peak of knowledge. You are the first heir. Yuri spoke up again with a question. Why didn't he pass it down to his descendants in the normal way instead of doing this? After a silence, the knight replied, This dungeon only opens when the time is right. He stood against the light, adding to his eerie appearance. The opening of the dungeon means the time has come when this power is needed. Yuri stood watching him. What does that mean? The Death Knight paused and dropped a single line. I cannot answer that question. Find out for yourself. Following his words, the boy looked down and stared at the glowing blood gem embedded in his sword hilt. Watching the magic power radiating around the blade, Yuri instinctively asked, What is the name of this magic form? And the knight replied, It is the Spiritual Slash. He mumbled the name to himself, Spiritual Slash. Then the Death Knight said, Yuri Brial, kneel on one knee. I shall bestow the ancestor's legacy upon the heir of Brial, his eyes flashing with an eerie red light. Yuri obeyed, kneeling on one knee and placing the sword beside him. The Death Knight placed a hand on his head. His tone was now strangely gentle. Do not fear the enemy. The boy closed his eyes, slowly feeling the air hovering around him. Yes. The Death Knight continued his lecture. Act according to your beliefs, and he replied, Yes. Until the very end, you must carry out the duties of Brial. At that moment, a bizarre dark aura appeared around him, but Yuri was still unaware, bowing his head in acceptance. Yes. Suddenly, the Death Knight grabbed his head, causing Yuri pain, and he opened one eye in shock to look at. This time the knight leaned close, enveloped in that dark aura, his deep voice seemingly sinking into Yuri's bones. Remember this well. Yuri gritted his teeth, his gaze sharp as he looked at it. Brial does not discard its honor, even in death. This is the oath of Brial. Having said his final words, his mission was complete, and the Death Knight's body became like the wind, slowly vanishing from the world. Yuri stared blankly at the scene, and his eyes now held a strange red tint. The next day, the sky was clear, and the sun was beautiful, with a gentle wind blowing as if scratching at one's heart. Ina drew back the curtains and turned around to wake him gently. Your Highness, it's morning. Yuri lay on the bed and let out a sigh of dissatisfaction, placing his hand over his forehead to block the light hitting the bed. She approached and stood with her hands on her hips, looking at him with worry in her voice. Are you tired? You came back late last night. Ina mumbled. You looked like you'd pass out the moment your head hit the pillow. Yuri sat up, tiredly rubbing the back of his neck with a sheepish laugh. Sorry. He stretched and let out a long yawn. I went to the Royal Library for a bit last night. Ina looked a bit doubtful. Why did you suddenly go to the library? And he slowly explained, because I needed to find a specific record. He thought back to the information he had discovered the previous night. According to the records on the royal bloodline he found in the library, it was described that the ancestor, Erich Brial, had a brother. That person had vanished from history, and his name was not passed down because he had discarded his honor. He silently confirmed to himself he must have been that death knight. Then Yuri looked at the sword placed in the corner of the room, and he was the original master of that sword. At that moment, Ina returned carrying a set of clothes. Your Highness needs to change quickly. His Majesty is looking for you. Yuri stepped off the bed, his voice full of doubt. Why? She hurriedly added, I'm not sure, but after meeting Lord Hernando, His Majesty wanted to see you immediately. He closed his eyes as a sense of unease welled up inside. Hernando, him. He remembered the moment they left the cellar, when Hernando had called him back, Your Highness, and Yuri had turned his head in confusion. His voice had sounded serious. I will report today's events to His Majesty. Yuri had frowned at him, his voice reluctant. Is that really necessary? While Gerald had stopped with his torch to wait for them. Hernando had stood with his hands on his hips and grinned. Yes, I feel it is necessary, sir. He placed his hand on his forehead, feeling deeply troubled. It seems he reported everything. The main palace. Yuri stood before Floor, his voice respectful. You wanted to see me, father. He propped his head on his hand and looked at him calmly. Yes, I heard from Hernando. Yesterday you didn't just go out on your own. You also found the ancestors' dungeon in Sword Mountain. He hesitated. That is correct, sir. But his eyes covertly glanced at the sword he held in his hand. Floor also noticed. He sat up straight and asked, Did you find the sword in that dungeon? To which Yuri honestly replied, Yes, sir. Floor stood up, approaching him. I heard you've changed a lot lately, he said, stepping closer to Yuri and looking down at him from his tall stature. He frowned slightly, listing each person's name one by one, from the maid to Bernard, Saint, and even Hernando. Speak, Floor said, reaching out to stroke the boy's head, his voice echoing through the vast main hall. Tell me exactly what has changed about you. As Yuri's eyes widened upon hearing the question. Yuri remained silent, swallowing hard with a hint of nervousness. His hand gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. He then stepped back slightly, an action that made Floor look on in surprise. He asked again, You don't want to? Yuri spoke up, his voice seemingly struggling to find the words. It's not that, sir, and Floor pressed further. Then why are you backing away with that expression? Looking at Floor's clenched fist, Yuri stated his reason. It's because your hand is clenched so tightly, father. Hearing this, he relaxed his palm. Ah, is that so? He looked at the boy. You may speak now. Pausing for a moment, Yuri finally began to tell his story. I had a dream. Floor raised an eyebrow in curiosity. A dream. He stood there feeling a sense of helplessness and regret. Yes, in that dream, I committed a grave sin. He looked at Yuri's small frame. A grave sin, you say? Why did he call the boy's name Yuri Brial? He looked down at his son's determined face, wondering to himself, What sin did you commit in your dream? Floor stared down at Yuri with a stern face. What sin did you commit in your dream? And Yuri bowed his head, avoiding his gaze. My sin what? Being unable to save Brial, he said, his voice tinged with sorrow, as the king listened intently to his words. Yuri remembered the horrific scenes from his past life again, the regret and his own incompetence, along with a death that couldn't have been more pathetic, and said, In the dream, Brial was caught in a war and countless innocent lives were taken. I tried to save the kingdom but failed. The kingdom collapsed, and then I threw away all my honor to flee, only to die a miserable death. Yuri placed his hand over his empty chest. I woke up from the dream, and the necklace mother gave me had vanished. His voice dropped with grief. I think that, as Yuri recalled the image of the necklace and the silhouette of his mother. He stood before his father and confessed, That dream was a warning from my mother. A long silence followed. Finally, Floor spoke up and asked, What was it that destroyed the kingdom in your dream? This time Yuri hesitated, half wanting to speak and half not daring to. It was. His face turned solemn as he calculated carefully in his mind. It's still too early to mention the Empire. There's a chance that invasion won't happen since I've changed the path. After a long while, he finally opened his mouth. I'm not quite sure. It was a dark army that I didn't recognize. Floor looked at him in silence, as if he had seen through the boy, but chose not to ask anything further. Floor rested his hands on his hips, his voice softening. I see. It could have been a random nightmare or a warning from Lily, but I'm glad you've started thinking more clearly. Although Floor offered encouragement, Yuri still didn't feel his guilt lessen one bit, thinking, Is that really true? I'm just struggling to be forgiven, he thought, standing there as if he could see his past life self still running away from reality. Just then, Floor spoke up again, pulling him back to the present. there is something we must confirm. He crossed his arms and looked at the boy, his voice stern. Pick up your sword. Fleur Brial, a genius who had held a sword since he could walk, a man who held every title of the best, and had engraved his name across the continent with his exquisite skill. The strongest people on the continent were known as the 10 sovereigns, and he was considered the strongest among them. Currently, he and Yuri stood facing each other with swords in hand. Simply put, he was a swordsman so powerful that no one on the continent dared to look down on him. Yuri was a bit tense, his voice unable to hide his amazement. This is the first time I've ever been allowed into the training hall. He looked down at the boy. I didn't think my children had any talent for swordsmanship. Yuri pouted, his voice sulky. Except for me, right? Fleur sighed, but the corners of his mouth quirked up. Talent. Then Fleur raised his sword and pointed it directly at Yuri as a declaration of war. He posed a question. What is the talent of a swordsman? As Yuri looked at the sharp blade before him with a hint of hesitation. Without waiting for Yuri to speak, Fleur added new criteria to the problem. Strength, speed, reflexes, or outstanding intelligence. If my son possessed all those factors, Yuri's eyes widened in shock as he gripped the hilt in his hand. Could you become a good knight? Then he immediately denied it. No, you couldn't. Yuri still didn't understand anything, his expression turning serious. Fleur withdrew his sword, holding it upright before him. He began to explain, something more important than what lies on the surface of the iceberg, something that can make you surpass human limits. His eyes turned sharp, something that transcends the consciousness of duty or danger. Then suddenly Fleur opened his eyes wide, a mysterious glint of red hidden within them. Only now did Yuri realize the gravity of the situation. His heart raced, and he quickly raised his sword in a defensive stance, thinking, wait a minute. Looking at the powerful aura enveloping Fleur and feeling the immense pressure, he thought, the air around father has changed. He then sheathed his sword again, his voice returning to normal. I don't even know what that thing is called. It's like hearing the call of the sword, he said, his face extremely serious. Yuri froze, his eyes wide with shock. He then slowly lowered his sword. Only then did he speak up, as if providing the answer Fleur had been waiting for, something like destiny, sir. He nodded slightly, perhaps so. Yuri picked up his sword again, remaining silent. He looked at the blade, thinking, in my past life, I wasn't even supposed to follow the path of the sword. Yuri looked at his own reflection on the sword's surface, questioning himself. So what now? Fleur stepped closer to him. What do you think? Should you hold a sword? His question was both an inquiry and a command. Once issued, there was no choice. Do you hear the call of the sword? When death approaches you, will you still grasp your blade? Faced with Fleur's piercing question, Yuri stood still and remained silent, for he himself wasn't sure if he wanted to or not. Finally, he chose to give up. Yuri shook his head. I don't feel anything at all, he said, looking up at him with a somewhat hesitant voice. But before he could even finish his sentence, he saw Fleur's face go dark. His eyes glowed with a dangerous intensity, and the air around them seemed to freeze, making Yuri feel utterly suffocated by such a powerful presence. He wanted to back away in fear, his voice stammering in terror as he called out, Father, Father. Yuri looked around him in a panic. He felt as if thousands of eyes were glued to him, observing and scrutinizing his every move, making him even more terrified. It seems you haven't heard the presentation. His face changed color as he weakly let out a sound. It was as if he were seeing the tragedy of his past life, countless agonizing screams layered upon one another. No, run, Prince, run quickly, run. Prince Yuri, it seemed he could see the smoke and fire of that past brutal battle in his eyes. The flames roared, so hot they felt like they were searing his vision. The sight of Brial's castle engulfed in a sea of flames was engraved into his mind, reminding him that that was exactly the sin he had caused and committed. The scene of them being slaughtered by the Imperial soldier. While Yuri just stood there, watching helplessly, doing nothing because he could do nothing. He stood there with soulless eyes. Suddenly Yuri seemed to snap out of it, crying out in alarm, What is this? He spun his head around, looking everywhere. Why is Brial engulfed in a sea of fire? Suddenly a voice rang out, There's the third prince. The last prince of Brial is right there. Hearing this, he looked in horror toward the source of the sound. He saw several Imperial soldiers approaching quickly with swords in hand. Seeing a massive army marching through the sea of fire, he was stunned. The Imperial army. Suddenly he froze. Yuri looked down at his hands, his face filled with horror, thinking, wait, what's happening? He couldn't believe his eyes. I've returned. Looking at the sea of fire and the Imperial soldiers before him, despair enveloped him, to the moment Brial collapsed. The flames surged, causing the entire kingdom to be swallowed by fire. Yuri looked at the desolate scene before him, completely stunned. "What is this?" A soldier with a sword attacked him from behind, screaming, "Die, Prince of Brial." Yuri noticed just in time and spun around. He blocked the strike, the two swords clashing and throwing off spark. He gritted his teeth and held his ground. Yuri used all his strength to counterattack, finally delivering a sword strike to finish the man. The knights protecting Yuri screamed, "Your Highness, we will hold them back. Please run." The knights stood in front, blocking Brial's enemies to protect Yuri. "Prince, run quickly." One by one, the knights fell. They couldn't withstand the might of the Imperial forces. Yuri stood frozen in place, stepping on a discarded flag on the ground. He couldn't accept it, questioning himself in doubt. Is this just a dream? Yuri didn't believe the truth and asked again, is Brial's destiny to be destroyed? The sharp tip of his sword touched the scorching, cracked ground. His face darkened, but he had to accept the truth in his helplessness and despair. I can't stop it. He walked toward the enemies. They held their weapons firmly, every point aimed at Yuri, their stances indicating they could lunge at him any second. Yuri gripped the sword in his hand tightly, but he gradually became determined in the face of the enemies, who wanted to tear him apart. Yuri gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with what could only be called resolute will, remembering the oath he had made to himself. I have sworn that I will not fear the enemy. The stream of thoughts continued. He recalled the image of the one who had ended his life and told himself, act according to my beliefs. Fulfill Brial's duty to the end. He began to raise his sword high, shouting as he lunged forward, as if all his strength were erupting in this very moment. The sword swung down in an incredibly powerful arc, straight at the chest of the enemy before him. One person, then two, one by one, they were finished under his swinging blade. Syrup splattered into his eyes, but at this moment, he no longer cared. Suddenly, a sharp spearhead lunged straight at him. Yuri used his hand to block the spear, while his other hand still gripped his sword tightly. He concentrated his strength into his sword arm, preparing to thrust. The sword pierced straight through the soldier's head, making him let out a weak scream. He pulled out his syrup-drenched sword to continue the fight. Yuri panted for breaths. The Imperial Knights surrounded Yuri, shouting triumphantly, "Prince of Brial, your day of death has come." As they urged him, give up. Yuri lowered his face and gritted his teeth, whispering, "Brial." He once again raised the sword in his hand high with total determination. Never throw away honor, even unto death. He lunged forward like a flash of light until the very end. He flew down from above, carrying the energy of a destroyer, aimed straight at the Imperial forces. I must also fulfill Brial's duty. Back now to the room in the castle. With bloodshot eyes, Yuri was still mumbling those words until the very end. Floor tried to shake Yuri's shoulder and called to him, "Yuri, Yuri, do you hear my voice?" He shouted, "Yuri," and only then did Yuri snap back to his senses, his face covered in cold sweat. Yuri looked at the person before him in fear. Father. He gripped his sword tightly, looking around frantically. The Legion. The Black Legion. Floor placed his hand on his shoulder to calm him. Yuri, calm down. It was only an illusion. Yuri looked tremblingly at the sword in his hand. He gripped it tighter and gradually calmed down. So that's it. Just an illusion. Floor looked at Yuri for a long time in silence, without saying anything else. After a moment, he let out a heavy breath. It seems I was wrong. He had acknowledged Yuri's decision. Yuri, it seems you will take up the sword. Yuri was taken aback by these words, but then he offered a happy smile. Yuri reaffirmed to his father, yes, I've made up my mind. Floor stared at Yuri thoughtfully. When he saw him looking at him like that, the boy thought unhappily, why is father looking at me that way? Anyone would think I'd already kicked the bucket. He reached out to touch him. Yuri joked as if he were talking to a friend, taking the king by surprise with his warm gesture. Well, there's nothing to worry about. He pointed to himself with total narcissism. I'm a genius, after all. Floor only offered a slight smile. He raised his fist, leaving Yuri confused. Yuri's scream echoed throughout the castle. The sky was bright blue, with birds soaring under the sun. Yuri walked to the training area. Bernard turned his head and looked at Yuri curiously. He looked at the swelling on Yuri's head and called out, Your Highness. He clasped his hands behind his back and asked as if it were a daily occurrence, who was it from today? To which the boy sheepishly replied, Father. Bernard looked and said, It seems His Majesty was a bit heavy-handed, but I won't be any gentler. Yuri placed his hand behind his neck and replied calmly, I know. With a cold gaze, Yuri finally realized that Bernard stayed here because of his father. He scratched his head and asked, Bernard, you stayed in Brial on the condition that you could duel my father, right? And Bernard replied, Yes, that's right. Yuri seriously crossed his arms and asked him, So, would you stay here if I asked, even if you couldn't duel my father? Bernard looked down at the boy in front of him with a neutral expression. Then he laughed and replied, No, sir, making Yuri curse inwardly in frustration, damn it, as heartless as ever. He smiled in a way that Yuri couldn't see. He spoke what he felt, It seems your highness wants me to stay here. Bernard rubbed his chin and set a condition. I'll accept if you show me something that convinces me, for example. He paused for a moment and continued. The swordsmanship of Brial's ancestor, Erich Brial. Yuri's face filled with panic as he suddenly stepped back. You want me to teach you the ancestor's swordsmanship? Bernard rubbed his chin and said with a smile, I'm interested. Yuri scratched his head awkwardly and replied, I'm sorry, Bernard, but that's difficult, thinking to himself that such a request from a man known as the Fierce Blade was understandable. Bernard explained that not being proficient in magic forms was normal. It's all right if you haven't mastered it yet. I've already taken that into account. Yuri prepared to draw his sword and explained, You're right, but what I mean is this won't help you much. As he held out his sword, power surged and a blue light enveloped him. This swordsmanship must go hand in hand with a magic form. Bernard rubbed his chin curiously and shared what he knew. Go hand in hand. That's the first I've heard of it. Usually, magic forms are only used to enhance swordsmanship. Yuri closed his eyes. With one hand on his hip and the other holding his sword, he replied, Exactly. That's why I said it's hard to pass down. Besides, it's only half complete anyway. Bernard fell into deep, silent thought. After a moment of what seemed like internal struggle, he blurted out, Fine then, and Yuri raised his head in surprise, really. He placed a hand over his heart and gave his word of honor. Even if it's only half, that's fine. In exchange, I will stay in Brial. He said confidently, Even if it's only half, there will be parts I can understand. And Yuri thought with a smirk, insanely confident. He gave a soft laugh. Yuri asked once more to be sure. All right, so you'll stay in Brial as promised, right? And Bernard confirmed, yes, sir. He turned and moved away from Yuri, saying, well then. He pointed his sword toward Yuri and made his request, please show me. Yuri agreed and took his stance. Fine, watch closely. This is Yuri Brial's spiritual slap. Bernard suddenly spoke up again, making Yuri freeze. Oh, there's still something I haven't told you. He laughed and revealed the truth that left Yuri stunned. Actually, I planned to stay in Brial from the start. His Majesty told me to stay for another 10 years. Yuri felt cheated and shouted, What, you mean? But the man interrupted, pointing his sword forward provocatively. Aren't you going to attack? Bernard took his stance and lunged. Then I'll go first. Yuri grew angry and tightened his grip on his sword. How could? The sharp tip of the blade scraped hard against the ground. He charged forward in a rage, shouting, You're only telling me this now. As Bernard quickly parried the attack. Sunset fell upon the magnificent castle. Lying on the large bed, Yuri gazed thoughtfully at the ceiling. His pupils reflected the flames of that fateful night, and he felt a sense of relief, thinking, it has changed. He remembered the image of the castle engulfed in a sea of fire. Yuri wanted a future where Brial wouldn't be destroyed because of his mistakes. He thought about his teacher's decision. Though there was no special plan, the fact that Bernard chose to stay in Brial was proof enough. He punched the air with determination. Changing the future was something vague and unclear, but bit by bit, it was definitely changing. He narrowed his eyes, calculating the grand scheme. It's not over yet. This time I must stop the Empire. His eyes were full of resolve. I must not fail. Yes, I cannot fail. A noise nearby made Yuri start and turn with a gasp. Ina reminded him, you need to stop causing more trouble. He sat up and asked her, is there something else? And she put her hands on her hips, questioning him angrily. You cause trouble every day, so you've stopped listening to me, haven't you? Ina closed her eyes, sighed, and explained clearly to Yuri, you have a meeting tomorrow, which is why I'm saying this. But he didn't know about it and asked in surprise, a meeting. She replied, yes, the Council of Elders. She continued, His Majesty said you'll be participating this time. Haven't you heard? Yuri truly didn't know, and he stared at Ina with a hint of confusion. Yuri ruffled his hair until it was a mess and cursed, damn it, while Ina provided more information. You have to go first thing tomorrow morning. I heard most of the council members will be there. Ina took Yuri's small hands in hers. She looked at him pleadingly and advised, there will surely be people who are both stubborn and scary, but you must not provoke. Yuri waved his hand to reassure her. Is that what you're worried about? Don't worry, I won't do that. Ina asked doubtfully, really? Promise me, and Yuri firmly asserted, I told you there's nothing to worry about. Another beautiful day in Brial. Inside the council meeting room, Gennard clenched his fist and slammed it on the table, shouting, I won't allow it. Yuri saw this and felt a bit of fear, silently praising Ina's foresight. Ina was right. They've done nothing but object from the start. This man was Duke Gennard, Duke Euges Gennard Ythri, and he adamantly objected. Your Highness cannot learn a magic form that hasn't been verified. Yuri looked at the other members who remained silent and calculated to himself, and the other council member. They sat in silence, weighing their thoughts. Technically, this was a place to discuss governing the kingdom, but he looked at the empty seat and realized that for a long time, this place had become a tool to trouble the throne. Now I understand why father never bothered to attend. Gennard tried to persuade him. It would be much better for you to learn the Brial magic forms than to spend time on something like that. Another member questioned him. What do you mean the magic form hasn't been verified? This is the legacy of the ancestor. Gennard asked sarcastically, who's to say it's actually the ancestor's legacy? Hearing this, the other man shouted angrily, are you doubting the prince? He continued with the same indifferent attitude, I just mean it's better to be certain. Aren't we all gathered here because we're worried about the prince's future? Yuri chuckled softly and spoke with biting sarcasm. I'm truly touched that you'd call a council meeting just to discuss my magic form, Duke Gennard. He gripped his arm and cursed inwardly. Shameless. The traitor who bowed to the empire as soon as Brial fell is as silver-tongued as ever. Gennard then turned his attention to someone else, Lord Sane. He asked since the man had been silent the whole time, what are your thoughts? The man he addressed was the captain of the Brial Knights, Sane. Sane clasped his hands and said hesitantly, I am in a position where I cannot make a hasty decision, and Gennard pressed further, and why is that? Sane explained, every magic form has its pros and cons, just as every person has their own strengths. But Gennard stood up abruptly and shouted, see. He twisted Sane's words into his own argument. Even the captain isn't certain about this magic form, so it's not just a groundless worry. He said thoughtfully, I believe it would be better to just scrap this magic form altogether. The member from before disagreed with that opinion and countered. Lord Sane only said he wasn't certain. He said every magic form has its own value. Another person on Gennard's side stood up and shouted, it's all the same. The Duke is worried that this magic form will be harmful to the prince. The others didn't know what to say and just sat in silence, perhaps not wanting to get involved. Yuri looked at them and thought, just look at them. His eyes suddenly turned sharp as he thought seriously, this is getting bad. At that moment, someone at the table raised their hand to agree with the count. I think so too, and the others began to follow suit. I agree. Yuri realized then that the tables had turned. He began to analyze the impact of changing magic forms. If you haven't studied a magic form for long, changing methods won't affect the core. But Yuri remembered the previous time he fought the magic form in the illusion created by the Death Knight. Because of the combat experience in the ancestor's illusion, the spiritual slash is already deeply rooted in my core. He grew anxious, sweat trickling down his temple. He felt as if he had hit a dead end, thinking, I can't explain this part, what should I do? Suddenly a voice spoke up. Your tongue is quite flexible, sir. Yuri looked toward the speaker in surprise. Someone next to him asked in shock, what? That person raised his hand and began to offer an opinion. Excuse me, but I'd like to say something. That person was the free noble, Calcio Irantia. He had a calm face and went straight to the point. How many people here have actually faced an orc? Everyone in the council began to whisper among themselves. They looked toward Calcio, a mere free noble. Gennard asked unhappily, who are you? What is your rank? Calcio stood up. He bowed and introduced himself. I am Calcio Irantia, a free noble. Gennard laughed disdainfully. A baron? How does a lowly baron dare to attend a council meeting? And Calcio replied reluctantly, it's not like I wanted to be. He sat back down and continued, but what can I do? His eyes flashed with a hint of mischief. Count Sedor has entrusted this to me. Yuri was surprised to hear that name, Count Sedor. He recalled the information about that count. He was definitely the one guarding Brial's borders. True to his title, he held the border and the front lines, and was famous as a warrior who spent his life on the battlefield. He wondered about the free noble's appearance, asking himself, he's known for not caring about noble affairs, so why on earth did he send a representative to this council meeting? A blue-haired man who shared his curiosity spoke up. Why did Count Sedor send you to the Council of Elders? He's not the type of person to explain things in detail, but Calcio interrupted him and laughed mockingly as he explained, watching you high-ranking nobles play politics and argue over nothing. Well, I think I understand why the Count sent me here now. He looked directly at those men and explained regarding the choice of magic form. The type of magic form doesn't really make a difference on a real battlefield, whether it's Brial's or the Empire's Lionheart. Basically, it all depends on the user. At that point, he turned to Yuri and asked, what do you think, Your Highness? Yuri felt intrigued, thinking, I'm starting to like this guy. Outwardly, he remained calm and replied, as the Prince of Brial, I don't understand why there's a debate over whether I should master my ancestor's magic form. No matter what you say, I will still learn. Calcio followed up on those words. So now the prince's inclination has chosen the will of the ancestor and the magic form. He glanced at the others and mocked them. So why do those who have no connection, no right, and no responsibility feel the need to pry and speak up? He spread his arms as if a halo were shining above his head and criticized. Only people who sit at desks all day and have never held a sword would make such a fuss over something like this. Gennard looked at him with annoyance. Baron, you're starting to overstep. Calcio remained calm and apologized. Forgive my rudeness. I can't fix this personality of mine since I'm always out fighting orcs at the border. He repeated his initial question. I asked earlier, but could you tell me how many people here have actually fought an orc? He questioned them. Do you think the orcs care about what magic form their opponent uses? The man on Gennard's side replied, you're not wrong, but even so, the prince is still young, so his judgment. And Yuri cut in. Do you mean I should be torn to pieces just to fix a magic form? Yuri asked the noble unhappily. Is it because I made the wrong choice? Are you saying? He continued, you're saying that even though you know perfectly well it's impossible, right? Calcio then struck at their true intentions. It seems the prince won't back down either, or were you planning to forcibly separate his core? The noble, caught off guard, shouted, what are you talking about? And Calcio said pointedly, I'm sure that won't happen, so what's there to argue about now? He looked at Yuri and asked, the prince agrees, doesn't he? Yet everyone just sits here damaging his highness's mental health. Gennard gritted his teeth and asked angrily, is the royal palace such a leisurely place to you? He suddenly slammed the table and shouted, leisurely? How insolent. Hasn't the count been quiet lately as well? He's already received that sum of money. Calcio questioned him again with a cold gaze. Does it take hundreds of deaths to stop being quiet? You've probably never seen the reports of soldiers dying every single day. He recounted, on the day I left the count's territory, 4 people died. I had to personally shroud a friend I had just eaten breakfast and talked with until dawn. Calcio explained to them, orcs don't know how to rest, gentlemen. They live by conquest and slaughter. Yuri repeated the name in his mind, orcs. He connected the events and drew a conclusion. If you pay attention, you'll see issues between Brial and the Principality of Klein around this time. He remembered the scene of ruined homes. At that time, orcs were constantly crossing the border and causing immense damage, and he wondered, has there been a change in the way the orcs move? Calcio replied, yes, it's much more concerning than usual. I see, Yuri continued to inquire, how is Klein? And Calcio looked quite surprised, yes. Yuri asked about the situation at the border. Isn't the army of the Duchy of Klein stationed there as well? Calcio answered hesitantly with concern. Their border guards suddenly retreated, sir. He pressed further, and what about the coastal village? And the man recounted the situation there. It's in ruins, sir. People were slaughtered, and the rest were taken as slaves. The situation couldn't be any worse. Yuri began to reflect on it all. It was too much of a coincidence. He wondered to himself, is it a civil war, or? He suddenly asked, is the Duke's third son the mastermind? Bernard was visibly shaken and appeared deeply worried, muttering, the Duke. Yuri glanced over to gauge the Duke's reaction. He let out a few dry coughs and then ordered, I suppose that's enough for today. Gennard forced a fake, cheerful smile, but he stammered nonetheless. Is that all, Your Highness? Yuri smirked as he prepared to open the door, offering advice that was actually a sarcastic jab. Why don't you discuss something more significant than my measly mana cents? He left his words hanging behind him amidst the man's mounting anger, as if suggesting a defense against the Duchy of Klein and the orcs. He spoke one last time before the door closed. Stop paying so much attention to a kid going through puberty. The sun was gradually fatting, at an inn that looked quite ancient. Haim's voice called out from within a crystal ball. Is that so? Did the third prince really say that? And Calcio replied, yes. Calcio reflected on the intel he had gathered and relayed it. There are rumors that he isn't the same as before, and the old man seemed to be fishing for an opinion. What do you think? Calcio recalled Yuri's question. Aren't the Klein Duchy's troops also stationed there? And let out a sinister smile. He even offered some praise for Yuri. His eyes aren't bad. Haim rubbed his chin and issued an order. We'll need to keep an eye on him. Calcio, investigate the third prince. Calcio didn't know where to start and asked, but there isn't much on the surface. Should I look into his background, sir? To which the old man replied, if necessary. He obeyed and prepared to stand up. I will do so. Haim instructed, I will be in touch. The crystal ball's blue light flickered off, and it returned to normal. Calcio looked down at the street scene and remarked, it's so peaceful, even though the border troops are dying every day. He spotted something in the distance and couldn't believe his eyes. That is. A silhouette of Yuri, face hidden by a cloak, passed by. He quickly guessed, the third prince. But unsure, he brushed it off. Probably not. Hernando, who had snuck out with Yuri, recalled his childhood and said, I've snuck out just as you wished, but it's quite thrilling. When I was a kid, I used to sneak out to play like it was my job. To which Yuri asked after processing it, you mean you snuck out 3 times a day? And he replied, pretty much, I was quite the hand. He turned and whispered, by the way, that girl over there is looking at us. Do you think she recognized us? Yuri pouted and said, what are you so nervous about? You can leave the palace whenever you want anyway. Hernando gave a dry laugh and explained, if it were just me, it would be called a stroll, but with you here, it feels like an uprising. So what are you planning to do? Something naughty? And Yuri replied, not at all, and even if I were, I wouldn't drag you along. He acted disgruntled. Oh, how disappointing. Hernando still didn't know where they were headed since they started walking and asked, But Your Highness, where exactly are we going? Yuri held up a gold coin and replied happily, the casino. We're going to the most illegal gambling den in this capital. He froze, Hernando's mind filled with potential disasters. Pardon, wait, but you said you weren't doing anything bad. Yuri replied calmly, I'm not, you're just taking me there. You won't ignore it, right? And Hernando replied just as Yuri had predicted. It's true that when I'm drunk I'd go there instead of home, but Yuri explained, let me tell you first, this is for Brial's benefit. Hernando was surprised, don't tell me. Silently praised Yuri. Just how far ahead has he prepared? As expected of Your Highness, you've calculated everything. He excitedly raised his hand and agreed to continue. Very well, Your Highness. Let's go shake up the casino today. In his past life, among the people of Brial, there were a few who had the entire world talking. The boss who once ruled the underworld, and a notorious loan shark. They were titans in the world of commerce, standing at the top of the entire continent. And the other person was the one who decapitated the notorious underworld bosses and spread fear throughout the streets of Brial. She was a peculiar assassin. Yuri frowned slightly, thinking that the one who was killed by her was. He looked at the crowd before him. It was this man, the best loan shark of the current time. Goryo, while he was still deep in thought, approached and introduced himself. I didn't expect an honored guest such as yourself would have business with us. It's truly an honor. He crossed his arms with a very confident air and replied, It seems you already know who I am, taking Hernando by such surprise that he blurted out, What? Goryo, with the cunning of a notorious merchant, quickly replied with a smooth tongue, Of course, the mage and the third prince themselves wanting to see us. Even if our power is limited, someone still has to step up and take charge, don't they? Sensing the sharp intent in his words, his face reflexively tightened and his brow furrowed as he spoke bluntly. Quite a correct deduction. I didn't come here just to gamble or have fun. In an instant, the old man realized his purpose, which made him excited as he looked at the boy with eyes full of interest. Oh. He then shifted into an inviting pose, his hand pointing toward the shimmering golden casino inside. Then shall we sit and talk, Prince. The two of them, one large and one small, sat on a simple yet luxurious sofa. Hernando leaned in worriedly and whispered in Yuri's ear, Prince, you said you wouldn't gamble, and you never mentioned this to me, to which he hissed back, quiet. He and the man sat opposite the old fellow, one serious, the other breaking into a cold sweat as Goryo spoke. I hear you didn't come here just to play at the casino. Does that mean you came here to borrow money? Yuri looked at him completely unfazed and stated his intention plainly. That's right. I plan to use a borrowed sum as an investment. The old man knew this and asked very deliberately, so you're planning to establish a separate slush fund? Goryo let out a cunning smile, looking like a crafty little rat. And since you're borrowing from me instead of a bank, does the third prince perhaps have even greater ambitions? Hearing his ambitious question, he interrupted immediately. Stop right there. Yuri smiled at him, his eyes sharp. Interrogating me is not your business. The old man heard his warning and knew his place, not trying to pry further. Forgive me for that. And seemingly feeling something was missing, he added a superficial apology. I wish to offer an apology. Seeing him humble himself first, he didn't argue and gave him an out. It's fine, after all, I am the one in need of money. This time the old man didn't ask directly, but probed him bit by bit. Then could you get straight to the point and state exactly what the money will be used for? With no intention of hiding it, he replied nonchalantly. I will use the borrowed money to buy up Magrania, Klein's spice land, because sooner or later, supply will no longer be able to meet demand. Hernando, who had been silent until now, could no longer stay calm and turned to him, asking urgently, Prince, are you planning to? While Goryo also began to feel interested. Oh. He stroked one side of his mustache, his mouth quickly analyzing. Magrania is indeed essential for producing high-end spices, but I am still skeptical whether it is worth investing such a massive sum into. Sensing his skepticism, he also quickly stated to convince the opponent. That will happen soon enough. Hernando listened to the conversation between Yuri and the old man, stroking his chin and thinking how incredible it was. I've heard that war has broken out in the Klein Duchy and orcs are lurking everywhere, but I didn't think spice prices could rise that much. Suddenly his eyes glinted, as if thinking of something beyond the original plan. Could he simply want to corner the regional specialty market ahead of time? He continued to watch Yuri's every move, thinking about that gaze. Over here, Goryo was also calculating and analyzing everything about the boy's plans. Yuri Brial, you are far from the rumors spreading around. Moreover, it seems you are acting on far more information than you have revealed. The silence was interrupted by his question. Now, decide on the amount. As an investor, not a prince, how much can you lend me? A classic candle chandelier hung from the high ceiling, the brilliant yellow light from the candles constantly warming the room. The entrance to the second floor, connecting to the first, was a small hallway that appeared very deserted. Goryo's hand suddenly tapped hard on the table. He seemed to have made a decision. Goryo looked at him, his face no longer showing any playfulness but instead absolute seriousness. Please sign this loan agreement first. It seemed the first step of his plan was a success, as he silently offered a look of anticipation. Under the dim moonlight, Yuri and Hernando continued their plan. He walked while intently holding the loan agreement. After leaving the place, Yuri walked back with the agreement. Hernando seemed unable to fully process what had just happened and asked him again, "Did Goryeo really lend you money? And a massive amount at that?" Objectively speaking, Yuri was still the Prince of Brial, yet borrowing such a large sum made him incredibly worried. "But this is just too much, Prince." Yuri didn't pay much attention, adjusting his hood and looking at him with a bit of confusion. Hernando was clearly unhappy that he hadn't mentioned the plan beforehand. "You could have at least told me ahead of time. You never intended to gamble from the start, did you?" To which he replied by questioning the opponent back. "If I had told the truth, wouldn't you have dragged me straight to father?" The two continued to chat as they walked down the deserted street. "Are we going to the trading post now?" "Yeah, I have something I want them to do." Actually, Mugrania is a place where profit can be guaranteed. The only alchemist who knows the formula, the assistant to the Duke of Klein, will be the first to die in the upcoming war. This is a product for which any price can be demanded, at least until a replacement appears. An old sign hung high above, swaying in the wind. "I can't entrust this matter to anyone else." Hernando and Yuri stopped in front of an old house, the wind whistling through and making the scene somewhat eerie. Yuri looked up at the sky, saying, "We've arrived," a statement that startled the other man for a moment. "What?" Hernando pointed at the dilapidated house and stated clearly, "Wait a minute. A place that's about to collapse like this." Despite his shouting, Yuri approached the door. He raised his hand and knocked loudly on the door. He kept knocking continuously, calling out loudly, "Elaine Wood, are you there?" While Hernando sensed things weren't right and tried to stop him. "Prince, wait. We can entrust this matter to a large merchant guild." He had just finished speaking when someone opened the door. "Who is it?" A beautiful girl with bright emerald eyes and her hair in a neat bun stepped out, saying, "I am Elaine Wood." Seeing her step out, Yuri stepped forward and introduced himself. "Elaine Wood, I am Yuri, the third Prince of Brial," while Hernando stood to the side, helplessly covering his face and sighing. With the air of a prince, he held out a hand in a gesture of goodwill. "I have business for you." Hearing this, she was clearly shocked and stammered, "Brial, the prince." The night was endless, with the wind moving gently. Hernando's face was contorted as he kept questioning and challenging him. "Prince, have you lost your mind?" Hearing this, his expression soured a bit. "There is nothing a prince cannot say." Hernando followed behind him, still grumbling. "Anyone who saw you like this would say the same thing. You're entrusting the buyout of Mugrania to a merchant guild on the brink of collapse. This isn't just a bit of spare change." Yuri ignored him, lost in his own thoughts. Currently, she might just be a struggling merchant. But before long, the name Elaine will be famous across the continent as the leader of a merchant guild that no one has ever heard of before. And unlike Goryeo, who hides behind a veneer of trust, but is willing to use dirty tricks when backed into a corner, Elaine considers a promise to a customer sake. "In my past life, she could only be a legendary merchant, but in this life, I will turn her into a legend beyond all legends," he thought while smiling, leaving Hernando confused and wondering what that smile was about. However, he felt a bit worried in his heart, but let out a quiet sigh and asked him again, "Anyway, are you done with your business?" Yuri held up a finger and told Hernando, "Not yet, there's still one last thing," which made him feel dejected as he groaned out a long, "What?" Not wanting to wait for Hernando, he had already started walking briskly, making him scramble to follow. "Wait, Prince." He followed wearily behind him. "Now, where are you headed?" But Yuri didn't have time to care. He still had a grand plan ahead. Underworld loan shark, tycoon merchant, everyone else was ready to become his ally. Now he only had to persuade one last person. A dark and severely dilapidated house stood before them. This was a low-class slum, a place where even rats could roam freely. Hernando and Yuri approached an old beggar by the wall to ask for directions, and he pointed toward where they needed to go. The two carefully scanned the surroundings as Yuri searched frantically for someone. She must be somewhere around here. Sure enough, in a dark alley where hungry children were gathering, he found the person he wanted to meet. Found her. He silently approached where Asuna was sitting. She was a girl with messy blue hair and clothes riddled with holes. "Hello." A gust of wind brushed past, knocking his hood back, yet he didn't care and placed a hand on his chest to introduce himself. "I am Yuri, Prince of Brial." Hearing this, she suddenly stopped what she was doing. Asuna turned her head back to look. After a long while, Asuna finally asked, "The prince?" And he quickly replied, "Yes." Her face was fully revealed. The one who had cruelly killed Goryeo in the past, a surviving member of the Assassin's Guild. Looking at the girl before him, who still had the appearance of a child, without a trace of the cruelty of his past life, he called out her name, Asuna. She stood up to speak to him, her frame tall and thin and her face pale and lifeless. "The prince, what is a prince doing in a place like this?" Sensing Asana's defensiveness, he gently reassured her, "You don't need to be so wary of me." Hearing those words from him, her expression clearly relaxed, and she appeared a bit more comfortable than before. "I only came here because I thought I could be of help." Then he turned to Hernando and ordered, "Give it here," and the man had to struggle to keep himself from screaming. Finally giving up, Hernando sighed and pulled out a large pouch of money to give him. "Here." He lowered his gaze slightly. Looking to the side, he saw a shy little girl clutching the sleeve of the person beside her, shrinking back. "Is it this child?" He seemed to have understood somewhat why Asuna had borrowed such a large sum in his previous life in that life. Asuna had borrowed a huge amount from Goryo just to treat this child. And just like many who had borrowed from Goryo, Asuna had her entire life destroyed by him. It was that very thing that pushed her onto the path of an assassin and finally made her one of the most notorious killers. My goal is to prevent that from happening. Without hesitation, he handed the pouch straight to Asuna. "Take this money and take the child to the temple for treatment." Asuna's face showed her conflict. She was incredibly confused by his strange actions and asked, "What do you want?" Without any reservation, he stated his purpose plainly. "What do I want? Just one thing." At this, she froze. His face was slightly upbeat as his eyes sparkled, looking toward her as he said, "I am the third Prince Yuri Brial. Remember that name." Leaving the two of them dazed behind, Yuri and Hernando turned and left. He looked back at her, sharing Asuna's confusion as he couldn't help but ask him, "Why would you give that much money to a beggar?" Yuri didn't want to explain further and only said meaningfully, "It's an investment for the future. I've established relationships with the people I will knight in the future. Now there's only one person left." At this thought, he glanced toward Hernando, making him freeze. Yuri stopped and turned to Hernando, saying, "Hernando, I want to ask you something." He looked surprised and let out a questioning sound. He was as blunt as ever, asking him directly about the incident in the king's tomb when it was first excavated. "What did you see in the founding king's tomb?" His eyes were closed, crinkling into thin crescent moons, as his mouth took on a smile and he uttered two words, "Gambling." He seemed not to believe him and asked back, "What?" As if he were a different person, he smiled meaningfully and said, "I played a game wagering my life at the Barthlega's casino in the Empire." Looking at his punchable, smiling face, Yuri thought it made sense. That sounds about right. He didn't bother asking further and moved on. Well, whatever about what happened today. Hernando stood with his hands on his hips looking at him. "Yes." Yuri smiled peaceably and lightly punched his chest. "Keep this a secret, all right." A new day arrived, the sunlight filtering into every corner of the magnificent palace. In the main hall, Flor was sitting on his throne and spoke up quietly, "Hernando." As a servant, Hernando replied gently to him, "Yes, your majesty." His face was expressionless, but his words were somewhat sharp. "I heard you went out with Yuri yesterday." He replied slowly, "Ah, yes." Flor's statement was phrased like a question, but there was no room for refusal. "Could you tell me what happened?" Hernando didn't show much expression on his face, his amber eyes staring straight ahead as he recounted quietly. "He persuaded me to leave the palace with him. Then we went to a casino, the largest one in the capital. Finding Yuri's actions strange, Flor asked in wonder, "A casino? Did the boy gamble there?" Hernando's face relaxed slightly, his expression becoming richer with a broad smile. "Yes, he did." Flor leisurely raised a hand to lightly stroke his chin. "Is that so?" Hernando continued his clear report. "I thought he was good at gambling, but it turns out he's terrible at it. He lost all the money I lent." Flor sharply noticed the issue and pressed further, "What happened after that?" And he hesitated for a moment before replying, "After that, he took some money from Goryo and gave it to some old merchant guild. Then he gave a bunch of money to some orphan. We walked around and watched how the common people live their lives." Hernando gave Flor a gentle assessment, saying, "He seems very interested in how people live their lives." He continued to ask thoroughly, "And after that, did the boy return?" His eyes remained closed for a moment. Hernando clearly didn't want to say anything more and simply replied quietly, "Yes, that was all, sir." Flor realized this as well and didn't ask any further. "I see." Flor was clearly deep in thought for a second, but he didn't say another word. As if remembering something, he asked Hernando about attending the ball, a question that momentarily surprised him. "Hernando, will you be attending the ball?" An affirmative response came from him without hesitation. "Yes." Finding it strange because he agreed so quickly this time, the king wondered, "I thought you weren't interested," to which Hernando smiled and said, "People's hearts change." Then his face suddenly turned serious. "It's been a long time since I last danced." The sky seemed a bit cloudy, making the air feel hotter than usual. Yuri was sitting on the ground panting for breath, while opposite him was Bernard, standing firm as a nail with feet shoulder-width apart, pointing his sword at his opponent. His face was covered in dust, and beads of sweat trickled from his forehead down to his cheeks. Feeling bothered, he hurriedly wiped them away, then suddenly gasped in surprise. Huh. Bernard let his guard down slightly and relaxed his stance, turning toward where Yuri was pointing. Bernard, it looks like you're quite popular, and even he found it strange, huh. Though his face showed the marks of time, he hadn't lost any of his charisma, which drew the gazes of the maids behind them. Seeing him look back, they blushed and hurried away to their work, prompting Yuri to tease him. Those maids keep glancing over here. It looks like you'll have to attend the ball. I'm sure there will be plenty of people waiting for you there. Seeing that, he just gave an involuntary sigh. I'm not very interested. Bernard quickly returned to their training session. Anyway, regarding that swordsmanship, you were right. This technique doesn't have a fixed form. He listened while standing up to pick up the wooden sword still lying on the ground. Yeah, I told you. You just have to move along with the flow. As if still concerned about something, he analyzed the current situation for the boy. A mana method that is simultaneously a sword style. I truly can't wrap my head around it. I'd have to observe you in a real combat situation to study it, but that's not exactly easy. The two stood facing each other as he offered praise as encouragement. Regardless, you're progressing very fast. You're also good at controlling mana. Honestly, I'm quite surprised. I didn't think you'd be this proficient in mana manipulation. He swung the sword back and forth, while on the other hand, he had his own private thoughts. I feel a bit guilty too. It just happened this way because I tried to erase all traces of the Brial method I learned in my past life. Suddenly, Bernard's words interrupted his train of thought, causing his face to shift for a moment as his inner self was taken aback. Don't be in too much of a hurry. I'm quite worried about it. He asked back, worried, and Bernard patiently explained to him, yes, you're moving too fast. Clearly, utilizing the swordsmanship skills from his past life had changed the situation, which Bernard judged as being too rushed. To have achieved this much at your age, but your body hasn't fully developed yet. He offered a gentle, friendly smile, clearly intending to reassure him. Don't worry, I'll keep everything perfectly balanced. The break between rounds was over, and he reminded him, let's continue the sparring, though Bernard asked doubtfully, are you sure? The wooden sword was thrown down decisively, along with his confirmation. Of course. In a flash, he drew a brilliantly sharpened sword with both hands, gripping the hilt as he couldn't hide his excitement. Let's try sparring with real swords. I need to get strong fast. Bernard quickly caught onto the heat of the new match. All right then. He dropped his stance and pointed his thumb at himself to make a deal with the man. How about a wager? If I land a hit on you, you have to attend the ball. But he immediately refused. No, thank you. Feeling curious, he asked, why? And Bernard calmly smiled and replied, because I'm going to win anyway. Besides, if you lose, you'll just find an excuse to cancel the bet. You have no credibility at all. And hearing Bernard's mockery, Yuri's face distorted as he felt his pride take a hit. He gripped his sword tightly, clearly having made up his mind. Just you wait. The two charged at each other like two whirlwinds. Their two swords clashed fiercely, and Yuri threw down a challenge. I'm going to get you. Even so, he still failed. I couldn't do it. In the darkness, the sound of galloping horses echoed loudly. The carriage convoy hurried into the city, a few days later, on the day of the ball. In the moonlight shimmering like silver, Jorg sat leisurely by the window with one hand propped under his chin and the other on his knee, seemingly smiling faintly at the person opposite. His blue eyes sparkled like finely carved jewels, and his words were very elegant and refined. Your eyes still haven't left the window frame, have they? The second prince of the empire, Jorg Ivarna Granzi. At his call, Catherine, the golden-haired girl wearing an exquisite blue dress, looked as if she wanted to jump out the window, excited to the extreme. It's just been so long since an occasion like this, so I'm feeling thrilled. She turned back inside, a faint, expectant smile on her lips. I also want to meet someone else, the princess of the empire, Yekaterina Ivarna Granzi. The tall tower with its red roof stood out in the night, the moonlight illuminating the sky and the surrounding trees, when a voice suddenly rang out, breaking the silence. What does your highness think? Yuri was dressed in a luxurious suit adorned with sparkling jewels. He stood in the middle of the opulent room with his hands on his hips and a slightly flustered look on his face. Yuri closed his eyes and said helplessly, this is too cumbersome. With all these accessories, it's a mess. Please take some of them off for me. But Ina continued tying the necktie around his neck, gently replying, I think it looks good. You used to love these things. Has your taste changed too? Then she said, there, it's finished, your highness. And at that, Yuri opened his eyes wide and looked directly at Ina. He suddenly called her name, making her turn her head. Ina. Yuri held out his hand to invite her. Will you dance with me? And Ina was completely taken aback by his sudden proposal, stammering, pardon. Yuri turned his head and scratched his cheek, explaining awkwardly, I want to practice, but I don't have a partner, so. A look of disbelief appeared on Ina's face. She pulled her hand back slightly and said, what should I really do? And seeing her expression, Yuri was confused. What's with that look? Ina's hand rested lightly on his as she accepted the invitation, saying, you're not planning to step on my feet or make me fall, are you? Yuri replied, of course not. Then he suddenly pulled Ina toward him. I have no intention of playing a prank. Being pulled unexpectedly, Ina was startled and their faces were pressed close together. Yuri smiled and gripped her hand tightly. Just follow me slowly. Hearing his words, Ina remained silent, the light obscuring her face except for her bright red cheeks. Ina gently placed her hand on Yuri's shoulder and said with a smile, "Are you looking down on me, Your Highness? I'm a very good dancer." To which Yuri responded with a smile of his own, "Have you danced much? With whom?" The moon was now shining brightly outside the palace, and the voices of the two still echoed in the space. Ina continued to tease him. "It might not look like it, but I'm quite popular. However, this is the first time my dance partner has been this short." And hearing that, Yuri replied cheerfully, "Just you wait and see. A height difference isn't an issue." Outside the window, the shadows of the two dancing hand in hand were clearly visible. Yuri said, "But Ina, you just stepped on my foot." Ina closed her eyes and replied with a smile, "Oh my, I'm sorry, I took a wrong step." To which Yuri continued to raise an eyebrow. "There you go again." And Ina gave a happy laugh. It was an accident. Two musicians in formal attire were playing instruments, a soft golden light spreading throughout the luxurious room. In the magnificent grand hall, couples were gently dancing to the melodious tunes echoing through the space. A man sat on a throne, looking down at the banquet hall from above, swirling a wine glass in his hand. King Floor sat regally on his grand throne, picking up the wine glass and taking a sip, while his gaze continued to follow the events below. Cedric and Joshua held plates of cake in their hands, standing opposite Yuri, who had his back turned while chatting with Cedric. Joshua ate his cake while listening intently to the conversation. Yuri stood with his arms crossed when he suddenly noticed a man nearby, a man with his hands behind his back. His aura was incredibly powerful, and Yuri thought to himself, "I only just noticed, Count Sedor is here too. As expected, he's on a completely different level than ordinary knights. Last time, only Baron Irantia attended." He turned his head. Yuri noticed the prominent eyeglasses tucked neatly into Cedric's coat pocket. He asked with concern, "Brother, your eyes aren't getting worse, are they? You're wearing glasses quite often now." And Cedric smiled, holding his dessert plate. "It's nothing to worry about." The trumpets sounded. The large doors in front of the grand hall began to open slowly, and the people standing in front of them quickly moved aside. The second prince of the empire, Jorg, led the way inside. He noticed the king before him. Floor reached out to shake his hand. "Thank you for coming to this humble place." And Jorg approached, flashing a smile as he shook the king's hand. "Thank you for the reception." Then he extended his hand, introducing a woman who was walking in. "Today I have come with my younger sister." Seeing the woman enter, Yuri's eyes widened, his face filled with a look of pure disbelief. Catherine stepped forward, gracefully lifting her skirt and bowing her head slightly as she spoke. "Greetings, Your Majesty," she said, looking up. Her blue eyes and long golden hair further enhanced her beauty. Seeing the person before him, Yuri's thoughts seemed to become as confused as he was. Catherine. An image of himself from his past life, walking hand in hand with Catherine, appeared before Yuri's eyes. Then those memories gradually shattered into pieces. Then he remembered 3 words written on a paper slowly burning away. Recalling those memories, Yuri closed his eyes tight and frowned, sweat pouring down his cheeks. "I must not be betrothed to Catherine again. I will not make the same mistake as in my past life, never." Catherine suddenly noticed Yuri, standing partially hidden behind Cedric's shadow. She looked at him and offered a gentle smile. The party continued under the melodious music, with Catherine and Joshua chatting happily with Cedric. Yuri enjoyed his refreshments while turning his head to watch them intently. He looked at Cedric dancing with a young lady and thought, "Just as I thought, Brother Cedric doesn't treat anyone carelessly." He looked at the young ladies around them, who were directing sparkling gazes towards Cedric, and remarked, "That is the virtue of a king." He continued, "By comparison, when suddenly his train of thought was broken. He turned his head and froze completely upon seeing Catherine staring intently at him. Suddenly, someone spoke up to greet Catherine. "Hello there." Catherine stopped paying attention to him and turned to start a conversation with Joshua. Yuri covered his face and muttered in annoyance, "Damn it," thinking, "How am I supposed to feel about a relationship that is destined for a terrible end?" Suddenly, a gentle voice spoke up. "Your Highness, would you like some cookies?" And Ina approached Yuri with a smile, carrying a tray with a plate of cookies and a glass of wine. Seeing her, Yuri said cheerfully, "Thanks, Ina, you've worked hard." And Ina placed the tray on the table, gently replying, "It's nothing, sir." Yuri suddenly asked, "Was it hard?" Ina waved her hand and sighed with a playful look on her face. "No, compared to cleaning up after a certain someone's mess every day." And hearing that, Yuri looked dissatisfied and said, "Whatever, just give me the cookies." Then Ina picked up the wine glass, smiled, and turned to leave. "If you need anything, please call me." And Yuri, with one hand on his hip, replied happily, "Will do." After Ina left, he leaned back against the table and tilted his head back with a long sigh. Suddenly, a footstep approached Yuri's position. He opened his eyes to look. Jorg came up to him and spoke, "You are." while Yuri looked at the person before him, thinking, the second prince of the empire, Jorg Ivarna Granzian. An image of Jorg in armor, riding a horse and bravely holding his sword high, appeared in Yuri's mind. Previously, he commanded most of the battlefields on behalf of the Emperor. In front of Jorg, Yuri bowed in greeting. I am the third prince of Brial, Yuri Brial, while in his heart he continued to think, and also the person who personally pushed Brial to the brink of collapse. He kept his head bowed to hide his suppressed rage, silently reassuring himself. Calm down, I can't show any hostility yet. At this moment, Jorg's face suddenly darkened as he lightly touched his chin, his green eyes glowing. Ah, it's you. Jorg smiled. His eyes stared intently at Yuri. His gaze seemed to want to look right through him, making Yuri widen his eyes in fear as auras from the man swirled around him. The approaching auras made Yuri hurriedly raise his head, his eyes wide with caution as sweat poured down his cheeks. Jorg's green eyes glowed as he smiled. 13 this year, huh? Truly a son of Floor. Then he turned and walked away before Yuri's stunned eyes, not forgetting to leave a comment. An outstanding talent indeed. Yuri clenched his hands into fists, his palms shaking uncontrollably. That was just a test, but it was far too concerning. I thought he was still young, yet he's already at that level. Yuri frowned and turned his head, muttering, I've got goosebumps. Those two siblings are exactly the same. Suddenly, Ina fell to her knees in pure panic. The wine glass had shattered to pieces, and the wine inside had soiled the back of Jorg's coat, making his face darken as he turned around to look. People around began to whisper, an emblem of the imperial family, to commit such an offense, while Ina knelt trembling on the ground, stammering, I'm so sorry, sir. Jorg gave a sinister smile and spoke insincerely, oh my. He turned his head and looked directly at Yuri, then at the girl. Yuri was stunned by the scene before him, his eyes wide with panic. Jorg gripped the sword at his hip. He continued, a crime has been committed, and drew his sword, placing the tip on Ina's shoulder. He continued speaking slowly. According to imperial law, beheading is the appropriate punishment. Seeing this, Yuri's face twisted in anger as he realized one thing. This bastard. He's intentionally picking a fight with Ina. At this time, in the grand hall of the ancient mansion, a crystal chandelier hung from the magnificent ceiling, glowing with a soft yellow light that created a mystical and luxurious atmosphere. The silence was shattered by a voice from a distance. She has made a mistake, while Jorg was still pointing his sword at Ina. Jorg spoke according to the law, making her tremble with anxiety. Then he looked down with a cold gaze. Execution is sufficient. Yuri could only grit his teeth in annoyance and stare at him. While the tension between the two sides flared, someone's voice rang out. Did you come here to ruin my ball? As the person slowly walked forward. It was Floor coming down the stairs, saying, if you want to see blood, do it on your own soil. Jorg looked back without responding. Then he bowed, sheathed his sword, and apologized. My apologies. He expressed his sincerity. Your Majesty, the Empire and Brial have respected each other until now, but Floor immediately interrupted. Yes, but you don't seem to want to respect us. Jorg noticed Floor's irritation and blurted out, do you remember Gaetensha? Upon hearing that name, Floor remained silent, looking as if he were about to explode at Jorg. Jorg, however, remained unfazed and glared back at Floor arrogantly, continuing, when you executed an imperial knight, our emperor respected your honor and did not hold you accountable for such actions. Having said his piece, Jorg turned back to Ina and said, this matter is exactly the same. I am doing this to protect the peace and honor of both nations. As Yuri watched Jorg, he recalled a memory. In the past, his father had personally killed an imperial knight. Floor held his forehead in silence, forced to listen to Jorg's words. I don't want to do this either, so let's settle this quickly. Floor's heart was torn. If Jorg was bringing that incident up now, it meant their very honor was being used as a gambling chip. He continued, there won't be much blood spilled, as he raised his sword toward Ina's neck. Meanwhile, Yuri watched from a distance, his mind in a struggle. Stopping him now would be no different from provoking the entire empire, and yet, needs and conditions, ideals and reality, logic and power, all of these felt like invisible hands trying to restrain him. But then he remembered the teachings of the Death Knight. However, Brial never throws away its honor, no matter what happens. And so he stared with a fixed determination. That is the oath of Brial. Then he spoke up, Prince, causing Jorg to freeze in his track. He stepped forward and said, she is my servant. Are you planning to use a slippery trick to escape your guilt? Therefore her fault is also mine, he said, his voice making Floor turn to look and think to himself, I had almost forgot. He spoke as he approached him while everyone around whispered as they watched him. I am also a prince, so please consider that. In the past, I was also a criminal, and this life is the atonement I must bear. Yes, I never had a choice from the beginning, he thought, as Hernando watched from behind him with a smile. Catherine watched him with a calm expression as he declared loudly, please withdraw the decision to execute her. Instead, consider a duel. Now, under the light of the crystal chandelier that filled the room, A loud burst of laughter broke the silence. Yuri stood tall, looking directly at Jorg. For some reason, Jorg laughed out loud. Then he looked at him with the eyes of a hunter watching its prey and replied, "All right. You said your name is Yuri, right?" He replied nonchalantly, "Yes, your highness." And Jorg added, "May I call you Yuri?" Yuri replied without fear, "Of course." And he said back, "Very well, Yuri," leaving the surrounding guests trembling in fear. Jorg turned back to Floor and asked, "Your Majesty, the third prince has made a reasonable offer, and I intend to accept it. What do you think?" Floor had no choice but to close his eyes and agree, "Very well," to which Jorg replied happily, "Thank you, sir." Then he looked at Yuri and said, "I ought to fight you personally, but for the sake of honor, I will appoint someone to fight in my stead." He added, "Since you are young, I will choose the youngest member of the Imperial Guard," while Yuri simply bowed and said, "Thank you, sir." Then he turned and walked away. "Well then, until we meet again," and Yuri watched his back without a word. Ina was now trembling uncontrollably with fear, so Yuri stepped close to call her name, Ina. He sat down to help the terrified Ina up and said, "Ina, stand up." Ina, still unable to regain her composure, stammered his name, PR Prince. Seeing her like that, he comforted her, patting her back and saying, "Go and rest." Ina, still terrified, gripped his hand tightly and choked out, "But how can I, Prince?" He comforted her again, "Don't worry about me," and then watched as the others led Ina away. Once finished, he prepared to head outside, but suddenly he crossed paths with Catherine, leaving him frozen in shock. In his mind, a name appeared, Yekaterina. She stood there, silently watching him intently. Seeing his mind wandering, he reassured himself, just useless thoughts. Then he walked away in a different direction. Hernando, who was drinking, watched him pass by with an intent gaze. Now outside the party in a dark hallway, he walked alone with light steps. Because he was so deep in thought, he didn't notice Cedric leaning against the wall and simply walked right past. Seeing him pass by without noticing, Cedric spoke up, "What are you thinking about?" startling him. Realizing who it was, Yuri looked at him and said, "Ah, brother." He turned back to Cedric and said, "I couldn't let him kill Ina." Cedric listened helplessly and blurted out, "You really are something." Cedric stroked his head and said softly, "Good grief." Yuri was stunned for a moment by the gesture, staring wide-eyed at it. Then he smiled and thought to himself, "It's been a long time since I last felt this way." Suddenly he spoke up, "Yuri." With a cold expression, he asked, "Do you want a hand?" "The person you're about to face, he acts decent, but in truth he's anything but," he said, recalling Jorg and Yuri's dialogue at the banquet. "I ought to fight you personally, but for the sake of honor, I will appoint someone to fight in my stead. Since you are young, I will choose the youngest member of the Imperial Guard." Cedric then added, "If you two are the same age, even if an accident occurs during the match." Hearing this, Yuri replied calmly, "Yes, I know what you're worried about." Seeing the boy so confident, he felt relieved. "In that case, I won't need to explain further. I will handle everything." Seeing that he intended to help, Yuri quickly stopped him. "No, I started this, so I will be the one to finish it." Indeed, once he set his mind to something, he would do anything to see it through. Cedric simply smiled and said nothing. Then he poked the boy's cheek and replied, "Yeah, I believe in you, Yuri Brial," and he affirmed, "Of course you do." Yuri asked further, "But what about the ball?" To which he turned his head and replied, "It's a bit of a mess now, but I'll take care of it. You go and rest." Yuri replied happily, "All right, thank you, brother." If the kingdom hadn't collapsed, he surely would have ruled Brial, while he looked back at the boy and smiled. Then he turned and continued on, pondering, "I will get to witness what kind of kingdom Brial becomes under his rule in this life." He silently promised himself, "I will fight so that I can see it with my own eyes, no matter who I have to face." The sky was high and a clear, piercing blue. The brilliant sun shone down on the vast arena, making the space seem to glow as he and Rosso stood upon it. Beside them, Jorg and Catherine were talking, while the others watched the match. On the other side were Saint and Floor, looking at him with worried faces, while Hernando said cheerfully, "The third prince is participating in a duel. Captain Saint, what do you think?" He replied, "His opponent's momentum is very stable. He is very skilled in swordsmanship despite not being a knight yet," as he watched the boy swing his sword expertly. Suddenly, with a thud, the sword tip stabbed straight into the ground. He stood up straight and formal, as Saint added, "The Imperial Guard truly is elite." Saint was whispering, "I wonder if the prince will be all right," when he saw Hernando laughing and asked, "Why are you laughing?" To which he only replied, "Just watch." Saint looked down worriedly, while Hernando smiled with interest. Yuri stretched as if he had just woken up from a nap. Then suddenly his face brightened as if he had quickly regained his spirits. Seeing this, Hernando told Saint, "I don't think you have anything to worry about." Archmage, a rank that no one could normally reach. Within the hierarchy for mages in the magic tower, it is only granted to one who has mastered origin magic. Among those, the supreme magic that can reveal the fate of the world is known as fate-revealing magic. In this world, only Hernando has reached that level. At this moment in a certain room, a voice rang out, You were acting so grand just a moment ago. It was Yuri happily provoking Hernando, and yet you couldn't even win a single round. How pathetic. Shall I give you a hint? As he looked at the boy in disbelief. This was the first time he had lost money on a game since acquiring Origin Magic. Hernando immediately used magic to look at the betting table. Was it just a simple coincidence? No. He looked back at the boy's gleeful face in disbelief. With a single glance, he could read his opponent's hand and even the flow of luck, yet he couldn't read a single thing from this kid. Instead, what he saw was an illusion of Sword Mountain, the face of someone who looked as if they had survived some crisis. In that gaze, he had personally witnessed a youth with black hair and eyes, the symbols of the Brial royal family, and an unmistakably arrogant look belonging to the third prince. Even though his body was drenched in blood, he never stopped fighting. He kept swinging his sword and never faltered. The illusion ended as he collapsed in despair. He was overwhelmed by the sight. Perhaps everything began from that moment. The story he once thought was a mere coincidence beginning to revolve around a single point. Then he spoke up. All right, keep your attitude in check, however. After witnessing Prince Yuri's unusual actions during their recent outing, Hernando was convinced that miracle, fate-revealing magic, could indeed be used. Hernando's mind now only called out Yuri's name, Prince Yuri, a man without a fate. Beside him, Sane was confused by his laughter and asked, "Why are you laughing?" He replied, "Just watch," as Yuri looked at his opponent with a look of interest on the arena floor, adding, "There's no need to worry." Yuri spoke up, looking over at Rosso. "My side is ready. How much longer do you plan to dance your sword through the air?" Jorg rested his hand on his chin, looking down at the match and saying, "Do you need more time to prepare?" Yuri replied nonchalantly, "I can start whenever." Rosso beside him also replied, "Me too." Floor saw that the two were ready and declared, "Very well, then I declare the trial by combat. Begin." As soon as he spoke, the two got into their combat stances. Then with a shout of "Begin," Yuri lunged toward Rosso, his figure a lightning-fast blur. Rosso was unable to keep up with Yuri's speed and was stunned. Then a cut appeared across his cheek, and blood spilled out, leaving him in shock. He quickly gripped his sword and struck back at the boy. The two fought as equals, never stopping. Suddenly Rosso struck Yuri powerfully, sending him back. Yuri simply smiled at him without a word, as if he had already planned it. Meanwhile, Rosso's face darkened as he glared at him irritably. While watching the match, Floor spoke up, "Hernando." Hearing his name, Hernando looked up and bowed, replying, "Yes, your majesty." Floor stared intently below and said, "What do you think the outcome will be?" Hearing this, Hernando looked down, and he replied, "I," while below, the two were still fighting relentlessly. Yuri's body was now covered in countless large and small wounds. Yet his fighting spirit never faltered. Hernando simply smiled. He replied with a smile, "I don't know." Floor saw his reaction and changed the subject. "You once said your coming to Brial was ordained by heaven, didn't you?" And he replied nonchalantly, "That's right." While the two were talking, Sane and the other knights were worried. Floor said, "Is it time for you to leave now?" And Hernando replied, "No." Floor closed his eyes in satisfaction. "I'm glad to hear you don't intend to leave yet." Hernando smiled happily. "You have granted a humble mage like me too much honor. I am very grateful." Floor's expression shifted as he said, "Being too humble can bring misfortune. I take it that means something big is about to happen." Hernando replied, "Who do you think is stronger?" Rosso's face was full of rage as he lunged forward, creating a powerful sword arc. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Floor looked down and said, "The opponent." Hernando replied, "It seems you think so too." Then he watched the match and thought, "When I first set foot in Brial, it was entirely because of heavenly omens." He looked back at Floor. "It showed me that the one who can turn the fate of the world, the strongest person on the continent, is here. But the sword was never drawn, which is why I once thought I had no reason to stay." Suddenly Hernando spoke up, and Floor looked over. "I thought my time here had ended." Rosso lunged straight toward Yuri at high speed, while Yuri stood perfectly still. He continued, "But it seems that moment has not yet arrived." Yuri smiled as he stared at Rosso. Then green mana erupted from his sword. "That's enough probing." Then he lunged at Rosso like a flash of light, his eyes sharp as he said, "Let's end this." Rosso saw him lunging toward him and grew worried. He's suddenly faster. A cold light glinted in Yuri's eyes as he swung his sword with all his might. Yuri delivered a lightning-fast strike, bringing it to a halt right at Rosso's neck. He gripped the hilt tightly. He let the blade touch Rosso's neck lightly, while Rosso's pupils contracted in disbelief, thinking, "I." He squeezed his eyes shut as if accepting his fate, thinking, "I'm going to die." Jorg and Catherine watched the match from outside in shock. Floor was stunned beyond belief. Sane cried out in alarm, "Good heavens." Hernando simply smiled as if he had known the outcome all along, while someone's voice rang out, "I can't believe he reversed his sword at that exact moment." Well, Yuri had only broken Rosso's sword, Rosso stammered, I. While the boys smiled and the crowd erupted in cheers. Whoa. Finally Rosso conceded defeat wholeheartedly. I lost. As soon as he spoke, the stands erupted in a thunderous roar. Amidst the cheering of the crowd, Hernando stood up with a heart full of happiness. I came here to follow heavenly omens, only to meet one who has challenged. Life turns to death, and death turns to life. At the tip of the third prince's sword, the fate granted to his attendant has changed along with the boy, he thought as Jorg clapped in approval. Every step you take now is an act of defiance against heaven. Yes, he is a person who exists outside the world's destiny. Yuri Brial, the man who rose above fate itself. Hernando began to applaud, his voice filled with admiration. You are truly extraordinary, Prince. Honestly, I can't wait to see. Looking at Yuri's smile, Hernando thought to himself about how the prince would continue to change the world's destiny from this moment on. Hernando smiled joyfully as he watched the lively scene before him, thinking, fate led me here. Yet I ended up meeting someone who is actively rebelling against his own destiny. He looked at Jorg, who was sitting and clapping not far away. Life into death, death into life. The third prince's sword has changed the fate of both that maid and that man. As the guards cheered and Floor looked on with pride, every step the prince took went against the grain of fate. Yes, he was someone who existed outside the world's predestined path. Yuri stood there proudly amidst the cheers and praise of the crowd. Yuri Brial, the one who surpassed destiny. Seeing him smile so radiantly only made Hernando more eager for the boy's future. I look forward to seeing how you use your will to bend the very fate of this world. 5 years later, someone was running frantically down the hallway, thinking everything was going just fine. A maid with her hair in a bun ran as fast as she could, her face etched with worry. How did I end up in the wrong wing, if I'm discovered? While she was lost in thought, a voice suddenly rang out, Hey, you there, causing the maid to jump in a fright and come to a dead stop. Joshua walked up aggressively, hands in his pockets, and raised an eyebrow at her. Are you new here? Seeing him, the maid panicked, nodding his black hair, the symbol of the Brial royal family. Seeing that she didn't answer, Joshua pressed further. What are you doing here? And the maid, terrified, could only stutter incoherently. With her heart racing, she swallowed hard and tried to calm herself, thinking, stay calm. Answer just like the seniors taught me. Seeing her remain silent, he began to lose patience, his brow furrowing deeper. I asked you what you're doing here, while the maid desperately recalled the instructions she had memorized. 1. If the face looks bored, it's His Majesty. 2. The crown prince is said to always have a warm smile, but this person looks grumpy, so that's not it either. She continued to run through the list. 3. If the eyes look cunning and the gait is unsteady. But while she was preoccupied with her theories, Joshua had reached his limit. He grimaced, his voice verging on an explosion. Huh, are you ignoring me right now? Hearing that tone, she turned away, covering her mouth and mumbling, definitely the second. Joshua, standing close by, caught a snippet and was confused. Second. As the maid clutched her apron and blurted out an excuse, I have to go somewhere. Hearing this, Joshua understood some of it and stepped even closer, his voice rising. What's this? Are you guys actually being coached on how to deal with us? Am I on a keep away list or something? Making the maid back away while stammering, Seeing her stutter, he blew his top, his face darkening with a heavy murderous intent. You people, I'm going to have to teach you a lesson. Before Joshua could act, a voice called out from a distance, brother, and both of them turned toward the sound. What are you doing? Looking at the young man walking toward them in the soft morning light, the maid recalled the final part of her training, and the last one has a face full of confidence. He always carried a sword by his side. Yuri approached and offered a smile, his tone slightly teasing. Are you bullying her, brother? It was the third prince. Yuri popped a piece of cookie into his mouth as he strolled leisurely down the hallway in the early morning sun. Swallowing the last bite with a few crumbs still on his lip, Yuri peered intently toward the outside. He recalled the conversation he just had with Joshua. Why are you always bullying the maids? To which Joshua had reacted with mock outrage. I am not. Because Yuri had intervened and saved her. The maid had given him a bag of cookies. Thank you, sir, to show my gratitude. He wiped the crumbs from the corner of his mouth and offered a compliment. The cookies she gave me are actually really good. Afterward, he brushed off his hands. His expression turned somber, hand-to-hand stand. Looking at his mana-infused hand, he thought about applying mana while holding a sword to reduce the strain on his arm. He focused on his hand, opening and then clenching it into a fist, thinking, I've finally made it this far. Yuri thought back to his past life and his strange regression. It had been 5 years. 5 years since he died by Roland's sword and regressed. He pulled on his gloves, looking into the distance as he said to himself, the peaceful days are about to end. I'm sure they're busy discussing that right now. In another palace, the sound of a heated argument could be heard. Yuri knocked on the door, but all he heard was shouting, Don't you hear what I'm saying? I won't. Before the person could finish, another cut in, You're the one who isn't listening. Yuri stood outside, helpless as his knocking went unnoticed. A guard standing nearby tried to intervene. I don't think they heard you because they're so focused on the meeting, sir." But Yuri began gathering mana in his hand, prompting the guard to suggest nervously, "Maybe they'll hear you if you knock again. Prince." Then the guard cried out in horror, wait a minute." But he wasn't as fast as Yuri's hand, as the prince used his mana to punch the door right off its hinges. The people inside the room were equally shocked, their eyes bulging as Yuri spoke up. "Oh my, sorry about that." Yuri put his hands on his hips and nonchalantly explained, "I might have knocked a bit too hard since no one was listening," while the guard collapsed in despair, thinking, "That wasn't a knock. I'm the one who's going to get punished for this." Looking at Floor sitting in the main chair, he spoke softly, "Father, I'd like to join the meeting too." He then walked over and sat in the chair a servant prepared, saying cheerfully to everyone, "Please continue." The blonde man, seeing that things had settled, cleared his throat and resumed the topic. "What I mean to say is, we no longer have enough manpower to assist the Allied forces." But as soon as he finished, someone countered, "So you're saying we should just ignore the Empire's request?" The blonde man remained indifferent. "Well, the other families could send more people," prompting the brown-haired man to slam the table and shout, "How irresponsible." The two of them then fell back into a fierce argument. Yuri sat to the side with his arms crossed, watching the scene, having long ago seen through their selfish motives as they bickered only for their own gain. He pulled a document on the table toward him to look at it. Yes, that event happened around this time too. A request for reinforcements from the Empire's allies. The Empire requested more manpower from various nations, and then sent them to fight the orcs in the east. But the campaign failed, and instead, the orcs went into a frenzy, and increased the pressure on all the nations that had participated, except for the Empire itself. That was when we realized we had been set up. At that thought, resentment flared up again, and Yuri unconsciously crumpled the document in his hand. Looking at the blonde man, Yuri thought, "That's also when many talented knights died, including Lion, so you're Lion Flander." He gripped the document tightly, his face set in a look of absolute determination as he told himself, "I won't let that happen again." The gray-haired man refused, "We won't be sending anyone," and the orange-haired man slammed the table as he stood up. "Do you think we have knights just sitting around?" At least, but before he could finish, a voice rang out, cutting through the debate. "Stop." Everyone in the room turned their eyes toward the person who had just spoken. Yuri stood up, his voice incredibly firm. "I will join the Allied forces. The rest of you need to do something too. Don't bring shame to the name of Brial. Perform your duties as nobles properly." Seeing his son's strong will, Floor's lips curled into a slight smirk. Propping his chin on his hand, he thought to himself, "So that's how you feel, huh?" Elsewhere, Yuri was practicing his sword skills in the courtyard. Joshua walked up and called out loudly, "Yuri," and Yuri stopped his movements. Having run there immediately upon hearing the news, Joshua leaned on his knees and asked, panting, "Are you really joining the Allied forces?" To which he replied, "Yes." Hearing it confirmed by the man himself, Joshua was stunned. "But why? There's no reason for royalty to enlist," and Yuri explained, "Like I said before." He sheathed his sword and said with a smile, "This is the duty of the royal family." Joshua looked up at the sky in defeat. "I get it, Yuri. I finally understand your way of thinking," and Yuri asked, "Only now?" He suddenly became spirited and assured him, "Come back safely, okay? I'll protect the palace while you're away." Then he hurried off excitedly. Bernard, witnessing this, remarked, "You brothers are quite close," and Yuri replied with a touch of resignation, "I just hope he doesn't cause any trouble." Then he turned to the man, "Are you worried about me, master?" To which Bernard replied, "Me." He offered a playful reminder, "I believe you'll return safely as long as you don't do anything foolish." And Yuri chuckled, "You think highly of me, don't you?" Bernard turned serious again, his voice dropping an octave. "However, please be careful." He began to explain the threat Yuri was about to face. "Orcs are difficult to deal with. They are stronger and more brutal than you think, especially the ones carrying flags on their back. The Orkvul, they're particularly ferocious." Sensing the man's worry, Yuri stepped closer to reassure him. "Don't worry, I have a plan," making Bernard wonder, "You have a plan already?" Just then, Ina ran up and shouted from the doorway, "Your Highness." She was out of breath and spoke urgently. "A visitor has arrived with the item you requested, sir." Yuri turned toward Ina and smirked, answering Bernard's question. "A plan, of course I have one." The sunlight hit him just right, making him look like a winner surrounded by a very special aura. Yuri picked up a short sword and smirked at him. "This is very precious." Yuri gathered his mana and lifted the short sword into the air, briefly explaining, "These are sacred relics imbued with ancient magic." Watching the short sword flying around over his head, the man turned pale with fear. It's moving on its own." When the blade stopped in front of his pale face, Yuri reassured him, "It's fine, you're not going to die." And looking at the tip of the blade, Guillermo asked with a shaky voice, "Why you're controlling it with mana?" Understanding the situation, he breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't think your highness was this strong, using mana in this way. And Yuri sheathed it, crossing his arms with a grin. Did you think I just sat around playing all day? Suddenly, he noticed a strange movement and looked over suspiciously. Guillermo, unaware, asked, "What is it, sir?" And Yuri pulled the sword back into his hand, replying, "No, it's nothing." Then he made a request, "Give my regards to Elaine, and next time, report on the situation of the Imperial branch as well." And the man stood up, nodded, and said his goodbyes. "Yes, sir. I'll take my leave now." After Guillermo left, Yuri leaned back in his chair and said loudly, "You can come out now." Following his words, a pair of legs slowly materialized. Asuna appeared from within a plume of black smoke. Yuri had already guessed it was her, as he sat with arms crossed and eyes closed. Asuna. His smile vanished as he turned to her and inquired, "What did you do to Goryo?" Asuna pulled down her mask and reported, "I warned him as you ordered, sir. I pinned a warning above his head while he was sleeping," and Yuri chuckled at the report. "Good. He was always eyeing Elaine's money." Afterward, Asuna asked uncertainly, "Your Highness, are you really joining the Allied forces?" And after a pause, she explained, "I heard the servants in the palace gossiping," to which he replied, "Yeah." Asuna bowed her head and looked away, her voice tinged with worry. "Please be careful," and he remarked, "You're talking as if this isn't your business." She looked at him with some confusion. "What do you mean, sir?" And Yuri closed his eyes, dropping his hands to his sides as he said sternly, "You're coming too. You can keep up with me, can't you?" Asuna paused, looking surprised, then smiled and replied, "Anywhere is better than my origin. Yes, I will contact you later." And then she turned into black smoke and vanished. A few days later, on the day of departure, the Brial flag fluttered in the wind. While Yuri was focused on putting on his armor, Cedric called out, "Yuri." He tilted his head and smiled, his voice as warm as a spring breeze. "Safe travel." Yuri looked at him and said firmly, "Don't worry, I'm invincible. I'll raise Brial's reputation even higher." Then he returned to his playful tone, teasing Cedric, "But you have to make sure you rest properly too. Take care of those eyes." And he chuckled, "I know." Cedric looked at him and offered a relieved smile in silence. He hugged him and whispered, "Stay healthy, my brother." Yuri closed his eyes and enjoyed the moment. "Yes, I'll be back." The trumpets blared loudly. Floor stood on the wall and shouted, "The departure ceremony officially begins." Yuri climbed the stairs, each step marking the beginning of a new future. The wind whistled by as his expression turned solemn. The king stood behind the podium and asked him, "Are you worried?" And Yuri's voice was firm, "Not at all." Following his words, Floor said, "Look behind you," and Yuri turned his head as instructed. He then entrusted the task to him. "All these soldiers before you are precious lives that you must carry on your shoulders, Yuri." He closed his eyes in thought, his face looking a bit somber. "Not everyone will make it back alive. However, at the very least, I must help them avoid the shameful death of my past life." Then Floor asked seriously, "Do you have confidence?" And Yuri looked at him, full of assurance. "Yes, father. Of course I." Before he could finish, the king interrupted. "Then receive this." And Yuri immediately felt a strange, indescribable sensation. Murderous intent. He looked at the aura surrounding his father. Now Floor seemed far away. Nothing more than a dark shadow of murderous intent with piercing eyes. My body, he felt his body begin to stiffen, unable to move no matter what he tried, and he panicked slightly. "I can't move." Looking at the strange dark shadow before him, he thought, "My instincts tell me that what is approaching me is death." The shadow drew closer, revealing a fierce face with eerie, blood-red eyes and mouth. Watching the shadow raise its sword, he didn't intend to dodge. If I dodge, then death is all there is. And then he asked himself, but what if I refuse? No, a surge of blue mana began to appear and grow strong. He drew his sword, and the blade was infused with mana. Yuri's eyes flashed with a cold light as he swung his sword in a sharp arc. He blocked Floor's downward strike, creating a significant impact. The king gave a satisfied smile. "You blocked it." Hearing those words, Yuri gritted his teeth. He looked at the sword in his hand in disbelief. "That just now," but Floor quickly explained, "that was in place of a blessing." He sheathed his sword and said simply, "I won't say much, just remember to return safely." And Yuri replied respectfully, "Yes, sir." He glanced down. The tip of the sword shone brilliantly. Yuri raised his sword high and shouted to the great army below, "I am the third prince of Brial, Yuri Brial." He gave a proud smile and shouted firmly, "Trust in me." He finished with one final command, "All troops march," as the Brial flag waved high, followed by the thunderous cheers of the spirited soldiers below. In contrast to the excitement and pride of Brial, a certain dungeon was silent and desolate. A large hand gripped a metal bar. An orc stood in the cell, his hands tightly clutching the bars, his bloodshot eyes flashing with murderous intent as he glared at the person before him. Haim stood outside, his face solemn. "After 5 years, we finally meet again, Your Highness." Sunset began to filter through every gap in the leaves as birds raced one another back to their nests. Yuri and his teammates were stopping in the forest after a grueling journey. finding rest where the shadows of the trees provided cool shade. Yuri was drinking water when he suddenly heard the sound of someone starting to walk toward him. He glanced around the forest to observe the surrounding situation. It turned out to be Lord Raymond walking toward him. Seeing who it was, he spoke up. "That's quite a distance," then suddenly asked, "Lord Raymond, how far have we come?" And Raymond, hearing his question, replied that they had reached the gates of Sedor. He began to say that if they pushed a bit deeper, they would reach the coastal town of Sedor, then continued, "After that, we plan to cross Gid and head straight for the assembly point in Balshad." This man was a knight of Brial, Raymond. Yuri continued chatting with Raymond and praised him. "Well done, the current pace is quite good, isn't it?" To which Raymond replied, "Of course, sir." While the two of them were talking, there was a person watching from a distance. Yuri and Raymond began to notice and turned to look at the same time. A scene from that year flashed back in Yuri's mind. The voice of the knight who had ended his life back then rang out, "It's all because of you," and only one name appeared in Yuri's head, Roland Flander. The name of the one who ended his life in his past life, the eldest son of Count Flander, Roland Flander. Now, as he stood before him, he was still a youth with bright, shining eyes. Roland stepped forward and began to salute, saying, "It is an honor to meet you." He bowed very low, introducing himself with full courtesy. "I am Roland Flanders, sir," while Yuri himself was taken aback by his actions, stammering, right." After the greeting, Roland looked up, hand over his chest, his voice incredibly sincere as he spoke with a determined gaze. "There is something I have always wanted to say to you since before we met, sir." Yuri was surprised and immediately asked, "What is it?" Roland's face turned slightly red, and his eyes sparkled as if he had wanted to say this for a long time. "I admire you, sir." This blunt statement was something Yuri could never have anticipated, leaving him to blurt out a shocked, "Huh." Roland began to explain, "Ever since I heard about the incident 5 years ago from my father, your highness has become my idol." The story Roland referred to was Yuri protecting the maid. Roland thought of Yuri's heroic image when he raised his sword for his servant. His eyes shone as he recalled that story, his tone filled with admiration. "That truly is a perfect example of a real knight, sir." Roland, with eyes containing 1,000 stars, looked toward Yuri, who stood helplessly before him. Yuri helped Roland up, his face slightly embarrassed as he smiled and said, "All right, I've heard about you from your father, Lord Lion, from time to time. Let's work well together from now on." While Roland excitedly exclaimed, "Not at all, it is my honor to serve you, sir." Roland stepped to the side, his eyes still shimmering, while Raymond stepped forward and spoke up, "Your Highness, it is time to depart." And Yuri replied immediately, "Yeah." Raymond looked worried, his face darkening as he mentioned the Count of Sedor. "In case you didn't know, the Count of Sedor is not a hospitable man, so even if you aren't welcomed warmly, please don't take it to heart, sir." Night gradually fell, and finally, the region of Sedor slowly began to reveal itself. A banner was raised with the message, "Welcome, Third Prince, Your Highness." Two people were standing in front of the city gate to welcome the party from Brial. Seeing the scene before him, Yuri was excited. "I see the welcome is actually quite grand." The Count of Sedor, Haim Theodore, officially appeared before Yuri this time, bowing respectfully. "Your Highness has arrived." Yuri slowly dismounted and returned the greeting very politely. "Thank you for the warm welcome, Lord Haim," while the old man spoke with a tone that sounded like a taunt. "We are simply expressing our respect for one who dares to jump into the front lines at such a young age like yourself." The old man looked at Yuri and asked, "Have you ever fought an orc before?" Hearing this, he closed his eyes slightly and said calmly, "Of course then stopped as if he had misspoke. He paused for a moment, then continued with that same calm demeanor, "No, but I've read about them in books." Yuri turned around to look at the knights from Brial and spoke the truth. "Most of the soldiers here have no experience fighting orcs, so I must at least learn a thing or two." Haim chuckled, "I see, how wonderful." The old man walked closer to Yuri, placed a hand over his chest, and bowed slightly. "In that case, Your Highness." With a sinister look on his face, the old man asked him a question. "You wouldn't mind if I presented you with a gift, would you?" Night arrived, and everyone moved to stand before a large gate. The lock on the gate was open. Yuri followed Haim, and they stood waiting before the gate that was slowly opening. When the door opened completely, Haim carried a torch and stepped inside, turning around to lead Yuri. "It's in here, Your Highness." Yuri led the group, with everyone slowly stepping through that door one by one, each cautiously observing their surroundings. Once everyone was inside, the large gate gradually closed behind them. This startled the knights, their faces clearly showing fear. As the leader, Yuri did not show his panic clearly. His face paled slightly as he asked the old man, "Lord Haim, what do you think you're doing?" Haim remained calm and was even smiling as he lit the fires and reassured them. there's no need to be surprised. He finished lighting the fires, and a wide path ahead was clearly revealed. Yuri noticed something and silently glanced to the side. The knights also saw it and were incredibly shocked, stammering, Is that? An orc was currently lying inside a cage, appearing vividly before Yuri's group, as Haim acted as if nothing were wrong. For now, just think of it as a prisoner, Your Highness. The old man looked at the orc inside the cage who was clutching its head in pain and explained, In order to survive, I had to study every little habit and instinctive behavior, anything useful for combat. After hearing these words, Yuri spoke up seriously. Is this the gift you mentioned, Lord Haim? The old man smiled sinisterly, but maintained a polite attitude. Yes, the war with these things is right in front of us. There could be no gift more valuable than this, sir. Suddenly Yuri laughed, Thank you, sir. But in his heart, he was more shocked than anything, thinking, This man is crazier than I thought, torturing orcs. He suddenly glanced at the person behind his back. He turned completely around and asked him, What is your name? And the knight was a bit surprised, but still introduced himself seriously. I am Simon Peshu, son of Baron Wolf, sir. Looking at the trembling orc, he asked Simon, Tell me your honest thoughts. Simon was nervous and hesitated for a moment, but then he began to speak the thoughts in his heart. I don't think it's necessary to go this far. I feel this is excessive for a prisoner of war, sir. After hearing that, Yuri looked at the orc and said, All right, you can keep thinking that way. Then he looked at Haim and ordered, Lord Haim, open the door, to which Haim closed his eyes and replied, Yes. At this point, Yuri asked Simon again as if to be sure, Your name is Simon, right? And Simon immediately replied, Yes. The orc was released, its feet slamming down and causing the surrounding floor to crack, accompanied by Yuri's voice. This is real combat. He stood behind with his arms crossed, watching Simon advance with his sword, and then gave the order, Attack the orc. Simon gripped his sword tightly, his eyes flashing with seriousness and determination. Before him was a ferocious face. The orc roared, appearing as if it could lunge forward and tear him apart at any moment. Its roar grew even louder as it slammed its face against the floor, causing the ground to split open. Simon stood frozen, staring at the monster before him. At this moment, the fear on his face gradually showed. He gritted his teeth and stood still. The orcful stood up and began reaching out to chase the panicked Simon, as Yuri's voice rang out in complaint. Just as I thought, this is too much, having to fight a prisoner who has lost its will to fight. The orcful caught up to Simon and delivered a heavy punch right by his ear. Simon's helmet was dented by the blow, and he let out a pathetic scream. Seeing the terrifying sight, his teammate outside called his name, Simon. Under that hopeless cry, the orcful tightened its grip on Simon's neck, leaving him unable to resist. Yuri's commanding voice rang out, Everyone, prepare for battle. At that moment, Haim's voice rang out indifferently to stop them. Relax, we've cut almost all of its tendons. Yuri listened in silence as Haim continued, Your Highness. The old man emphasized each word. This is what an orc is. In the gloomy dungeon, Haim stood next to Yuri with a cold face and sharp eyes, bowing slightly as he whispered, Your Highness. Their faces both became serious, looking forward as he continued. This is an orc. If you let your guard down for even a second, it will kill you instantly. Haim's urgent voice rang out as he saw the soldier being strangled by the orcful. Your Highness, we have to save him. And Yuri calmly observed the soldier's situation and warned, Stay calm, we've cut almost all of its tendons. He won't die, though he will be injured. The orcful continued to strangle the young soldier and let out a massive roar that echoed throughout the dark dungeon. He tilted his head slightly and asked Haim, Is it taking him hostage? And the old man frowned and spoke with urgency, I'll call for the interpreter. Haim gave a stern order to the figure completely covered by a hood. Translate. Corey stepped forward timidly and shyly, appearing quite mysterious as he stood before the old man's voice. Corey. Yuri looked at him with a look of total unfamiliarity. Corey, he thought, as the strange and timid voice came from Corey's mouth. Yes, sir. He placed both hands to his ears and focused on the screams of the orcful, then seriously reported, If you don't put down your weapons, it says it will start crushing the knight's bones one by one. After that, it began to grab the young soldier's arm and break it, causing him to scream in agony. Asa, Yuri's voice immediately rang out, Hernando. He stepped back to make room for Hernando. You're up, and the man stepped forward, a brilliant blue magic circle already forming in his hand. Understood. Plumes of green magic suddenly erupted violently from Hernando's hand, enveloping the monster that was clutching the soldier, making it scream in despair. He frowned and shouted, Now, and Yuri smiled with satisfaction, praising him as he lunged forward. Well done. In the blink of an eye, he had grabbed the soldier, successfully rescuing him from the orcful's grasp. Yuri quickly returned to his teammates and gently placed the soldier on the ground. Seeing that its prey had been snatched away so blatantly, the monster roared in rage. Kraa. The group flinched back warily as a giant orcful with blood-red eyes roared in fury, leading Yuri to quickly observe and ask, "Lord Haim, this is no ordinary orc, is it?" And Haim replied, his eyes fixed on the monster, "No, sir. Though small, it is very experienced." The old man recalled the horrific sight from earlier. "It was eating a knight alive when we went to capture it. That orc has killed many people." A young soldier shouted with resentment, "You bastard, prisoner or not, I'll kill you myself." Seeing this, Yuri turned and gently calmed him. "Steady now." And the boy looked up with a hint of worry. "Your Highness." He glanced back with a serious expression. "I'm not trying to stop you, but look behind you." Yuri's voice rang out as the tall silhouette of the orcful stepped heavily on the ground. "They're looking for an opening. That orc is nothing special. The ones we'll meet on the plains will be even worse than this." He stepped over and gently patted the young soldier's shoulder, reminding him, "Focus, this is training. Learn how to kill an orc." The young soldiers gripped their swords, which were radiating blue light, their eyes fixed on the approaching orc. One of them, holding a smoldering fire lantern, swung it high and threw it whistling through the air. Hernando stood in front of Yuri and Haim and immediately unleashed a shield, blocking the lantern as it showered sparks. The orcful vomited a large amount of blood in shock, its face clearly showing sudden pain. The young soldier suddenly appeared behind it. The orcful was struck by his decisive sword strike from behind and slowly collapsed, coughing, "Ga ga." Yuri saw this and clapped his hands, smiling with satisfaction as he praised, "Well done." Even though they had defeated the orcful, their expressions did not brighten. Seeing this, he asked, not satisfied. Yuri walked toward the orcful's corpse lying in a pool of red liquid and spoke with understanding. "It makes sense, since this was just a trial against an enemy that couldn't even fight back. However, this experience will increase your survival rate on the battlefield. Be grateful to Lord Haim." Seeing him mentioned, Haim respectfully placed a hand over his chest and bowed slightly. "You all may think this doesn't fit the spirit of a knight." Then he turned decisively and walked away. "But these creatures don't deserve chivalry. Follow me, I have one more thing to show you." Everyone followed in Haim's footsteps, leaving behind the orcful lying still on the cold floor. These things were truly just insignificant pests. In the dark dungeon prison, only the faint light from lamps scattered along the path provided any illumination. In the orc camp, their actions are even more horrific. Haim led the way with a torch and opened a door, illuminating what was ahead. "What you're about to see is the consequence of their actions." Yuri followed his lead and frowned slightly, his expression turning grim as he thought, "I see," while the young soldier beside him was shocked by the sight. This is. Scrawny skeletal orcfuls, locked in chains at their feet, were struggling to reach toward them, half-orcs. Yuri looked down thoughtfully and said, "There are more than I expected," and Haim didn't deny it, nodding slightly and replying, "Yes, and training them is not easy." The old man explained calmly, "Orcs capture humans and treat them as toys. These are the products of their games." And hearing this, the young soldier felt a surge of nausea and had to cover his mouth. Yuri turned and asked Haim softly, "Do you hate orcs?" The old man pondered for a moment, looked away, and replied decisively, "I do, until the day I die." Seeing this, he looked at Haim intently. Yuri gripped the sword at his hip and thought, so calm, it's as if he's used to this mess. "Everyone has a mortal enemy. For me, it's the Empire." He recalled the image of Haim sitting silently in the rain, tears streaming down. "For Lord Haim, it seems to be the orcs. I heard he recovered his son's body from an orc village. It seems that sight still haunts him, just as I can't forget the desolation of the kingdom." The early morning sunlight shone upon the magnificent palace. A call rang out, making Yuri tilt his head back. "Your Highness." Haim appeared and pushed Kori forward, saying, "Please take him with you." He smiled and quickly recognized him, the person from the cellar yesterday, and the old man nodded slightly, replying, "Yes, his name is Kori." Yuri smiled and couldn't help but offer praise. Speaking the orc language is a valuable skill. Kori reacted somewhat slowly, hesitantly saying, Sir, there's something I have to tell you," but he raised a hand to stop him. "Stop." Yuri nodded slightly and continued, "I already know," leaving Kori in a daze. "Yes, sir." He continued, "I know what you're worried about, so don't think about anything," then placed something in his hand. "I'll give you this, so I expect you to work hard." Kori looked worried and stammered, but something this valuable. But Yuri didn't seem to care about his current anxiety and simply turned to the side, calling out, "Lord Raymond." He smiled and asked, "The border is behind here, right?" And Raymond nodded slightly in reply, "Yes, there will be a few monster packs, but you don't have to worry about being ambushed." Yuri closed his eyes and shook his head slightly. "No, you're wrong. The monsters are just as much a threat to the border as the orcs." His powerful voice echoed through the mountain ranges. "We must purge them all." A group of merchants appeared in the dense forest with a very large horse-drawn wagon. The sound of hooves rang out, getting closer and closer. A man with a scarred face appeared with an incredibly dangerous smile. He pulled out a blood-soaked sword, causing the merchants to panic at the sight. A terrifying gleam of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Then he lunged forward, swinging his sword down toward the group of merchants. Red liquid splattered everywhere. Yuri rode gallantly on his horse, leading the soldiers forward at a steady pace. He turned his head slightly to look back. Yuri saw Cory riding a small horse beside the tall Hernando and thought, the battalion will be in an uproar when they find out Cory is a half-orc. Then he let out a satisfied smile, thinking with relief, since I've assigned him as a guard, Hernando will take good care of it. Haha, what a pain. Yuri opened the map in his hand and looked at it thoughtfully. Suddenly he raised his hand and called out, Gerald, and Gerald immediately replied from behind, Yes, your highness. He hurried his horse forward to walk beside Yuri and glanced over. He looked seriously at the map in his hand and said, From now on you'll be in charge of scouting. I'll mark the locations, go and report back. While Gerald felt a bit worried and asked, Scouting, but this place is full of bandits. He frowned and continued, They'll just run away if we find them, are you sure, sir? And Yuri replied seriously while staring at the map, We'll chase them to the end. They're hurting the border merchants, aren't they? He smirked with a mocking smile and added, What's this? Not confident. That doesn't sound like a talented man such as yourself at all. Then every word out of Yuri's mouth felt like a knife piercing through Gerald. The other soldiers are too nervous for this task. I'm just a young, inexperienced prince, while you're a swordsmanship genius who doesn't understand the feelings of ordinary people. Pushed to his limit, he shouted and galloped forward. I'm going right now, while Yuri watched from behind and laughed with satisfaction. Good go, I like that enthusiasm. Seeing that, Raymond spurred his horse to Yuri's side and remarked, It seems you're quite fond of him, to which the boy, still unable to stop laughing, replied, Fond might be an overstatement. I'm just dragging him along for the ride. Yuri smiled and snapped his head toward the side. He cheerfully continued, Sir Raymond, may I ask you something that's not exactly interesting? And the man replied with a polite smile, Please, your highness. Yuri's next words made even the mentally prepared Raymond daze out. What is it that you fight for? And the man hesitated for a moment before saying, It's been a long time since I've heard anyone ask that. But Raymond's gaze immediately turned serious as he glanced at Yuri and said, However, my only answer is a very old-fashioned one. To which the boy calmly replied, I'm listening. This time it was Yuri's turn to be stunned by Raymond's answer. For the safety of Brial. The corners of his mouth curled into a satisfied smile. Not a bad answer at all. Yuri gripped the reins tightly and announced loudly, Maintain this marching speed. I'm going to go check on Jard for a bit. Then Yuri immediately spurred his horse and galloped off in the direction Gerald had just dashed. Deep in the forest, in a clearing, a group of people had set up tents and a camp. A stranger was tied up tightly and thrown onto the ground with great force, screaming out in pain, Ah. Another person stepped forward and spoke with a powerful voice, Quiet. Yuri crouched down, clutching an incredibly sharp dagger in his hand, and spoke in a terrifying tone that made the man tremble with fear. The least you could do is learn to cherish your life, don't you think? Jard peered down through his binoculars, observed for a moment, and called out, Your Highness, I've found it. He pointed down at the group of people at the foot of the mountain and said, That's the bandits' base, and Yuri didn't hesitate to give Jard a compliment. Well done, Jard. Then he glanced down at the tied-up man on the ground and interrogated him. So you're saying this guy went out on scout duty all by himself? He didn't go with anyone else. Did your commander really send you out alone? With his entire body bound by rope, the man could only stutter out, Why yes, that's right. When the man continued, Yuri immediately frowned. I'm just a recruit, so I don't know much. The bright red necklace around the man's neck caught his attention. Without saying a word, Yuri immediately reached into the man's shirt to rummage around, making the guy panic and scream at the top of his lungs. Kaya. He managed to pull out a necklace with a pendant glowing with a red light. What is this? Yuri interrogated him. Is this yours? And the man timidly replied, No, the boss gave it to me and told me to carry it while on patrol. His face darkened as he drew the gleaming sword at his hip, which looked like a magical artifact. What kind of magic is carved into this? And seeing that, the man shrieked, I don't know anything. Yuri's voice suddenly dropped low as he stepped closer to the trembling man. Is that so? Then there's no other way. He smiled confidently and turned to walk away. I'll just capture the boss and ask him myself. The sun had already dipped behind the mountain, and the sky was gradually growing dark. Yuri held his binoculars firmly, sitting in the bushes and watching his surroundings intently, when suddenly a loud call rang out, Your Highness. Jard led a few knights back after scouting the situation. As you instructed, we've deployed forces along the paths we predict they'll use to escape. Meanwhile, I've also ordered several scouts to prioritize determining the headcount inside. Seeing this, he immediately put the binoculars away and flashed a bright smile. Good. So if I cause a commotion from the inside, they'll fall right into the trap, won't they? And the man stared blankly at what Yuri just said. I'm sorry. Cause a commotion. Very quickly, he climbed onto his horse and shouted, Move out immediately. If you guys arrive late, there won't be anything left to share, understood? While everyone was still dazed and confused, Yuri lunged his horse forward at a rapid pace, making Jard scream in a panic, "Wait, your highness." But the boy didn't pay the slightest bit of attention to the shout from behind as he spurred his horse onward. "It's too dangerous to go alone." Yuri smiled, pulled back the reins, and shouted, "Where are my soldiers?" A fierce roar erupted, shaking the entire campsite. Charge. The men in the camp were still dazed, not understanding what was happening. What's that sound? Then both of them looked up in total surprise. He, a lone rider on his horse, crashed right down onto the middle of their lavish dinner table, turning everything upside down and sending food flying everywhere. They fell back onto the ground, watching the strange appearance in horror and unable to utter a word. "Nice to meet you all." Yuri gripped the reins tightly and offered a friendly-looking smile. "Bandits." Not long after, night fell over the dense, dark forest. Jard led the night squad as they rushed over in a panic, calling out loudly, "Your Highness." He and Raymond ran a long distance, panting from exhaustion and staring blankly at the scene before them. There was the image of the boy sitting leisurely on top of the bandits they had just rounded up, surrounded by many other captured thieves. "You guys are late." Jard stepped toward Yuri in shock. "Why did you have to act so recklessly? It was dangerous." While the boy remained comfortably seated on a bandit, questioning him back, "Why didn't you guys follow me in time? Now all you do is nag." Then Yuri shifted his gaze toward Raymond and asked, "Sir Raymond, did any of them manage to escape?" To which the man returned to his serious demeanor and replied, "No, all have been neutralized, and there are no casualties on our side." He held a skewer of grilled meat in his hand, stood up abruptly, and said, "Good, now let's take their meat and get ready for dinner." Everyone had an eye-catching meat skewer in hand, placing them near the fire to cook. Tonight's dinner was field-style grilled meat skewer. Jard helplessly offered his input. "It doesn't smell very good," but Yuri still smiled with pride and said, "That's the best part, but it seems you don't know how to enjoy it yet." While he stood by the fire rambling on, the bandit behind him scrambled to his feet. "Let's rest here for the night and continue the march tomorrow morning," to which the soldiers shouted in unison, "Understood." Raymond suddenly spoke up, "And your highness, regarding our next destination, Guide, before we reach Valshard, the assembly point for the allied forces, it seems we will encounter the army of another kingdom at Guide, as our route coincides with theirs." He asked back calmly, though his foot swung out and kicked a bandit right in the face, "Is that so? Which kingdom?" The man frowned slightly and replied dejectedly, "The Holy Kingdom." Yuri smiled slightly and asked, "The nation that uses holy arts?" Good." He continued, "Perhaps they will heal our wounds if we establish good relations." But at that, Raymond's face filled with worry. "I'm not so sure about that." He recalled the image of a woman whose figure was both delicate and fragile, yet strong and decisive. There are rumors that the supreme commander of the Allied forces this time is the Princess of the Holy Kingdom. However, because she is in a weak position in the power struggle, it's said that she is very sensitive about achieving results to secure her position. So the rumors say she will do anything to claim credit in this Allied campaign. Hearing this, Yuri placed his hand on his chin in deep thought. "A Princess of the Holy Kingdom, huh?" Raymond stepped forward and asked, "Should I look into it more thoroughly?" But the boy crossed his arms and smiled. "No, we don't need to do that." Yuri looked up at the sky where a bright moon shone amidst the darkness, his face showing a look of interest. "I can go meet her in person." The assembly point for the Allied forces and a stopover for those heading to Valshard was Guide. They were in charge of supplies for the Allied forces, and if you caused trouble, you were finished. If found guilty in Guide, you would be judged by Guide's laws, as it was an isolated area where their own rules applied. Within the soldiers' tent area, a voice rang out. "Sir Raymond, ensure our soldiers maintain proper etiquette before entering, including the knights." And Raymond's formal voice immediately replied, "Understood. We'll stop outside the city for a moment to ensure no one makes a mistake when going inside. I'll go meet the city lord." The city lord smiled very warmly at Yuri. "It is an honor to meet a prince of Brial." He also followed etiquette, reaching out to shake his hand and replying, "Thank you for the reception. Brial is also very grateful for your support." And the city lord happily said, "No problem at all. We will always fully support the Allied forces." Then he sat down, unable to hide his cheerful laughter. When the king of Brial was young, he was famous for fighting against the orcs. "They must be terrified now that you are here, haha." And Yuri smiled, slowly sitting in the opposite chair and replying, "I will do my best." A butler called out from outside, catching his attention. Then he leaned close to the lord's ear and whispered while the boy watched. Afterward, the lord turned to Yuri and said with a smile, "The princess from the Holy Kingdom has arrived. Would you like to meet her with me?" He gave a slight nod in polite response. "I would." A moment later, the sound of footsteps echoed, and a woman stepped into the room. The lord hurriedly stood up to welcome her. Amidst the bright light streaming down from the royal hall, a female knight in pure white armor, radiating an aura of authority, strode in confidently. She was the second princess of the Holy Kingdom, Sibylla Arce. Sibylla's face was set in a very serious expression as she introduced herself. I am the second princess of the Holy Kingdom. Call me Sibylla Arce. He rubbed his hands together and smiled warmly. It is truly a pleasure to meet a princess in this place. She went silent for a moment, glancing at Yuri, and then asked, Are you a follower of the Lord? Seeing Sibylla say that, the boy's face clearly showed his confusion. She glanced at Yuri and spoke sternly, but as for him, he didn't seem to care at all. I have matters to discuss with him, so please leave us to speak in private. And seeing the misunderstanding, the Lord hurriedly explained, Ah, princess, he is. Before he could finish, the soldier accompanying Sibylla shouted loudly, Silence, the princess is speaking, and yet you remain seated. Show some respect. Yuri finally let out an "oh," saying "I." His next words made all of them gape in shock, turning them to stone. I am the third prince of Brial. The Lord quietly pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat in this awkward situation. The knight from earlier was now horrified and hurriedly explained, I am also in charge of Brial's forces, your highness, I. He shouted excitedly, leaving Yuri speechless. My mistake. I should have been dressed formally like the other knights, yet here I am looking like a vagrant. Then all the other knights bowed deeply, apologizing to him sincerely while Sibylla could only cover her face in helplessness. Please forgive us, we were wrong, please forgive us, your highness. Afterward they both sat back at the table and someone asked, Do I look that cheap? To which a forced laugh replied, Haha, not at all. Sibylla calmly apologized first, Forgive me for earlier. All right, stop it, while Yuri sat nearby smiling, not forgetting to tease her. Oh, should I really let it go? He held out his hand with a social smile. We should reintroduce ourselves, shouldn't we? I am Yuri, the third prince of Brial. They both shook hands in a friendly manner. A pleasure to meet you. Yuri cheerfully asked, How old are you, Sibylla? And Sibylla, still maintaining a rather cold attitude, replied, 20, to which Yuri honestly said, I'm 18. A 2-year difference isn't much, so let's be friends. With a warm look and a friendly smile in the sunlight filtering through the curtains, he tilted his head and said, Then I won't be formal anymore. It's a pleasure to meet you, Sibylla. She let out a small gasp of surprise. Ah, while the Lord looked very pleased and smiled. Wonderful. It's always good to make friends before fighting orcs. Yuri enthusiastically asked back, Are you okay with this too, Sibylla? And Sibylla, taken aback by his quick response, stammered, Well, yes. He frowned slightly, and through his sharp observation, he asked, I didn't see the other units on the way here. Sibylla, did you come ahead with just your knights? And she gave a slight nod. That's right, the main army arrives tomorrow. Yuri looked thoughtful, rubbing his chin as he looked away and said, I hope they're all right. Sibylla frowned in response, looking very serious and a bit intimidating. The Holy Kingdom has very strict military rules. Do you think something will happen? He smirked slightly and said, Oh, I mean from the outside, not internally. Orcs sometimes appear outside the borders. They're quite good at ambushing despite their large size. The Lord hurriedly nodded in confirmation. True, they are cunning despite their physical size. And Yuri smiled, this time a bit insincerely, and said, I'm sure there won't be a problem since it's the Holy Kingdom's army. Even so, he stole a glance at Sibylla, but I think you should keep that in mind. In the sun-drenched central square, with crowds bustling between colorful stalls, a familiar voice rang out, How are the Holy Kingdom's knights? Yuri and Hernando were strolling and chatting. They're old-fashioned. The princess must be having a hard time, and the man rubbed his chin while looking around. Did you see anything good about her? You seem interested in her. He replied, though his steps gradually came to a halt. I suppose so, but... Yuri pulled out the red necklace he got from the bandits and held it up to look at it closely. Are you sure this can be bought here? Hernando was also focused on watching the jewelry shops and concluded, That's definitely the only place that sells this sort of thing. And the boy walked ahead with the necklace, saying, I remember clearly that he said this thing can lure orcs. Specifically, he said if an orc catches a scent of this necklace, they'll go mad and charge. Sounds like war-inducing medicine. Then they both stopped in front of a shop and stared at the items, speaking disparagingly until the shopkeeper's face turned red with anger. A magical artifact. It looks so flimsy, and exactly I don't think it'll be effective. The old shopkeeper finally couldn't take it anymore, clenched his fists, and shouted, If you're not buying, then get lost. After which they both turned away and changed the subject as if nothing happened. I don't see anything similar here. They must have bought them all. Yuri smiled with a look of slight regret. What a shame. Hernando cried out happily, pointing ahead, Your Highness. A group of soldiers was walking together into a tavern. I think they're gambling inside that tavern. Seeing this, his face darkened visibly, his eyes flashing. Brial soldiers participating in gambling. That cannot be overlooked. They both cracked their necks and marched toward them. We can't be a proper army if we still engage in such shameful acts, he said, and the man following behind nodded in agreement. Indeed, Your Highness. In front of the gates of a large building, many knights were gathered there, and one of them stepped forward. How did the talk with the Lord go? to which Sibylla coldly replied, "Fine." He gave a mocking smile, his words full of sarcasm and contempt. "I've heard the stories that the Brial prince is unreliable. He was the vice-captain of the Holy Kingdom, Fennec." Fennec didn't stop, continuing to show his disdain. How can he lead others? I guess calling Brial a Song of Knights is an old saying now, and she heard him going too far and warned, "Talking behind someone's back isn't right, Fennec." He nonchalantly brushed off Sibylla's warning. "What's wrong? He dresses like a mercenary," and she frowned in disapproval. "And his behavior is even worse than what I've heard." Fennec didn't care at all, badmouthing one thing after another. "Once this orc business is over, I think Brial will have one less prince." And Sibylla barked sternly, "Enough, stop." He finally stopped, understood, and she asked seriously, "What about the main army?" With that, Fennec walked past Sibylla, giving her a slight glance and speaking with hidden meaning. "Of course there's nothing for you to worry about, princess. I'll handle everything." She turned around to watch the soldiers walk away. "We're going on patrol now." Sibylla cast her eyes down in distress. The sky was nearly dark, and the sound of laughter and rowdy crowds came from the tavern. Fennec led the group of knights into the tavern. He frowned and looked ahead. "Who are they?" Another spoke up while the soldiers in front of them were laughing and chatting happily. "I think they're Brial soldiers." And at that, Fennec looked confused and scoffed. "Allowing regular soldiers into the city? What kind of military discipline is this?" Another watched and said, "I think they're playing cards, as those soldiers seem to be having a lot of fun." "What's this?" Gennard's underlings. "Next, it's time to see what Yuge's gambler can do." And the more he watched, the more annoyed he became. "Do they have no rule?" The knight beside Fennec sneered. "I think they're like that because their captain is no good either." And he put on a serious face. "This can't be allowed. As a knight of the Holy Kingdom, I won't just stand by and watch." With that, Fennec took a deep breath and roared, "What do you think you're doing?" His heavy voice echoed throughout the tavern, making the knights and even Raymond turn around in confusion. "Do you think this is a place to play?" Fennec raised a finger as if he were lecturing them, saying, "Even if it's another nation's problem, I can't believe my eyes. Do you think the alliance is a joke?" But a familiar voice suddenly cut him off, asking, "What did you just say?" A firm hand was placed on his shoulder, making Fennec freeze and slowly turn to look. Yuri offered a friendly smile and pressed further. "What's your name?" Fennec brushed Yuri's hand off his shoulder in disgust, and the third prince stared back with a gaze that was anything but friendly. Fennec then glanced toward Raymond's group and spoke up. "Acting like this will only bring trouble to you and your knights." He let out a smug laugh, saying, "It seems you still don't get it. You should be giving them a sword, not a card, though I'm not even sure if you've ever held a sword properly yourself." Seeing Fennec like that, Yuri let out a cold chuckle. "Ha." His eyes turned sharp and cold as he said, "Hey, I asked what your name was. Does the Saint Kingdom's army not have a rank system?" These words were enough to make the smug man freeze in his tracks, stammering, that. At that moment, another person appeared. As the familiar voice rang out, they both turned around simultaneously. "What are you all doing?" Sibylla stepped in formally with her hands on her hips, her voice carrying an air of authority. "Lord Fennec, didn't you say you were going on patrol?" Fennec bowed deeply, his face showing his reluctance as he said, "Forgive me." He frowned with a cold, murderous gaze as the command was given, "Leave this place." Fennec then unwillingly departed with several of his soldiers. As he reached the door, he shot a quick glance back at her. Sibylla was not one to be bullied and frowned back at him. She then turned to Yuri with a sigh and apologized. "Sorry, I'll apologize on his behalf." But the boy simply offered a carefree smile and replied, "There's no need for that." Yuri continued as Sibylla's hand twitched over the sword at her hip. "It's hard to control everyone. Can a holy army even be influenced?" She then turned toward the door, not forgetting to leave a final word. "Then I'll repay this debt next time," to which he happily replied, "Yeah, until next time then." Yuri frowned, watching Sibylla depart in pensive silence. He recalled Raymond's words before arriving, "She's losing her influence, which is why she's so sensitive about her achievements," and thought to himself, so that's what Raymond meant. Yuri then pushed the thoughts aside and stepped forward with a smile, thinking, "Well, I'm not much better than her anyway." His relaxed voice rang out in the lively tavern. "Now then, shall we start the next round?" As a young soldier eagerly volunteered, "My turn this time," and Yuri laughed, praising him, "Your spirit is commendable." Meanwhile, Fennec stood outside, cursing under his breath in anger. "Damn it." He turned to Sibylla in confusion and questioned her, "Are you already on friendly terms with that Brial prince?" But she simply replied indifferently, "Is now the time to worry about that?" Fennec spoke up with great dissatisfaction. "Your Highness, didn't I tell you that his class is—" But another voice interrupted him. "Your Highness, Lord Fennec." Both of them turned around in surprise. A knight was galloped toward them from the distance in a great hurry. He stopped and jumped off his horse. Both man and beast were scratched and covered in mud. He knelt and spoke, "Forgive my insolence, but your subordinate has news to report." Sibylla keenly sensed something was wrong and replied, What is it? The words he spoke left both her and Fennec utterly stunned. The main army has been ambushed by orcs. Armor clanked through the night, shimmering under the light. The Lord looked up at Sevilla, who sat on her horse in full armor, and asked with total respect, "Your Highness, do you intend to set out immediately?" His face was filled with worry as he added, "Shouldn't you ask the Brial army for assistance?" Seeing this, she became quiet as if deep in thought. The Lord spoke up with a suggestion. "If you want to minimize casualties to your army, it would certainly be better if..." But a gruff voice suddenly interrupted. "What are you talking about?" Fennec galloped up from nowhere, looking down from his horse and speaking arrogantly. "The Saint Kingdom's business will be handled by the Saint Kingdom. Lord, do you really think we'd lose to some lowly orcs?" The Lord waved his hands and laughed, quickly explaining, "Ha ha ha, I didn't mean it like that," as Sevilla spoke up gently. "It's all right, Lord." Standing under the moonlight, her powerful beauty was enhanced as she offered a slight smile. "I understand your concern, but we can end this matter easily. Thank you for your consideration." With that, Sevilla spurred her horse hard and shouted, "Move out." And so, a group of knights led by Sevilla tore through the forest road in the dead of night. The Lord stood with his hands behind his back, watching a battalion gallop forward with incredible speed. The young soldier beside him turned and spoke with a confused expression. "The Saint Kingdom is quite stubborn," while the Lord's face, wrinkled with age, still held an undeniable worry as he said, "Especially that deputy commander. He's even more headstrong. We have no other choice." He then turned to the young soldier and immediately instructed, "Go to the Brial army camp at once and meet the third prince." And he bowed in obedience. "Yes, sir." The Lord frowned, his voice filled with urgency. "Hurry, there's no more time." A bright moon hung in the pitch-black night sky. Raymond approached Yuri, who was intently reading a piece of paper, and asked curiously, "Your Highness, what's written there?" Without taking his eyes off the paper, he replied with a serious expression, startling the man beside him. "The Saint Kingdom's main army was ambushed by orcs." Yuri frowned and continued, "The Alliance has requested our help to clear out the nearby orcs as a favor." Raymond spoke up with a hint of concern, but the request came from Guide, not the Saint Kingdom. Yuri looked up from the paper and recalled Fennec, saying coldly, "She seems to be quite stubborn." With that, Yuri gave the order, "Lord Raymond, prepare for battle immediately." And Raymond placed a hand on his chest and bowed, replying, "Understood." He turned to the young soldier beside him and asked, "What's your name again?" He remained on his knees and replied respectfully, "Roy, Your Highness." And receiving the answer, Yuri continued, "All right, Roy, go to the tavern next to the charm market and call the Brial soldier." He leaned down and whispered a small secret. "Tell them I only have 10 spots available and they'll come flocking." And Roy quickly understood Yuri's intent. "Yes, Your Highness." He gripped the paper in his hand, watching the man gallop away. Yuri placed the paper back on the table and said, "Now then." He raised both hands and brushed off the dust. Yuri let out an interested smile and said, "Shall we go for a little night stroll?" A while later, he reunited with his soldiers and was on his way to join the battle. Yuri turned back with a smile as they rode, saying, "I don't think you guys are sober yet." The knights immediately raised their swords and shouted in unison, "No, we're sober." And seeing this, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Haha, fine." Yuri then shot a playful glance at Gerald and teased, "Gerald, you don't look so good. Your face is going pale." While he was feeling incredibly dizzy and lightheaded but still managed to reply, I'm fine." The sound of hooves grew louder. Roland hurried up to Yuri's side from behind and called out with a smile, "Your Highness." And he replied, "What is it, Lord?" Then his eyes sparkled with total admiration, literally sparkling, as if stars were flying around, saying, "Once again, I'm truly amazed by you, Your Highness," leaving the boy to offer an awkward laugh in confusion. Huh. Roland continued, "Not only did you forgive the holy knights who insulted you, but you're even lending them a hand in this situation. I've learned that one doesn't need to retaliate petty slights. I admire you for that." While he continued to flatter Yuri, truly the profound vision of a prince, seeing beyond the surface to the core. Yuri offered a helpless, forced laugh and quickly explained, "Haha, it's not like that," while thinking to himself, "Since when did Laurent become this kind of person?" A faint, unreadable smile appeared on his face as he said, "I'm grateful for your loyalty," while his mind continued to wonder about Roland's behavior. "He's completely different from my past life. How strange, but then again, I've changed too." He continued to praise Yuri, thinking, "I just know how to appreciate things more. This idiot might have been influenced." Raymond shouted and pointed ahead, "Your Highness, look." A chaotic battle was unfolding ahead. It was the holy knights of the Saint Kingdom. Yuri's powerful voice rang out, lifting the spirits of all the knights as they prepared for combat. "Listen up, everyone. This is our first battle against the orcs. From now on, I will be the first one in and the last one out of every battle." He galloped forward, a terrifying killing intent already radiating from him. The third Prince of Brial, Yuri Brial. Yuri's order carried an invisible weight. I ordered. His horse's neighing combined with his majestic voice echoed through the forest. No one is allowed to get injured. Returning to a moment before the Imperial Knights appeared, Sevilla's face showed a look of annoyance. Internally, she blamed herself for being too careless. I should have anticipated an ambush. An image appeared in her mind of the protagonist reminding her that orcs sometimes appear from within the border. Thinking of this, she blamed herself again. I should have been more cautious. At that thought, they witnessed the group of knights ahead engaged in combat with the large orcs, both sides hacking at each other. Someone in Sevilla's group shouted, "They're still fighting." Back to Sevilla's perspective, seeing that her splinter group was still holding their ground, she felt a moment of relief, thinking, "Good, our banner still stands." She then turned and ordered her subordinate, "Lord Fennec, we're going straight for their main command." Fennec immediately nodded and took his position. "We will lead the charge." Following his signal, the group of knights spurred their horses forward. Sevilla at the rear silently prayed to her necklace, "O great Saint Tua, your humble servant is in peril. Please grant us strength." Following her words, a brilliant white aura erupted from the necklace, enveloping both her and her horse. The knight raised her sword and shouted, "Faster." Within seconds, led by her, they came face to face with a bizarre-looking skull. As the group arrived, its eye sockets suddenly glowed a deep red. Simultaneously, a magic circle was activated on the ground. This caused the earth to shatter into many pieces. The horses fell into chaos, while the princess realized what was happening and screamed, "It's a trap." Unfortunately, before the group could react, they fell straight into a deep pit prepared by the enemy. As she fell, Sevilla's mind was filled with regret. Have I made a wrong decision once again? Everyone had praised her when she awakened her divine power as a child. "You are extraordinary." She remembered the warmth in those voices. She had begun learning swordsmanship to meet those expectations. When her sword defeated her brother, she realized that learning swordsmanship was the worst decision she had ever made. Her brother kept forcing her onto the battlefield for fear that she would steal his position as heir. An image flashed in her mind of a young man handing her a document, saying, "Lady Sevilla, you must join the Allied forces. It is the will of God. Your soul will be saved and go to heaven if you fight for our great saint." Returning to the present, her face contorted as she let out a curse. What utter nonsense. He just wants me dead. All around her, the knights were groaning in pain from the fall. Nevertheless, Sevilla struggled to reassure them. "Everyone, assemble." She then noticed a black liquid clinging to her and guessed, "Is this oil?" As if realizing something, the princess quickly looked up. Sure enough, standing at the edge of the pit were the orcs holding torches, waiting to throw them down and burn them alive. An orc raised its torch, preparing to hurl it into the pit. Witnessing this, Sevilla's face went pale. Her mind was in total chaos, unable to think clearly, from an ambush to a fire trap. What should I do now? What must I do to survive? What do I live for? Countless questions rang in her head before a familiar voice appeared. "Sevilla, open your eyes. Is it really that hard to ask for help? Are you still okay?" The person who had just appeared was none other than our protagonist, Yuri. In that instant, he decapitated the orc holding the torch and said to those below with a smile, "Next up," and Yuri's group threw down ropes to help the others climb out. As soon as she reached the top, Sevilla did not forget to say thanks. "Thank you, I owe you one." Yuri simply shook his head. "It's nothing." On the other side, the obnoxious Fennec also chimed in. "Your Highness, Vice Captain of the Holy Kingdom, Fennec, presents himself to the third young master of the Brial family. Please forgive me for my rude behavior at the tavern the other day. I, Fennec, will never forget this day." His words made the princess a bit surprised, unable to believe that Fennec was actually apologizing. Meanwhile, Yuri didn't seem to pay much attention. He still smiled and accepted. "I accept your apology. Let the Holy Kingdom assist the Brial family when we face difficulties in the future." Not long after their reunion took place, the group was drawn to the sounds coming from the battle. Yuri turned his eyes toward the battlefield, where the fight was raging intensely. Then suddenly, an orc took out a buffalo horn trumpet and blew it hard. Hearing this sound, the 8 remaining orcs turned tail and fled. Someone shouted, "They're retreating," because they failed in their plan to assassinate the Holy Knights. "Don't let a single one escape," Yuri shouted, and the group answered in unison, "Understood." Following that, they hadn't been chasing for long when Yuri's eyes suddenly narrowed, as he witnessed a different kind of orc among the group. With his knowledge, the protagonist immediately recognized it. It was an orc Val. Knowing how dangerous it was, Yuri reached out to stop Sibylla from advancing any further. On the opposite side, this orc Val also began to draw its bow, even concentrating its mana into the weapon, then released it, unleashing a sharp arrow aimed directly at the position of Yuri and Sibylla. However, this simple attack wasn't enough to trouble our protagonist. With just a simple swing of his sword, he easily snapped the arrow in two. Even after doing so, he was so composed that he spoke mockingly. It seems the orc commander is getting angry. Because it's better if I respond to his provocation. Next, the protagonist also enveloped his body in a layer of gentle blue light and slowly stepped forward. Behind him, the Princess Sibylla had a look of slight worry on her face. However, she didn't reach out to stop him. On this side, Yuri began to crouch down slightly to gain momentum, while also saying, "I'll be right back." His words made Sibylla panic, and she hurriedly asked back, "Hey Yuri, you're not planning to go alone, are you?" But before Sibylla could get an answer, our knight began to rush forward to slaughter those orcs. Of course, the monsters weren't fools. They immediately turned back to fight. An orc in the group quickly grabbed a spear from somewhere and threw it with all its might at Yuri. The spear flew toward the protagonist at wind-tearing speed. Seeing this, Yuri also immediately pulled his sword back, his eyes wide open. He carefully observed the spear's flight path, and then, at the exact moment it was about to touch his body, Yuri began to remember 5 years ago, when Uncle Bernard mentioned soul severing to him. Countless variables arise on the battlefield. Terrain and environment are beyond counting. The fundamental key lies in expanding adaptability through repetitive training. However, young master's soul severing is different. You immediately grasp the entire surrounding situation, intuitively recognizing the optimal path, and then converting it into a master stroke. In the vision, the young Yuri heard the man speak like that and felt it was a bit wordy, complaining irritably, "Explain it in a simpler way." Having no choice, Bernard sighed and continued, "When the moment comes, you will understand it for yourself. Your body will react ahead of time in that direction, allowing you to take down enemies in the most efficient way." Returning to reality. At this moment, Yuri seemed to understand the meaning of those words, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. He immediately tilted his head to one side, dodging the dangerous spear. However, this wasn't the end. Yuri immediately sensed another dangerous presence. It was heading toward him, so he quickly turned his head forward and saw another spear aimed at him with dizzying speed. To deal with this move, Yuri immediately dropped to the ground, then lunged powerfully upward, just in time to dodge the spear as it struck the ground and created a small hole. Next, his valiant body landed lightly on the shaft of the spear. He utilized its elastic force to spring directly above the heads of the monster. Opposite him, the two orcs saw Yuri easily dodging the attack and were startled. It was just a shame they didn't have time to do anything, because our protagonist unleashed 2 sword strikes into their chests, making blood spray everywhere. Elsewhere, the remaining orcs saw their comrades being finished off so quickly, so they roared in anger and lunged to gank. Aware of this, Yuri quickly calculated a response in his head. The situation is 1 against 3. A head-on confrontation is too dangerous. However, it's been a long time since I've returned to the battlefield. There's no way I'm letting this opportunity pass. Thinking this, a look of extreme excitement flashed across his face. Yuri's eyes widened, focusing entirely on what was ahead, and very quickly. In his sight, slash marks began to appear. "I see it now, the optimal sword path." Following the guidance he saw, Yuri began to unleash countless sword strikes at a dizzying speed, making another unlucky orc let out a miserable scream before heading to see the Grim Reaper. Next, naturally, the 2 green-skinned ones behind couldn't escape their fate either. Following their comrades, shrill screams began to ring out until all sound vanished. All around, the bodies of orcs lay scattered in pools of blood. As for Yuri, he lightly sheathed his sword at his hip, thinking back on the battle. "My body still hasn't caught up to my thoughts. Well, I'll just be satisfied with this for now." Thinking this, he turned his eyes toward a spear on the ground. Yuri reached out and picked it up, lifting it high into the air and shouted loudly, "Orc Val." Not far away, the Orc Val heard the call and turned its face toward the source of the sound. Immediately after, Yuri's hand began to grip the spear tight. He didn't hesitate at all, enveloping the spear in a bright aura and throwing it forward with the speed of lightning. In response to this attack, the big guy also hurriedly raised 2 axes in front of its chest to block the blow. But looking at its actions, Yuri let out a very confident smile. Sure enough, from the beginning, Yuri had no intention of aiming at this Orc Val. Instead, the tip of his spear shattered their axes, causing the morale of the remaining orcs to drop visibly, while the leader of the orcs himself had eyes that turned blood red with rage. After a few seconds to regain its composure, it seemed to sense that it couldn't win this battle, so it began to mumble orders for its subordinates to quickly retreat. Returning to Yuri's thoughts, "I thought they would all charge at once, but then they concluded that further losses weren't worth it." Thinking this, he smiled and said, "Hopefully this is enough to avenge that arrow from earlier." Just as he finished speaking, the worried voice of Princess Sibylla rang out from behind. "Hey Yuri, are you hurt anywhere?" Yuri turned around with a smile and replied, "No, I'm fine. Anyway, it looks like everything is over now, isn't it?" "So Sibylla, how does it feel to win your first victory as part of the Alliance?" Hearing this question, a slight smile appeared on the princess's face. Then she said, "Thank you. It's all thanks to you." The scene shifts to the Orc Val's position. it still hadn't accepted its defeat and took its anger out on a nearby tree, causing a massive dent to appear in the trunk. Its whole body began to radiate a thick, murderous intent, enough to understand how furious this monster had become. The scene shifts to a small tavern in the heart of town. The noisy atmosphere is filled with the smell of beer and laughter. Suddenly, a shout rings out, breaking through the bustle. Really? Razor, gripping his beer mug in one hand and clenching his other fist, his whole body trembled slightly with excitement. He spoke up sheepishly, his voice full of enthusiasm. I'm telling the truth. He continued, his eyes sparkling as he remembered. Prince Yuri suddenly lunged out, catching the torch midair. Right at the moment it was about to fall into the fire pit, it was truly top tier. Hearing these words, two soldiers nearby exclaimed in unison, one going "ah" and the other "oh," their eyes shining with admiration. Another guy, his voice full of doubt, chimed in, rumors say Prince Yuri is useless in combat. I thought he was just a gambler, spending all day partying and playing cards, though I have to admit he's really good at cards. Roland, sitting nearby, immediately retorted with a proud expression, all those rumors are complete nonsense. He placed a hand on his chest and said admiringly, clearly he carries the noble blood of the royal family, the same lineage as the king. Another soldier hurriedly interrupted in a heroic tone, stop, let me tell you in detail about the prince's superhuman martial arts. Another guy burst out laughing, teasing, hey, this guy is drunk, who gave him so much wine. In a hidden corner of the tavern, a mysterious figure quietly observed the conversation. The purple-haired girl, her eyes sharp and cold, mumbled to herself, Prince Yuri, how strange. Just an ordinary royal, yet he saw through all my hidden assassination techniques. And now he voluntarily charges into the battlefield. When I try to stop him, it feels like he's always a few steps ahead, as if he can see into the future. She turned, calling out to the tavern keeper in a low voice, I need to find someone. The owner, who was wiping a glass, looked up curiously. What kind of person are you looking for? She replied in a cold but clear voice. He has dark brown hair, carries a sword, and is a master swordsman. The owner rolled his eyes, thought for a moment, and then shook his head. Just that makes it hard to identify. She continued, her voice sharper. He's not proficient in the continental language, and his accent is very heavy. Hearing this, the owner was momentarily startled, as if remembering something. He clapped his hands, his eyes lighting up. Ah, now I remember. I'm not sure if his hair was brown, but there was a guy who spoke broken continental. He ordered a risotto, requested no seasoning, and asked for directions to Balsham. The girl nodded, slowly pulling out a sparkling coin and placing it on the table. I understand, thank you. Looking at the coin, the owner's eyes shone and a wide smile bloomed. Ha ha, I wasn't saying it to seek a reward, but I will accept the gratitude of an esteemed guest. He turned and left while the purple-haired girl sank into thought. Balshad, the assembly point for the Orc Alliance, that's also where the prince is headed. I must set out first to find him, one of the strongest swordsmen in the East. Scene shifts back to Yuri. After the battle in Guide, the army quickly moved to the next location. Along the way, they camped many times, and thanks to experience from previous times, everyone was better prepared. Watching the army become proficient, Yuri smiled, his voice full of satisfaction. Everyone has become faster after a few practices. I thought I'd have to teach from scratch, but this is great. Raymond, standing nearby, replied, we've camped many times, we're getting used to it. Yuri nodded, his gaze sincere. Thank you, Raymond. This is all thanks to your hard work. Having spoken, he turned around, his voice calm. I'm going to check the perimeter. Please look after things here. Raymond nodded and respectfully replied, yes, your highness. Yuri walked alone in the vast forest, thinking to himself as he went, just by leaving the camp a bit, everything has become completely quiet. The risk of a night ambush is perhaps higher than I thought. Suddenly, from deep in the forest, a loud scream rang out, cutting through his thoughts. Yuri immediately headed toward the sound. There, two soldiers were verbally abusing Corey. One guy roared, I told you not to attract attention. He continued in a contemptuous voice, you filthy half-orc. Faced with the insults, Corey could only remain silent, tears quietly falling. The other soldier became more aggressive. No matter how I look at it, you're a spy. Aren't you tricking the prince and colluding with the orcs? Corey hurriedly raised her face, her voice trembling. Sir, it's not like that, I am absolutely not. The soldier stepped forward, grabbed Corey's hand, and violently ripped off the glove she was wearing. Is that so, thief? Give it back. Corey tried to plead. I didn't steal it, please give it back. Just then Yuri stepped out, his voice as cold as ice. Hey, you two. Everyone is setting up tents, what are you doing here? Seeing Yuri, the soldier stammered, Your Highness, this person. Yuri spoke, his eyes sharp and cold. It seems you don't understand. I'm saying it one more time, get out. Faced with that authoritative tone, the two soldiers trembled and said in unison, Yes, Your Highness, our apology. They hurriedly turned and ran away. Yuri looked at Corey and said softly, Are you all right? He handed back the glove with a smile. Take it. Corey, grateful, bowed her head. Yes, thank you, Your Highness. Yuri continued, I have the right to punish them. Do you want me to? Corey shook her head, her voice low but firm. It's all right. People like beauty and hate ugliness. It's an instinct. If you help me, things might be easier, but my dream will only grow further away. Yuri was curious. What is that dream? Corey hesitated and then replied, I want to be accepted by everyone and to live in harmony with. Yuri mused, not an easy dream. He placed a hand on Corey's shoulder, his voice warm. Kari, you're staying with Hernando, right? Learn the orc language from him. Learn the orc language from him. The scene shifts to the night. The campsite remains on high alert. Inside a tent, a voice spoke up. How is the progress on the defense against the nighttime ambush? Raymond replied with a firm tone. All material storage areas have been covered with fireproof tarps. Guards are stationed around the wooden fence. Razor cut in with a skeptical voice. Is it necessary to go this far? You've increased the manpower more than usual. Yuri pointed to a spot on the map and said in a low voice, this is orc territory. Whatever happens won't be strange. The possibility of them using dark magic is very high. While he was explaining, a soldier rushed in breathlessly and shouted, Your Highness, it's a big problem, an orc ambush. The entire tent shook, and everyone rushed outside. The scene of chaos struck Yuri's eyes. Soldiers were in a fierce battle with the orcs, and flames erupted from the tents. Yuri remarked, the situation is worse than I thought. A large barrel suddenly fell, emitting a pitch-black dark aura as it slammed heavily into the ground. From behind Yuri, a massive explosion rang out, causing him to startle. What is this? Looking at the fire in front of him, Yuri wondered, are they using gunpowder? Hernando, standing beside him, shook his head and said, it's not gunpowder, that is faded mana sorcery. This is a large-scale attack. Yuri turned with a firm voice. Hernando, what is the strategy in this situation? Hernando pointed forward and replied, they are creating bombs with sorcery and throwing them down. We must stop the one behind this. Yuri pondered and then shouted toward Raymond and Razor. Scatter by units and take command. He gripped his sword tightly, his eyes burning. I will find the one behind this myself. A surge of mana exploded from Yuri's body, carrying terrifying power. He muttered with determination, and I will see his face clearly. Yuri looked toward Hernando and asked, which direction is the magic coming from? Hernando pointed forward and replied, from that way. With that, Yuri immediately slammed his foot hard against the ground and said, all right, I'm going and I'll be right back. As he spoke, he lunged forward in the direction Hernando had pointed. While moving, something suddenly caught his eye, causing him to startle for a moment. At this moment, he noticed the broken banner tied to the back of an orc Val that he had broken earlier. Gripping his sword tightly, he charged forward, gritting his teeth. So it's you. The orc Val didn't let him take advantage, immediately pulling the axe from its back and swinging it forward to block his incoming attack. After that, the two of them exchanged moves for a while. Yuri backed away, looking at his trembling arm and thinking to himself, his strength is not ordinary, and his movements are very strange. He looks like someone with a lot of combat experience. I don't like it, but first, I must keep my distance. Without giving him time to think, the orc Val immediately lunged forward, swinging its axe and striking powerfully toward him. But with his quick reflexes, he easily backed away to dodge the previous attack. Then followed a series of attacks directed at Yuri's position, but he still utilized his agility to avoid. This made the orc Val angry. It let out a roar and unleashed another strike. But this time, Yuri decided not to dodge and immediately swung his sword to face its attack. As soon as he finished blocking, he immediately spun the sword and delivered a powerful downward slash toward the orc Val, making it let out a cry of pain. His face went dark as he muttered, I admit he's different from the rest. He's on a completely different level. Then his gaze became more serious as he said, let's see just how good your skills are. As he finished speaking, he lunged forward, thrusting his sword powerfully toward the orc Val's throat, making it jump back to avoid it. Then suddenly, thick black aura radiated from around its body, as if it were being granted more strength. It immediately swung the axe in its hand with great force, striking straight at the ground and causing the earth to shatter. Luckily, Yuri managed to back away, just in time to avoid the previous blow. Skidding across the ground, he still observed every action of the orc Val with extreme care. Then he spoke up, except for the scene ahead, this is the moment. According to his gaze, the orc Val's entire body was completely enveloped by the dark aura. Looking at that, he remarked, a mana method. The orc Val gripped the axe in its hand and stepped calmly toward him without a trace of fear. Looking at it, he mumbled to himself, when I heard they used sorcery, I should have been suspicious. Can orc mages use mana? Recalling the scene when the base was on fire, he remarked, could it be they even know how to use gunpowder? Hernando, beside him, replied, it's not gunpowder, that is twisted mana sorcery. It means that among the orc warriors there is one who has mastered a mana method. At this thought, a smile played on the corners of his mouth. Then he gripped his sword tight and looked straight ahead, saying, "You are one of those elites, aren't you?" His eyes suddenly flashed as he used the soul-stealing slash technique. Countless invisible sword lines appeared all over the orc Val's body. It was completely unaware of this and still lunged madly toward him to attack. He balanced defense while observing the weaknesses that had appeared on its body, then immediately swung his sword, aiming straight for its throat and thrusting so fast it couldn't react. Just as the blade touched its throat, it immediately reached out to grab the blade to stop. Its eyes looked absolutely ferocious at this action. Seeing that, he remarked, "You bastard, you're concentrating mana in your neck to reduce the damage." It then immediately yanked his blade away from its throat with a roar of anger. Its hand was still tightly gripping his blade, but then he tightened his grip on the hilts and delivered a powerful slash, severing the fingers that were holding the blade from its body. He then immediately used his high speed to back away. Dodging the attack it was swinging toward him. Blood trickled down his shoulder, where a gash had appeared. He gritted his teeth and angrily admitted, "This guy is no pushover either." Then a smile appeared on his lips as he said, "So light strikes don't work on you." With that, he channeled a large amount of mana into his sword and looked ahead once more with a smile. "Fine then, let's have a proper match." Both sides now maintained a state of high concentration, facing each other without daring to let down their guard. Then they both lunged at each other like two arrows, delivering a series of slashes that made the surrounding space vibrate violently. Immediately after, a massive explosion occurred where they were fighting. As soon as the dust cleared, only large craters remained on the ground. Along with that was a fragment of the axe blade stabbed into the earth. Yuri's gaze was now incredibly sharp and cold. He looked straight at the orc Val kneeling before him without a moment's delay. He lunged forward, gripping his sword and shouting, "It's over." He then thrust his sword powerfully into the orc Val's chest, making it let out a cry of pain. Then its whole body rolled onto the ground. Pulling out his sword and looking at the orc Val, which was still moving, he thought to himself, "He's still alive. This guy is an elite, so he must know a lot. It would be a waste to kill him right away." Just then soldiers ran over from a distance, shouting, "Your Highness," and one asked, "Are you all right?" The other glanced toward the orc Val and said, "Is it an orc?" He nodded in agreement. "That's right." He then asked, "How is the situation at the camp?" The soldier saluted and replied, "It's almost completely stabilized, sir." Yuri lightly sheathed his sword and said, "Good. Gather all the surviving orcs in one place and take this one along too." He glanced down at it and said, "From now on, the orc interrogation will begin." Returning to the camp. At this moment, Hernando approached, looked at Yuri's wound and said, "This is an area that gets injured easily. You must loosen it properly more often if you don't want to get a permanent injury." He began the treatment. Yuri turned and asked, "Did you get hit by an orc again?" Hernando smiled and replied, "Pardon, you're the one who goes wandering around just to get hit." Hearing this, Yuri snapped angrily, "You brat." After a few minutes of treatment, Hernando let go and said, "It's done. Luckily, the wound isn't too deep." Yuri lightly rotated his shoulder and felt that his movement was easier than before. He smiled and said, "Very good now." But before he could finish his sentence, Hernando interrupted, "Ah, Your Highness, please wait a moment." He turned to a soldier and ordered, "Bring the chair over here." This made Yuri startle slightly and look toward him. At this moment, an exquisitely carved chair was placed firmly on the ground. Hernando spoke up with a grand introduction, the chair of a majestic commander in the middle of a battlefield. "Now please conduct the interrogation right here." Looking at it, Yuri wondered and asked, "What is this, Hernando?" Hernando, behind him, offered a smile and said, "A commander should have dignity after all. I had a soldier who used to be a carpenter Looking at the chair, a smile played on Yuri's lip. He approached awkwardly and said, "Well, since you've gone through the trouble of making it, I can't exactly refuse." Immediately after, he stepped over and sat down with a satisfied face. He remarked, "Not bad, it's actually quite decent." He then let out a few short coughs, looked toward the orcs below, and said coldly, "From now on, the prisoner interrogation officially begins. Now pull them up one by one." Following his instruction, Jard pulled the orcs up one at a time and shoved their heads into a cauldron of oil, causing their faces to burn and making them scream in pain. Witnessing this scene, the remaining orcs flinched in terror. At this moment, Yuri spoke up, "You only have one chance to answer." Then he asked who ordered the nighttime ambush. At this, one orc shouted as if saying something. Corey beside him began to translate, "Oh, Your Highness," this orc just said. But before he could finish, Yuri raised a hand to interrupt. "Never mind, it's obvious he's being cursed." Then he ordered Jard to get to work. Jard immediately grabs the rope binding the orc, and once more shoved its head into the oil cauldron, making it let out a pathetic scream. This continued as a warning to the other orcs. Witnessing this scene, both Hernando and Corey behind him flinched in fear. The orc's whole body was now being engulfed by flames as it screamed in despair. Above them, Yuri was skillfully handling the small blade in his hand, looking straight at the orcs below and speaking coldly. I will only ask one more time, and I will be very brief. It depends on your answer. As he spoke, he manipulated the blade, pointing it straight at the orc lying on the ground. With a single cold gesture, the blade stabbed straight into the orc's chest, making it let out a pathetic scream. He added coldly, "Maybe I'll grant you a quick, painless death." While the orc was still alive, Yuri immediately ordered Jard, "Continue dealing with it." This made the other orcs below scream in rage. He then turned to Corey and asked, "What is he saying?" Corey replied, "He says they are just low-level soldiers, so they don't know anything. But they confess that the one who gave the order was Orc Bal. They plead with us to punish him and spare them." Hearing this, Yuri smiled and said, "Haha, I see he's trying." Then he changed his voice, becoming cold. "So this ambush was under Orcua's orders, is that right?" Hearing that strange name, the people standing behind began to whisper, "Orcua. I've never heard that name before. The king of orcs, Orcua. He was surely the one who led the Orc Alliance in revolt, and the one who slaughtered countless knights in his past life. In this war, he was the one who must be killed and erased." Corey turned and translated clearly. He asks if he'll be spared if he answers. Yuri continued, telling him, "The answer is yes." After that, Corey began to translate his words to the orcs below. After hearing the orcs' words, Corey turned to Yuri shyly and said, "Your Highness, this orc Val wants an oath." Yuri wondered and asked back, "An oath?" Corey continued, "He says that betraying an oath and then striking an opponent is like dragging your honor through the mud." Hearing this, Yuri smiled and said, "Haha, it seems he's had quite a bit of contact with humans. An orc with nothing but muscle for brains can actually say such things." He then said immediately, "All right, I swear." These words startled Jard behind him. He spoke up, "Your Highness, what are you thinking letting that thing go?" Yuri immediately reassured him, "It's all right, Jard, please calm down." He then turned to ask Corey, "Is it truly Orcua's order?" Corey translated, "He says that's right, specifically an order from the chieftain of the Han tribe. The Han tribe chieftain acts under Orcua's order." Yuri asked further, "And the Orc Alliance, how did they know our marching route?" Corey continued, "He says Orcua has his own ways of gathering information, but he himself doesn't know how." Jard immediately interrupted, "Your Highness, so you mean that Orcua knew our movements and ordered the ambush?" Yuri let out a quiet sigh and replied, "Yes, the gathering of the Saint Kingdom must also be through this method." He then looked below and asked, "Orc Val, this is the final question for you. Orcua, how strong is he?" At this question, the Orc Val let out a few low growls, then said something that made Corey flinch. Her whole body began to tremble as she translated. "He says that even if a whole pack of Orc Val charged together, they couldn't defeat. He swears that there is no creature in this world more savage and powerful than Orcua." Hearing this, Yuri nodded in agreement. "Yeah, that might be so, but you'd better remember one thing. Humans are even more malicious than orcs, and far more cunning than you think." As he spoke, he held up a necklace, making the Orc Val below open its eyes wide in rage. He continued, "Do you want to challenge me? I intended to keep my oath. Hey, are they actually planning to lunge?" The Orc Val's whole body was now trembling and struggling, and the ropes on its body began to show signs of snap. Seeing this, the soldiers behind him startled and shouted, "The chains are breaking, damn it." Immediately after, the rope snapped completely. The Orc Val slammed its feet against the ground, tightened its fist, and lunged straight toward Yuri with a scream of hatred. But Yuri spoke up to stop it. He added, "Now, what a pity. For someone who blathers on about honor all day, you really don't live up to it at all." At this moment, the Orc Val was surrounded by Yuri's 3 close guards from 3 sides. Yuri didn't care, lightly turning to walk away and saying, "Send him to see his ancestors." As soon as he finished speaking, a spray of hot blood erupted, splattering all over the ground. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the human army's encampment. At the same time, inside a tent, the painful moans of soldiers began to ring out incessantly. Not far away, a warm voice rose to reassure everyone, "Lie still, it'll be over in a second." As he spoke, the man began using his healing magic to mend the wound. A glow of golden light began to emanate from his palms, covering a soldier's injury and helping it recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, before he could rest for even a moment, another urgent voice called out, "Priest, please look over here too." Hearing this, Priest German could only turn and reply, "All right, I'm coming right now." Just as he finished speaking, Hernando's voice rang out from behind, "Priest, take care of the patient over there first. I'll handle this part." Seeing this, the older man nodded and replied, "Ah yes, thank you, sir." On another side, their old friend Corey walked into the tent carrying a large bucket of water and said, "Priest, I've brought the water." Hearing him, German replied, "Well done, Corey, take a step back." After saying that, the priest began to cast his holy arts into the bucket. Countless pale gold runes began to fly out from his palms, leaving Corey wide-eyed as he watched from the side. At that moment, his mind was filled with admiring thoughts. Just a moment ago it was ordinary water, but as soon as the priest began enchanting it, it started emitting a strange radiance. Ignoring Corey's train of thought, Germain finished his work and turned to say, Corey, use this water to wash the wounds. It's holy water. It will cleanse the evil energy from the injuries. Corey nodded hastily and followed the instructions. Meanwhile, Germain heard another urgent call. Priest, over here, please hurry. All right, I'm on my way, Germain replied as he hurriedly grabbed his bucket and left. Back with Corey, it seemed he still couldn't take his eyes off the priest. He kept thinking to himself, the way the priest uses magic is truly miraculous. Those grimacing faces quickly became much calmer. His own face was drenched in sweat from exhaustion. So this is what magic is. With this thought in mind, the demi-human's face showed constant excitement. Time passed quickly until the break of dawn. By this time, Hernando, Germain, and Corey were sitting outside the barracks to rest. Everyone looked exhausted after a night of running back and forth to treat the soldier. While resting, Hernando spoke up with a smile on his face. It looks like things have settled down a bit. Hearing that, Priest Germain gave a slight nod. Thank you for your help, Master Hernando. At those words, Hernando burst out laughing, then turned and patted Corey on the shoulder to encourage him. You did a great job too, Corey. Hearing the praise, Corey shyly pulled up his hood and replied bashfully, It was nothing. I didn't really do much. Turning back to Germain, the older man continued. Fortunately, the damage wasn't any worse. Germain nodded in agreement and explained further. That's because this was just the prelude to the actual battle. As for Germain, how could he not understand those words? Even so, he could only clasp his hands together, certain that far worse things would happen in the upcoming fight. It's in God's hands now. Let's see what follows us. From Hernando's perspective, noticing that the priest's mood was becoming a bit too heavy, he spoke up to comfort him. But I don't think things will be that bad. His words left the priest somewhat confused. Fortunately, Hernando continued to explain right after. He let his eyes wander over the soldiers singing in all directions and continued, Please look, even though they just went through a dangerous battle. Everyone is still helping one another, tending to each other's wounds, and then there's our magic. Ending his sentence, Hernando snapped his finger, releasing a burst of magic that flew straight up into the sky, creating a brilliant aura that made the surrounding soldiers look up with radiant faces. Witnessing that, Hernando added, This is just a little bit of power to bolster their hearts. Turning back to Corey, his face was blank as he stared up at the sky while a cold wind blew past. He turned to Hernando beside him and said, Master Hernando, please teach me magic. He spoke with a face full of anticipation. However, upon hearing that, Hernando's body suddenly stiffened. It had been a long time since he'd heard such a request. So Hernando smiled, gently patted Corey's head and asked, Corey, what made you suddenly want to learn magic? Corey hesitated, fidgeting with his fingers, then whispered, His Highness was the one who suggested it to me. And because magic makes people smile, I just wish I could do the same. It was a beautiful wish, and Hernando fully supported it. So that's how it is, a demi-human using magic for everyone's sake. That would be wonderful, he said encouragingly. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the protagonist's location. While they were taking a short break, a call suddenly rang out, catching everyone's attention. Your Highness. Yuri heard it and turned to ask, What's the matter? The soldier stepped forward and reported, The Imperial Knights have come to visit. They say they want to meet you. Beside him, the knight asked curiously, Do you want to see them? Yuri slowly stood up and replied, I have to meet them to see what they've come for. Balsha is right before our eyes. Then he ordered the soldier, Bring them in here immediately. The soldier nodded and hurriedly turned to leave. Before long, the Imperial group arrived to meet Yuri. Their representative stepped forward and introduced himself. It is an honor to meet you, third young master of the Brial family. I am a knight and the second son of Count Xenon, Rapio Arda. In response, Yuri greeted them with a smile. Welcome, everyone. So the Empire reached Balsha before us. Answering the question, Rapio nodded and explained further. We are the vanguard. We confirmed the enemy's presence around Balsha and relayed this news to all nearby troops. From Yuri's perspective, he suddenly noticed a subordinate standing behind Rapio and asked curiously, Who is the knight behind you? Hearing the protagonist ask this, Rapio became flustered and wanted to explain, but before he could, the other knight spoke up proactively. I apologize for not greeting you sooner. Regrettably, I am not in an honorable position at the moment. As he spoke, the man began to remove his iron helmet. On the opposite side, when Yuri saw the knight's face, his expression turned to one of surprise and sweat began to break out. He thought to himself, so we meet again like this. The symbol of the past I want to forget most, Graham Hartfall. At this moment, Graham thrust his sword firmly into the ground and greeted him formally. I, of the 11-man squad who has lost the title of knight, respectfully present myself to the third young master of the Brial family. As for the protagonist, in his previous life, he had once had to kneel before this man to beg for his life. Despite the bitterness, Yuri remained calm as he greeted him. It is a pleasure to meet you, Sir Graham. Hearing this, Graham bowed his head slightly to show respect. Please do not address me with such an honorific. Currently, I am no longer a knight. To those words, Yuri began to question him back. If you say you've lost your title, are you participating in this war as someone without a rank? The protagonist's words made the knight seem somewhat embarrassed as he admitted, yes, though it is quite shameful. Before Graham could finish, Rapio cut in from the side. Graham did nothing wrong, he just ran into a terrible senior. Not letting Rapio say more, Graham raised a hand to stop him, as if signaling him not to speak further. However, Rapio still seemed a bit frustrated and continued. I mean, did I say anything wrong? There's no knight as renowned as him. Back with Yuri, he began to quickly piece the story together in his mind. Hearing that Graham had been stripped of his knighthood for some reason by the Empire, he didn't expect to meet him again in this alliance. However, the man who was more righteous and knightly than anyone he knew was now doubting his own worth and chivalry. Thinking of this, Yuri spoke up to encourage him. Indeed, I have also heard a great deal about you, Sir Graham. It is an honor to meet you. Graham coughed slightly, looking bashful. You don't need to praise me that much. On this end, our protagonist began to smile and stated his purpose. I was going to ask, Sir Graham, would you like to come to Brial with us? The sudden proposal left both men opposite him unable to hide their surprise. As for Yuri himself, he was reminding himself internally, I might not hate Imperial Knights, but he is the exception. In my past life, he spared me, and he had to pay the price for that alone. Returning to reality, Yuri continued to offer, how about it, Sir Graham? If you come to Brial, I will treat you generously. A moment later, following his words, a faint smile suddenly appeared on Graham's face. Then the knight bowed his head in refusal. I apologize, Your Highness. Those words left Yuri silent for a few seconds, but then he laughed. He laughed because he had already guessed Graham would say that. It was unavoidable. I respect your decision, Yuri replied. Time passed quickly. By this time, Yuri's group had moved to Valshard. Glancing at the massive fortress before him, Yuri whispered, We've arrived. Valshard, the assembly point for the Alliance. It's much bigger than I imagined. Hearing the exclamation from his young master, Hernando quickly chimed in. This is a city in the middle of the grasslands, yet its scale and influence are incredibly vast. Yuri continued to observe the walls and praised. They even used magic to build the city walls. Truly fearsome. The Duke of Valshard's family has always been a lineage of mages, right, Hernando? Hernando laughed and explained to his master. Yes, the Entree family has produced outstanding archmages for many generations. Hernando's mood seemed to grow a bit tense as he cautioned. On a related note, more importantly, Your Highness, please be careful. If you let your guard down, you'll be swallowed whole. He spoke while making a face like he was trying to scare a child. However, Yuri wasn't afraid. Instead, he was a bit curious. An archmage, huh? As a mage, is he just some stubborn old man? Hernando quickly conjured the image of an old man in his mind. Nevertheless, the city gates had opened by then, so Yuri pushed those thoughts aside and headed inside. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to a banquet. The host's voice rang out, welcoming everyone. Welcome to Valshard. I am the Duchess of Valshard, Marie Rose Entree. I am the Duchess of Valshard, Marie Rose Entree. Witnessing her appearance, the protagonist glanced at his subordinate beside him and complained. Wasn't it supposed to be an old man? Hearing this, Hernando chuckled, as if he had achieved his goal of tricking his master, and explained. The title was passed down to the next generation not too long ago. On the other side, Duchess Marie approached and greeted the two. It is an honor to meet you, Knight of Brial. Are you the third young master of Brial? She asked, while gently sitting down beside. Yuri nodded in confirmation. I am Yuri Brial, commander of the Brial army. Hearing this, the Duchess tucked a lock of hair behind her ear and said with a smile, You really are as handsome as the rumors say. If you don't mind, how old are you? Yuri answered coldly, 18. This number made the beautiful Duchess even more interested. She boldly leaned in closer and said, Oh my goodness, you're only 4 years younger than me. We'll get along quite well, won't we? The words were full of innuendo, but our protagonist kept a cool head and muttered, We'll see about that. That said, Yuri silently acknowledged Marie's beauty in his heart. She's someone who knows how to use her looks. That seductive smile makes one's heart flutter. But in my memory, that wasn't a good thing. No matter what the intention is, I can't look at it in a positive light. The more he thought, the clearer Yuri's head became. He delivered a logical response. What does age have to do with anything? If we share the same goal, anyone can be friends regardless of background, age, or gender. As soon as he finished, Marie's mouth hung open in surprise. But then she flashed a charming smile. Oh my, so that's what you think. The world is truly like that then. Not knowing what clever trick she had in mind, the lady suddenly slammed the table, stood up, and shouted, Knights of Brial, come over here. We have the young master and the knights of the Brial family, the land of knights. From now on, we will go to the front lines together and fight against the enemy. Since we should get to know each other beforehand, why don't we take this opportunity to introduce ourselves? She spoke at length, with a smile never leaving her lips. Meanwhile, on the other side, the knight Jard seemed to realize something wasn't quite right, so he turned and asked Hernando, "Hey, why did she suddenly do that?" Thinking it over, Hernando observed the beautiful young lady before him and gave a forced laugh. Haha, there's probably nothing to it. She's just naturally a sociable person. Turning to Jard's perspective, he still didn't seem to buy that explanation and whispered, "And it's Brusen, too. Isn't that just a small country on the edge of the continent?" Yuri nodded and explained more specifically. "That's right. Moreover, it's a nation of seafaring people with a tough nature and many strong warriors." Before he could explain further, a voice rang out and caught his attention. "Young master of Brial. I am Jonathan, commander of the Brusen army." The older man spoke while quickly pouring wine for the protagonist. Yuri turned and replied with a smile, "Thank you, sir." However, he was surprised. "From what I see, this is actually sautéed wine, a premium variety. Something like this doesn't suit a remote country like Brusen." Yuri's words were laced with mockery, causing Jonathan's face to turn ice cold. A subordinate standing behind him couldn't contain his anger and barked, "You dare look down on us? Are you calling us a bunch of hicks?" Seeing him getting overly agitated, another comrade hurried over to hold him back. However, the blonde knight continued to yell, "Look at the mouth on that bastard. He dares to despise us." Not letting the two of them make any more noise, Commander Jonathan held out a hand to stop them. "Calm down." That said, he looked at Yuri and asked, "Should I consider those words just now as a provocation against Brusen?" In response, Yuri didn't admit it but asked back, "If that were the case, what would you plan to do? Do you want me to apologize for my rudeness?" Contrary to what everyone expected, Commander Jonathan suddenly burst out laughing. "There's no need for that. I see this situation in two ways. One is that the third young master of Brial is just as the rumors say, a complete bastard. The other is that you are testing us before this alliance is formed." The man analyzed calmly. His subordinate still couldn't accept it and shouted, "Captain, please step aside so I can teach him a lesson." Back with Yuri, he was still smiling as if nothing had happened. Nothing is more dangerous than an untrustworthy ally on the battlefield. "So can you prove yourself?" He made the proposal, and this seemed to align with Jonathan's wishes. So the older man immediately agreed. Of course, a knight proves himself with his sword. Elsewhere, the beautiful Marie clapped her hands in support upon seeing the men prepare to fight. "All right, then let me lead you to the arena." And just like that, the whole group quickly followed each other to the arena to do battle. Each side had to appoint a knight under their command, while Jonathan, Marie, and Yuri sat happily observing from above. Meanwhile, the red-haired girl smiled and asked softly, "Did you cause this on purpose?" To which Yuri replied with a smirk, "It might be a bit of a disadvantage, but I'm just happy to watch an interesting performance." In response, Marie sipped her wine and said, "Oh, is that so? And now you've taken the bait like that, were you waiting for it?" As for Yuri, he naturally had his own goals when provoking Brusen to create a match like this. He thought to himself, testing Brusen's strength is indeed important, but there's another matter I need to confirm. In the future, one of them will receive the same title as my father. The title given to the strongest on the continent, the top 10, and their names will be carved into the list of the top 10. There's no harm in knowing beforehand. The scene shifts to inside the arena, where the Brusen knight introduced himself first. "My name is Freund." Seeing this, the Brial knight replied, "I am Laurent." Not letting Laurent say another word, Freund gave a cold laugh. "Enough, no more pleasantries. Let's have some fun, you fool." Laurent responded with a cold remark, "I would be honored to receive your guidance." Everyone was pensive, silently waiting for the match to begin. The top 10 on this vast continent among them. It is a form of honor, bestowed upon those closest to the title of the strongest. The reputation they carry with them. In every national conflict across the continent, and in every war, it holds an overwhelming deterrent power. Yuri sat in the lead chair, thinking silently. Combining with such talents will surely be a great asset in the future, and as friendships between men usually go. It always starts with a match. Laurent, in his knight armor, looked coldly at the person opposite him when suddenly that person called out his name, Laurent Flander. That man was Jonathan's subordinate. His voice rose mockingly. "I've heard much about that name, a genius who won a series of swordsmanship tournaments, right? The name is Freund, Knight of Brusen." The sound of a sharp sword scraping against the ground echoed. Freund continued in a raspy, deep voice, "Aren't those tournaments just fun performances for the nobility?" He coldly raised his sword and roared in anger. "In the end, it's just a bunch of rich boys playing with swords." Seeing Freund coming at him, Laurent only coldly observed his movements. He moved like a snake, dodging Freund's lightning-fast sword strike. He frowned slightly, deducing silently, "Just as I thought, his movements are exactly as written in the books, classic footwork and standard sword forms," but suddenly his expression became sinister. He sneered and thought, too predictable. Freund spun around, lunging his sword toward Laurent and shouting triumphantly, "I'll be the one to claim the first victory." Laurent quickly ducked, calmly watching the cold blade graze past his head. Currently, the sky was still clear blue, and the sound of the wind blowing through the noisy castle. On the viewing stand, Marie and Jonathan had different expressions. She sat in her chair holding a wine glass and let out a surprised, "Oh." At Yuri's side, he looked down at the arena and gave a cold, murmuring praise. "Impressive." Laurent's expression remained unchanged, as he now pointed his sword at his opponent. Freund's face turned to one of fear. He couldn't believe it. The opponent was pointing a sword right at his neck. On the stand, the noise fell silent, leaving only the sound of wind and tiny grains of dust shifting against each other. A smile suddenly appeared on Yuri's face as he touched his chin and grinned. He remembered Laurent's movements and thought with a slight smile. Laurent didn't reveal an opening, but he intentionally opened one up. He led the attack toward his own shoulder. Then, with just a twist of the wrist, he neutralized Freund's power. At that exact moment, he shifted his center of gravity inward. While neutralizing the attack, he simultaneously moved into position for the next strike. Of course, the Brusen knight is also excellent. An ordinary knight would have an opening exposed the moment they couldn't keep up with that speed. But he not only read the attack, but also created the most effective counterpath. Laurent is one step ahead in terms of precision. Down in the arena, Freund held his sword upright and lightly brushed the sand off his pants, laughing helplessly. "I definitely got red." Afterward, the two shook hands and laughed excitedly. "I lose, Sir Laurent. Your skills are outstanding. This match was very beneficial to me." At this moment, on the Brusen knight's side, everyone was clapping and laughing happily with no sign of jealousy. On the stand, Jonathan spoke with a faint smile. "That's Brial for you, a nation of knights whose level is truly amazing." And Yuri replied with a modest smile, "You flatter us. Brusen's knights are also very elite." "It's 1-0, surely Brusen won't give up here." He shook his head and continued, "Of course not." Then he looked down and called a name, "Jose," and that man immediately responded, "You got it." Standing on the platform, Jonathan ordered Jose, "You're up next," and he slowly stepped out onto the arena floor. He hurriedly rested his sword on his shoulder, slowly appearing before everyone. Yuri gave a slight smile and silently praised him. Jose, looks strong, while Marie covered her mouth and whispered excitedly, "Oh my, look at those muscles." He arrogantly announced, "I will use a standard sword stance. The name is Jose Arater, Knight of Brusen." Up on the stand, Jonathan looked on with pride. "Jose is the strongest in our squad. He's aiming for the title of the strongest in Brusen." Yuri rubbed his chin and mumbled, repeating the man's words, "The strongest in Brusen, Then he ordered someone to fight Jose, which was Jard. The man was slightly startled when he heard, "Jard, it's your turn." He was surprised, his finger trembling as he pointed at himself and repeated blankly, "Me," to which Yuri irritably urged him on, "Get in the match already." Jard looked bored and tired as he trudged onto the field, while his teammates cheered enthusiastically, "Go for it. Good luck." Looking at the short man before him, Jose shook his hand and said with a smile, "Jose Arater, I look forward to your guidance." And he replied in a low voice, I'm Jard, also looking forward to your guidance." He silently observed the man's face and thought fearfully, "This is bad. That face, any way you look at it, is the face of someone with a pure desire for victory." Jose suddenly laughed and said in a cold voice, "The type of person who's always scouting their opponent. In that case, I'll make the first move." With that, he immediately shifted into a different stance. Jard swallowed hard, staring intently at Jose's every gesture. Like a giant of a man, he prepared to swing his sword at. Jard calculated tremblingly, "I have to block this." Seeing the sharp, cold blade coming his way, he sat on the ground in fear and backed away, thinking, "No, I can't block." Jose prepared to swing his sword up once more. Jard turned pale, sitting down without moving. He watched the sword, alertly observing while trembling and gasping for breath. Suddenly, Jose's voice, dark as a demon's, rang out, "Even so, you still have time to sneak a peek." After saying that, his body moved like a twisting snake, attacking and slashing at Jard before he could react. Faced with the overwhelming physique and power, he tiredly blocked the cold sword. He frowned at his opponent, his body shaking in waves. Yuri sat dazed on the stand, looking down at the two combatants and thinking silently. Jose Arater, possessing the strength of an orc, yet simultaneously mastering skills that exceed human limits. Not just swordsmanship, but utilizing martial arts as well. There's no doubt he is a knight who will one day be listed among the top 10. At this moment, Jose was grabbing Jard's arm. He was terrified by the humiliation and the physical power. He violently threw him into the sand with a loud thud. Suddenly, Yuri's voice rang out, "That's enough." He scrambled to his feet, panting incessantly. Jose leaned down, extended his hand, and spoke in a careful, low tone, "Sir Jard, right? Impressive, being able to block my strikes for that long." Jard extended his hand and replied with a smile, Thanks, I learned a lot because of it. On this side, Yuri suddenly stood up. On his face was a faint smile as he said, "It's 1-1, well done. Let's end the match here." After those words, everyone on Jard's team smiled and clapped. Marie carefully set her wine glass down on the railing and softly remarked, "So, is our get-to-know-each-other time over already?" He glanced at her and replied with a slight smirk in a low voice, "It seems so. Building trust between comrades on the battlefield is very important." She slowly approached him and then said sadly and hesitantly, "But Your Highness, I feel a bit disappointed." Afterward, Marie lightly touched Yuri's shoulder beneath his knight's armor. She spoke in a low voice. "You said that understanding Brusen is important, but surely you aren't planning to postpone getting to know me." Marie stepped closer and placed her hand on Yuri's shoulder, her tone suggestive and seductive. "You said that knowing Brusen well is important." She smiled beautifully, her eyes filled with an inviting expectation. "But do you really intend to delay getting to know me?" Marie lightly stroked his face and uttered the final words in a seductive tone. "Well, Your Highness." At this moment, her full and attractive figure occupied Yuri's entire field of vision. He looked at her for a moment, and then suddenly let out a sigh. Just then, Jonathan walked over and asked familiarly, breaking the ambiguous atmosphere between the two, "Come to think of it, Archmage Duke, didn't you say you would show us your office?" Marie had to give up halfway. She turned around and replied unhappily, "Ah, right, I did say that." Beside her, Yuri sighed again and mumbled, "Was that an act?" He acted as if he didn't notice her attitude and pleaded happily, "Can you show us right now? Everyone is curious." Marie saw him like that and knew she couldn't refuse anymore, so she had to nod in agreement. "Well, all right then." Then she turned to Yuri and asked, "And what about you, Your Highness? Will you also?" But before she could finish, he cut her off with a smiling face. "I have matters to discuss with my knights." Afterward, he made his escape at breakneck speed, leaving only his voice echoing back to her. "I'll take my leave first." Obviously, Yuri's action made Marie furious. She shouted out in embarrassment and annoyance so loudly that the sound echoed throughout the arena. "What a pain," while Jonathan stood by confused and asked, "What is it? Why are you acting like that, Archmage Duke?" She shouted out in embarrassment and annoyance so loudly that the sound echoed throughout the arena. "What a pain," while Jonathan stood by confused and asked, "What is it? Why are you acting like that, Archmage Duke?" At the city gate, a tall knightly figure had arrived. His clear journey had made everyone aware of his news, as word spread that the supreme commander of the empire had arrived. This caused schemes and calculations to begin appearing, while knights from various places also gradually contacted each other. Each army began to scout one another and consider their opponent's strength. Except for Brial, and true to those words, Yuri was leisurely practicing his sword skills in his country's encampment. Hernando walked to the clearing to meet him and asked with a bit of worry, "Your Highness, are we really just focusing on training?" To which he replied firmly, "That's right." He still wasn't at ease and continued to report on the opponent's situation, but it seems the other commanders have begun sharing strategies and linking up with one another. Yuri glanced at the sword in his hand and replied dismissively, "Even so, it's still only half-hearted." He assessed the situation accurately. They're just gathering anyone who knows how to use a sword from each nation. Opposite him, Hernando was still dazed by his words. Half-hearted. Before he could recover, Yuri continued, "Do you think their pride will compromise so easily?" Yuri analyzed calmly. Everyone thinks they're the strongest, so words won't create real cooperation. Hearing this, he was convinced, rubbing his chin and agreeing, "Ah, that's true." The polished blade reflected Yuri's face as he thought solemnly, "After all, only true strength is the only proof." Suddenly he turned and asked with a friendly smile, "In that case, how about we spar together?" The one who replied to Yuri wasn't Hernando, but a third person walking up. He replied as he approached, "It would be an honor, Your Highness." It turned out to be Roland. He drew his sword and expressed his interest. "It's truly an honor to spar with you." Yuri pointed his sword directly at Roland, provocatively. "Don't expect me to go easy on you." Hearing that, he gave a smile of pure excitement. Then Roland held his sword in front of him and dropped into a combat stance, replying, "Of course." Yuri immediately turned serious. His eyes focused intently on him as he noted, "That's Roland for you. His mana is so pure." Yuri commented with satisfaction, "A worthy opponent to spar with." The next second, he also entered a ready stance, a surge of blue mana swirling around his body. In the blink of an eye, Roland leaped and quickly lunged forward to attack first. Yuri reacted swiftly, raising his sword to block his strike. Seeing that, Roland slammed his foot on the ground and changed his technique. He held his sword at chest level and concentrated his mana into the tip. Instantly, he thrust the blade rapidly toward Yuri. He didn't stop there. In the seconds that followed, Roland unleashed a dense barrage of thrusts. He watched the blade tips whistle past his face and marveled, astonishingly precise. Yuri looked at every sword path Roland unleashed and silently praised him. a blade sharpened to the point that it can't tolerate even the slightest fluctuation. Yes, you were always like that. He remembered the memory of being killed in his past life and admired him even more, even when killing me, as if resisting my burning emotions. Your sword was nothing but pure. Now facing Roland's immediate assault, Yuri suddenly smiled confidently. Therefore, unlike the past, if I can envision a future where I can entrust my back to your sword. In an instant, Yuri switched from dodging to counterattacking, skillfully swinging his sword to block all the incoming thrusts, thinking firmly, then my duty is to hold this ground before you get there. Yuri powerfully knocked Roland's sword away. He was pushed back several steps and had to brace his hand against the ground to keep his balance. But immediately after, he swiftly leaped up and ran forward to continue the fight. Yuri also lunged forward with an excited smile. Roland held his sword by his head, ready to fight with everything he had. Their two swords collided violently, sending sparks flying. Outside, the soldiers drawn to the match were all shouting and cheering. Gerald crossed his arms and sighed wearily. Everyone's really got a bloodlust, don't they? Suddenly, a shadow enveloped him along with a voice of praise. The Brial Prince certainly has impressive strength. Gerald turned to look at the person who had come to speak, and he was. He looked at the red-haired young man's sparkling, excited expression and confirmed with a hint of doubt, Lord Jose. Suddenly, Jose put his hands to his mouth and shouted, Your Highness, I have a request. Yuri turned toward the voice with a puzzled look, only to hear his request. I want to spar too. Hearing that, he stopped and rested his sword on his shoulder, whispering, a spar, huh? Yuri gave a bright, hearty smile and agreed, sure thing. Then he pointed at someone and gave the order. In that case, I'll have you spar with Jard over there. The man cried out in terror. Wait, what? Jose unceremoniously threw Jard over his shoulder and carried him off, leaving only the man's pathetic screams echoing back. Your Highness. Yuri ignored the cries, waving a cheerful hand with a bright face as he wished them well. Have fun. On this side, Roland sheathed his sword and bowed in gratitude. Thank you for the sparring session, Your Highness. He responded in a friendly manner. Don't mention it. Let's go again next time. Then Yuri stood quietly, watching the man's figure fade into the distance. Lush green leaves on the trees blocked the sunlight from above as he walked over to the base of a tree to rest. Yuri sat down on the grass and let out a long sigh of relief. Suddenly, he crossed his arms and asked seriously, Did you learn anything? Where he had been alone by the tree just a moment ago, the silhouette of another girl abruptly appeared as he called out, Asana. A rustling breeze blew through the leaves, making the scene look incredibly peaceful as Yuri observed Asana's abilities and evaluated. It seems your skills have improved a bit. She replied respectfully, Perhaps so. My techniques seem more effective on the open meadow. Yuri glanced at Asana and asked calmly, So, what about the investigation into the stranger? She leaned against the tree trunk and reported, We found traces of him in Balsad. Immediately, information about the stranger surfaced in his mind. One of the 10 great masters, an Eastern swordsman known as the Stranger. In his past life, he had once fought against Okua all by himself. Yuri fell into deep thought as he formulated a plan. Back then, no one knew why he fought, but the enemy of my enemy is my friend. With that thought, he issued an order. Good, find him before we clash with Okua. Asana followed the command without hesitation. Understood. Yuri's gaze turned solemn as he thought of the gruesome, bloody scene about to unfold and reflected gravely. If we're slow, it'll be a huge pain. During the battle against Okua, that man would be the one to inherit a position among the 10 great masters. The prince of the empire, the emperor's half-brother, and the current commander-in-chief. That man was none other than Ragnar Gustaf Granzian. It was a name of someone he had met once in his past life. In a room with an ancient feel, a soft, flustered voice had cried out, Wait, if we get caught like this. The two were holding hands, both wearing identical rings. That person was none other than Yuri. She softly called his name, Yuri, as he carefully adjusted his collar and said with a faint smile, You're worrying too much. It's fine, no one is here. Catherine looked embarrassed, her face flushing as she replied, fumbling, but her eyes gazed dreamily at Yuri. She gently and slowly closed her eyes at Yuri's affectionate words, I'm fine, I'll take responsibility. The two drew closer to each other at the same time, their lips nearly touching. Suddenly, someone spoke up in disgust. Hey, you two brats. Ragna, lying on a sofa, grumbled irritably, Go play somewhere else. The two froze. Catherine stammered awkwardly, Uncle, so that man was. He rubbed his head in frustration and spoke up annoyedly. Ha, what a racket. This is such a pain. Ragna stood up and asked her tiredly, Hey, let me ask you something. Catherine replied hastily, Yes, sir. He slowly approached her, observing Yuri, and said in a low voice, You really like this kid. He looks decent enough. As he patted Catherine's head, she protested, Wait, uncle, what do you mean by that? But yes, that's right. After hearing her speak, Ragna turned away slightly and replied helplessly, Fine, whatever. I'm sure you can figure things out for yourselves. I'm leaving. The two stood there blankly, watching Ragna exit the room. As a new memory began, Yuri smiled enigmatically and thought to himself, it was just a short meeting, but it allowed me to feel the depth of the man. But everyone. In the council chamber, people sat across from each other, whispering incessantly, if he's the commander-in-chief, it has to be him. He's the emperor's brother, or so I heard. That person was the president of the Balsid Council, His Highness Ragna. He raised his voice and continued, it's not easy to meet him. This is a great chance to get acquainted with the imperial royalty. Yuri watched him secretly, speculating, in wartime they are always busy with politics. Unexpectedly, a voice spoke out in relief. How fortunate. He froze as his pupils contracted. That was Ragna's voice. Standing behind Yuri, the man said in a raspy tone, the atmosphere seems pleasant enough. Yuri thought in shock, since when has he been there? The man walked to the head seat and sat down gently. Ragna interlaced his fingers and spoke coldly. However, he was the commander-in-chief, Ragna Gustaf Granzian. He explained while tapping his fingers on the chair, it will be a huge pain if we let things stay this loose. A powerful surge of pressure emanated from him as he threatened in a deep voice, let me tell you this first, I hate cowards. Everyone's faces turned pale, and at the same time, they all shared the same thought. This is the Empire's death lion's skill. Even Yuri couldn't withstand Ragna's overwhelming pressure, thinking exhaustedly, that's quite the grand entrance. Ragna opened his mouth to continue, I will cut down anyone who dares to run away. As for the rest, I will treat you as regular knights, and you will be rewarded according to the records and results. Any questions? Everyone faced each other, scanning the room in silence. Yuri frowned, thinking, I know this man's personality. After finishing his thought, he calmly raised his hand and asked, I have a question. Ragna replied softly, speak. He carefully observed the boy's expression along with the others, thinking, I like people who dare to hold their heads high even without power. I like those with confidence, even if they lack the ability. Then Yuri asked an unrelated question. How does the Empire evaluate the strength of the orcs? Ragna furrowed his brow and asked curiously, Kid, who are you? He replied calmly, I am Yuri Brial, commander of the Brial army. Hearing his name, the man smiled appreciatively and thought to himself, among them, I like the ones who are both capable and keep their cool the most. He muttered, I see, so you're the kid Jorg mentioned. Then he stood up slowly and said, good question. Currently, it's been confirmed that an individual named Okua has subjugated 3 major orc tribes. They are growing at an alarming rate. After saying that, he touched Yuri's shoulder. Leaning close to his back, he explained the strategy in a deep voice, and the first vanguard is currently stationed near Balsid. We will go to battle the day after tomorrow. This will be the first battle for our allied forces. And that vanguard position, will you take it, Yuri Brial? The meeting hall fell into a heavy silence at Ragna's question, as everyone secretly watched the boy. Suddenly, Yuri let out a breath. He looked up at him and spoke with certainty. Fine, I would be honored to stand on the front lines. Night fell and the tents had been pitched. Yuri sat on a large log, the flickering firelight reflecting on his face, when a soft voice suddenly called out, what are you thinking about so intensely? Mariro stepped toward Yuri with a smile. He asked doubtfully, the Supreme Mage Duchess. He didn't look at her, only asking curiously, is something happening in our camp? She kept a smile on her lips as she sat down carefully. She pulled up her skirt before replying, you snatched the vanguard position that everyone covets in such a grand manner. And yet, your expression doesn't look good at all, which makes us wonder. Yuri glanced at Mariros and said coldly, you all care about me a bit too much. She turned to him with a grin and said, aren't you the one who won't give us a chance to get to know you? I am worried about this war because of the lives and livelihoods of the people in Balsid. I can't just entrust the vanguard position to anyone and follow blindly, which is why I feel uneasy. So instead of that worried face, please give me a serious answer, Your Highness. In that case, can you accept my support on the battlefield the day after tomorrow? Yuri turned to Mariros and asked suspiciously, how? She explained softly, you haven't forgotten, have you? I am the Supreme Mage Duchess. A bright red flame flickered from her hand. With a slight blush on her cheeks, she said, on these plains, wouldn't I be more useful than that Hernando fellow? Hearing her explanation, Yuri only calculated silently in his head. Afterward, he finally spoke up. The day after tomorrow, many people will probably die. Yuri stood up silently, as Mariros looked on curiously. He looked at the knights who were also his comrades on the battlefield, watching them laugh and talk happily, and said, the vanguard is the most visible position on the battlefield, and it's also where the most people are sacrificed. Someone who once ate with us right here, laughing and talking together, only to become a cold corpse. Because that is what I decided today. Suddenly, Yuri's fingers clenched together as he replied with a self-deprecating laugh. I'm not trying to act all gloomy, it's just, I want to carry that responsibility seriously. Hearing his words, Marirose's eyes widened and sparkled, as she looked at Yuri with a hint of admiration. She stood up abruptly and said happily, "Good. That is an answer that pleases me very much. You're the type whose eyes are on the soldiers instead of me, even though I'm not satisfied with that part yet still." She quickly stood close to him, then gently stepped back and reached out her hand. The beautiful young woman with red hair said softly, "I, Marirose Anter, Supreme Mage Duchess of Balsid, will support your highness in our first battle." With both in agreement, Yuri took her hand and replied with a faint smile, "Thank you, I'll be counting on you." And a few days later, the day of our allied forces' first battle finally arrived. Ragna and Marirose stood on the tower with the knights, looking down coldly at the front lines below. The sunlight beamed down directly as the banners fluttered slightly in the wind. With sharp, majestic eyes, Yuri coldly issued the command, "All troops." Following closely behind him were the knights of the Empire's strongest legion. He said indifferently, "Prepare for battle." The Empire's bright red banner snapped in the wind. Yuri's gaze grew sharp, everyone. He gripped the hilt of his sword firmly, leading the massive army as he ordered, "Prepare to engage." Prince Ragna stood atop the high wall, observing the scene below. His face was full of tension. The vanguard was about to begin the fight. Ragna's eyes flickered toward the person behind him as he questioned, "Why are you here, Archmage?" Marirose replied with a smile, "Someone asked me for a favor." He narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "A favor?" She nodded slightly. "That's right." The war horn was blown, its sound echoing as a signal for the start of the great battle. Marirose's voice drifted away in the resounding blast of the horn, and one could only vaguely hear her recount, from the prince of the Brial kingdom. Up ahead, Yuri led the charge on horseback, spear in hand. To the young and talented knights behind him, he called out loudly, "Everyone." Yuri asked solemnly, "Are you ready?" The army shouted back without hesitation, "Ready." Hearing that, he held the reins to lead the horse forward while declaring, "Let's go." Immediately after, Yuri led the army in a swift charge toward the Orkville horde. Spotting his conspicuous figure among the crowd, Ragna mused, "Is the Prince of Brial leading the charge?" He judged with a cold, calm gaze, "That's a reckless move. What if something happens? Too reckless." But at that moment, Marirose suddenly held up her staff and cast magic. "Excuse me, command." Intense flames appeared, swirling around her. At this sight, Ragna gasped, "Archmage." Marirose created a massive fireball right in front of them both and explained nonchalantly, "This is the request he asked of me." A second later, she pointed her staff straight ahead. The fireball followed Marirose's will, plunging down from the heights onto the Orkville army. Ragna frowned in disapproval, pointing out the disadvantage. "They're too close. The vanguard will get caught in it too." Marirose watched the situation closely, not forgetting to reply steadily, "That is also." Beneath the blinding firelight, Yuri looked like a god of war as he lunged forward with his spear. He wore a confident smile as he looked down at the Orkville. In an instant, he nimbly cut down a monster, while at the same time, Marirose's final words reached Ragna's ears. What Prince Yuri wanted. Yuri reined in his horse to stop the advance, the powerful hooves stomping hard onto the ground. And before him, the fireball finally crashed down, fire spreading everywhere. Seeing that the time had come, Yuri pointed his sword forward. Azure water appeared at his summons, hovering in the air. Yuri controlled the water to assist the soldiers in attacking the enemy, giving the stern command, "Advance." Some time passed as Ragna quietly observed the progress of the battle. Through his eyes, a scene of burning devastation unfolded before everyone. And within those blazing flames, streams of cool water frequently appeared to dispel the heat. Yuri majestically created a stream of water to shield the soldiers from the flame. Immediately after, he spurred his horse to the front of the line and shouted, "Charge." Wherever Yuri and his soldiers went, they slaughtered groups of orc vals along the way. But the creatures showed no fear, only lunging forward with savage aggression to attack. In the distance, the spear that Yuri had dropped was stuck firmly in the ground. He quickly rode his horse toward that direction. Then he pulled the spear out and threw it straight at an orc val. The spear pierced its head with perfect precision, ending its life. Suddenly, a monster lunged at Yuri from the side to attack. At that moment, a knight rushed up and swung his spear to decapitate it, protecting him. Seeing this, Jose laughed with admiration and praised, "Ha, Brial truly lives up to its reputation as the kingdom of knights. Well then shall we." A second later, he jumped off his horse, swinging his sword to slay another orc val while declaring excitedly, "Let's speed this up a bit." Elsewhere, the red-haired female knight was loudly commanding the troops, "Holy Empire, shield the Brial knights." She observed the battle situation and barked out orders, "Their formation is broken. Don't let a single orc escape." Behind them, Ragna rubbed his chin and exclaimed in surprise, "That's incredible." He watched the orc vals, who had no protection, being pierced through the flames and noted admiringly, "By breaking the formation, the morale of the vanguard has been ignited." Then he looked at his own soldiers and thought with satisfaction, Above all, they are fighting the orcs with the Archmage spells while protecting the troops with water magic. Ragna turned his head to Marirose and criticized seriously. Even so, it's still too reckless. Archmage, did you perform that for him knowing the risks? And she nonchalantly explained, I also tried to stop him when I first heard the plan. Marirose tucked a lock of hair behind her ear and praised, but he pulled it off quite skillfully. She watched Yuri's heroic figure slaying monsters ahead and asked with interest, isn't it great when a man can achieve the impossible? The scene of the dead orc Vals reflected in Ragna's eyes. He couldn't refute her and could only agree, you're right, for the first battle of the allied forces. A red flag planted by someone into an orc Val's corpse fluttered in the wind. Ragna assessed with satisfaction, this isn't bad at all. Time passed quickly and the sky was soon enveloped by night. At a large, luxurious castle, several rooms were still lit, signaling that people were awake. In one of the rooms, Marirose was sitting and worked. She held a quill, focusing intently on writing something on paper. Suddenly, she frowned in annoyance and thought, it's good that the Brial prince won. Marirose stopped writing and crossed her arms, questioning, but who gave you permission to barge into my room like this? She coldly called out the name, Hernando, and in the empty space ahead, a person suddenly appeared. He sheepishly rubbed his head and replied, that's a rather cold greeting. Hernando asked reluctantly, weren't we once master and pupil? Can't we just have a little small talk? And Marirose retorted with contempt, does a man who abandoned his student have the right to call himself a teacher? Then she asked calmly, why are you here? And he walked over to a chair to sit down while replying, to see the achievements of my former student. Seeing her remain silent, Hernando added seriously, I'm talking about advanced interpretation magic. He looked at the cluttered books on the floor and assessed thoughtfully, it seems to be working. Marirose, and she stated flatly, originally, this was a spell to bridge languages so others could understand. I have now successfully connected it with an ancient art. Hernando made a solemn request, if there's any progress let me know, but she asked coldly, and why should I do that? However, his next words left Marirose stunned with shock. You seem interested in Prince Yuri, don't you? It's for the sake of his destiny, help me. She looked at him suspiciously and admitted, the prince's destiny must indeed be very important. Then Marirose reminded him sternly, but as you know, an archmage should not interfere in human history, to which Hernando replied with a troubled sigh, I know. He turned his head to look out the window and expressed with a complex tone, however, too many people have already become involved in this. Hernando gazed at the bright moon in the sky and shared his thoughts solemnly. I think that applies to the Imperial commander as well. At the same time, in a distant camp, the fire blazed, lighting up the space inside a tent. Inside, Yuri stood opposite Ragna and blurted out in shock, he asked in disbelief, you're assigning me a scouting mission. He only gave a trusting smile and looked at him in silence. It was night at their camp. While the fires flickered outside, the commander's tent remained lit. Yuri stood before the desk and said, you said you were going to give me a reconnaissance mission. Granzian confirmed with a smile, exactly. Tomorrow we will enter the eastern grasslands, that is orc territory. He pointed to a spot on the map. There will surely be an ambush. The entire allied army will march with extreme caution. Hearing this, he followed up, so you want to form a separate unit to protect the main body of the allied forces. And Granzian praised, you catch on fast. Yuri sank into deep thought, his eyes seemingly wavering over something. Then he made his decision, thank you for assigning me this mission. However, we Brial were at the vanguard in the previous battle. I think it's only fair that other kingdoms are given a chance. Granzian turned away and sighed. Are you talking about those who think they're better than everyone else? I only believe in the skills I see with my own eye. He turned to Yuri and said, that's why Brial Prince, but Granzian suddenly paused. At that moment, he looked down with a confident smile and asked, how about we do it this way? On the other side, upon hearing this, she stood up abruptly and asked, forming a scouting party. He picked up the letter and said, yes, the prince said so himself. I will take volunteers who want to be part of the scouting party to protect the main army. Jonathan smiled at the paper and added, and it's not just volunteering. The kingdoms that volunteer will have their troops compete against one another. Shifting to another scene, Sane slammed a large mug of ale on the table and said, see, the prince wants us to compete. He smiled and asserted, that means he hates those who just loiter around doing nothing, huh? It's been a long time since I've been this excited. On this side, Hernando finished reading and exclaimed, search for orcs on the way and cut off their right ears. Future allocations will be based on this achievement. He turned to Yuri in confusion and asked, Prince, did you propose this? And he replied gently, I did. Yuri gave a confident smile. It's an order from the Supreme Commander, so everyone will sign up. Based on the results, we'll also know the capabilities of each king. Jard still asked with concern, but Prince, scouting is quite different from regular battle. He hesitated in fear. We really don't have experience with this, but Yuri suddenly raised his hand to stop him. It's fine. He bowed his head with a mysterious smile. I have my own way. His words seemed to echo across the field where horses were grazing. From now on, I will lead the main army into the grasslands. Granzian, now with his troops prepared, said solemnly, we move across the grasslands until sunset, track the orc warbands and destroy them. He turned to his subordinates and said, the kingdom with the most orc ears will have priority in future mission assignments. Sand heard this and kept a stern, unwavering expression. Yuri didn't say a word, his sharp eyes staring straight ahead. Then Granzian looked down at them and shouted, well then. He flipped an hourglass and said, start now. Then the three of them turned their backs to each other in a tense atmosphere. Granzian observed and smiled slightly as he watched the three of them, seemingly calculating something. Beside him, Sane turned and asked, Your Highness, you seem to be looking forward to the Brial Prince's actions, to which he replied while still looking ahead, do I look that way? Granzian looked up and praised. He is still very young, but he always seems to stand out. At that moment, the army marched forward powerfully. If Brial stands out again this time, I might become even closer to him, he mused, while a confident smile appeared on Yuri's lips. Behind him, Yuri's subordinate asked while catching up, Prince, do you have a plan for all this? And he immediately replied, no, I'm just going to find some orcs first. Hearing this, the man broke into a sweat and snapped, what's the use of just finding them? I told you about this before. Yuri burst out laughing and said firmly, don't worry, there's always a... Suddenly the man warned him, Prince, look at 1 o'clock. At that moment, a warband of orcs rushed past them, as fast as a tide. The man gasped in shock, it's an orc warband. At this time, the monsters were all a bunch of freaks with bloodshot eyes and long, sharp tusks. Yuri raised his hand and said, good, then shall we lure them this way. At that moment, the red ruby pendant gradually glowed brilliantly, surrounded by a stream of blue magic. The orcs, upon seeing the group, immediately turned back aggressively. They opened their mouths full of tusks and roared as if to threaten. Next, the entire horde of monsters turned toward them and attacked simultaneously. Yuri looked straight ahead and reminded those behind him, you all know exactly what to do, right? They all listened in solemn silence. Everyone already knew what their next move was. He added, we only have to cut off their right ears. That will be enough. Then they all shouted, charge, and the entire army roared as they lunged forward. Jard charged forward with his spear. Sand was as fast as the wind. Next, Jonathan also charged head-on at an orc with his sword. The blade plunged into the monster's body, and red blood sprayed out. A monster was defeated, lying motionless on the ground. A monster was defeated, lying motionless on the ground. Just then, an even larger pair of feet appeared. The alpha male walked up, raising his weapon high to attack. At the same time, Yuri also lunged forward, the sound of hoofbeats echoing across the field. The huge orc gained momentum and spun around with his weapon. Its eyes flashed with a bright red light, but suddenly something flashed across its neck, as quick as lightning and with absolute decisiveness. That something was none other than his sword. Before it could even touch Yuri, it was neutralized. He then looked up, his eyes determined as he calculated the next path. Now that the monsters lay scattered on the ground, completely wiped out, he thought, I prepared 2 things for this mission. Yuri thought back, one of them is the crystal necklace I stole from the bandits, and the other is... Suddenly, Jard turned and said, we caught 10 of them. If this continues, we will surely win against the other kingdom. Suddenly, Jard turned and said, we caught 10 of them. If this continues, we will surely win against the other kingdom. He heard that and stared blankly in a sweat. Huh. Yuri suddenly threw the dagger down, the tip burying deep into the earth. Immediately after, a pillar of golden light shot straight into the sky, and a gale picked up. He watched with his mouth hanging open in shock, his eyes bulging. At that moment, amidst that golden fire, a prominent blue magical flame erupted from Yuri's body. He smiled and asserted, we will only return after we have finished off every orc in this area. According to what was known, the spiritual slash was a strange magic method that could transform according to the user's will, a unique method of magic control. The sword, possessed of great power, plunged into the ground. It sensed the vibrations of the earth through the seismic force of the blade, channeled into the power of the ground, following that rhythm with spiritual slash and expanding the senses. It could sense the movements of the orc Val. It sensed every one of their intentional step. And above all, he knew there was an army riding toward the forest. Yuri Brial's thoughts were revealed. You can feel everything beneath the ground, far beyond what the eyes can see. His eyes radiated an incredibly cold aura as he said, but I cannot be satisfied with just that. We will hunt every orc in this area. The third prince's eyes and face were full of determination as he asserted, and we only return after they are all destroyed. Shifting the scene to Lion's position, he watched the hourglass running out and said, it's time. The knights approached with worried faces as he continued his command. Now we will check the results of the competition. hand over the bags containing the orc ear. Lion's fingers tapped on the table, making the surrounding atmosphere even more pressurized. He frowned and picked up an empty bag, questioning, which kingdom does this belong to? Do they want to be a scouting party instead of an exploration party? To submit an empty bag, how bold. Then he instantly threw the bag to the ground and barked, pitiful, next. But all Lion received in succession were empty bags. He shouted in anger, this one too. One bag after another was submitted with nothing inside, making Lion angrier and angrier, and this one. Lion finally covered his face in helplessness and demanded, can so many kingdoms not kill even a single orc? Suddenly, he spotted something that made him pause in confusion. What is this? Jonathan stepped forward and replied, it's from Brusen. He even gave a proud smile and said, 6 ears, the best so far. We got lucky and ran into a scouting party. Lion handed the bag of items to the soldier beside him and praised, luck is also a type of skill, though many have died on the battlefield for relying on it. Then he slammed the bag on the table and continued with interest. Our Imperial Army also sent a scouting party. We can't miss out on this kind of fun. A few minutes later, the soldier beside him announced, 12 ears, and everyone was in an uproar as expected of the Empire. Lion couldn't help but praise, not bad at all. Jonathan watched this and gritted his teeth, thinking, we all knew the Empire was strong, double the amount, and they even set out an hour after us. The gap is too large. One of the knights beside him also gritted his teeth in annoyance, while Jonathan thought, it seems we have officially become supporting characters. Suddenly Lion boosted everyone's spirits. Don't be discouraged, everyone. What matters is what comes after this. Then he turned to ask the soldier beside him, is that all? And he quickly replied, there's one more. He placed the bag heavily on the table and announced, it's from Brial. Everyone there gaped in shock at the size of the bag. Lion was also a bit surprised and asked, what on earth is this? Then he turned to ask the person standing right there, Yuri, what is your secret? Yuri Brial walked up confidently and replied, it's nothing special, just doing my best. After that answer, the sky gradually turned dark. Right then Gerald barked out orders to his subordinates, move that over there, careful don't drop it. Yes, sir, they replied. Suddenly, someone walking past bumped hard into his shoulder. It was none other than Rosso, and the two immediately locked eyes, their glares dripping with murderous intent. Gerald rubbed his bumped shoulder, looking bewildered as he muttered, what the hell? Who does that guy think he is? A moment later, he walked over to where Yuri Brial was tending a campfire and called out, Prince. As soon as he arrived, he started lodging a complaint. Lately, knights from the other kingdoms have been constantly picking fights with Brial. Yuri Brial stood up and asked nonchalantly, is that so? Gerald grew more indignant as he spoke. There are rumors too. Their high-ranking officials aren't being very polite either. Yuri Brial explained calmly, it can't be helped. Our Brial is drawing the most attention right now. We secured the final scouting slot, so the other countries must be jealous. The two stopped somewhere as Yuri offered some advice. Just ignore them. The important thing is this scouting mission. It turned out they were standing in front of a cage holding the Orcvils captive. Yuri Brial changed the subject. We've captured an orc mage alive. Suddenly, he stepped closer to the figure draped in a black cloak and pressed, Corey, have you discovered anything? Just as the man muttered, ah. The Orcvil mage suddenly let out a piercing, ear-splitting screech in some strange language. Yuri Brial immediately interrogated, what is he saying? The eccentric man beside him replied timidly, he's saying black dog. Then the man speculated anxiously, it seems that nickname is starting to spread among the orc. The man continued, they say there's a black-haired knight who can sniff out orcs like a dog. Yuri Brial caught the main point instantly. Are they talking about? The eccentric man tried to comfort him right away. Consider it an honor. When the enemy grants you a nickname, it is a mark of prestige. Yuri Brial frowned slightly with annoyance and asked, fine, but why a dog? Why not a wolf like Earl Sidor? Hearing this, Gerald looked like he was about to burst out laughing. Yuri Brial's face darkened as he turned to question him. Are you laughing? Gerald tried his best to hold it in, his body trembling as he replied, no, sir. Yuri tried to think positively and said with pride, in any case, it means my reputation has reached their ears, right? My military achievements are quite significant after all. The man played along, yes, exact. Not wanting the story to end there, the man added, there's even a rumor that the Emperor's black dog is aiming for Okua's neck. Yuri Brial immediately froze in confusion. The Emperor's dog. In an instant, he realized the truth and said, fuming with rage, so those bastards. His face twisted with anger as he drew his sword, wondering, now they think I'm a lackey for the Empire. Just then, Gerald shouted, Prince. Faced with his superior's fury, Gerald could only try to intervene. Please let your subordinate handle the orc's interrogation. But Yuri Brial, still full of murderous intent, issued an order that made the Orcvil mage tremble. Kill every last one of them for me. But a moment later, he seemed to have been persuaded and said, all right, I understand. Then the eccentric man spoke up again, Prince, about the orc village on the hill. His voice turned serious as he recounted. Under Okua, there is Kurui, the leader of the hill tribe. They say he has completed all preparations to face the alliance. And Kurui, who used his strength to unite the tribes, is an incredibly powerful warrior. Before he could finish, Yuri placed a hand on his head. They said the alliance would be swallowed by Kurui before ever reaching Okua. Yuri Brial praised him with a smile. Good job, Kori. The man replied timidly again. Yes, thank you, Prince. Next, Yuri ordered, keep an eye on Gerald's back. The other quickly replied, understood, sir. Yuri added, I'm going to report this to the Supreme Commander. A while later, inside Lion's tent, something was said that made Yuri's face go blank. Lion asked with interest, I'm asking if you have a girlfriend yet. Yuri Brial replied immediately, no, I don't. The man continued to ask, your age? Yuri replied briefly, 18. Not letting him ask further, Yuri Brial cut in, and what is this all about? Lion explained while drinking his wine. It's not something that should be discussed during a war, but his next words hit Yuri like a heavy weight on his spirit. I have a very beautiful granddaughter, you know. Lion ignored Yuri Brial's pale face and stood up with a request. Let's go. We'll talk more about that later. Once outside, Yuri still couldn't help but feel dazed as he pondered. A granddaughter. If she's Prince Ragna's granddaughter. Suddenly, Catherine's face flashed in his mind, and he blurted out, don't tell me. In an instant, his mind was a mess, and he shouted, no way. Yuri Brial clutched his head like he was going crazy and said, of all people, I don't want to have anything to do with her again. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out, calling Yuri. The other person asked him with concern, is something wrong? Are you all right? You don't look well at all. Yuri Brial regained his composure, as if he had found a solution. This is it. Looking at the girl before him as if she were bathed in light, he thanked her in his heart, my saving goddess. Meanwhile, the female knight was bewildered, not understanding what was happening, and asked, why are you looking at me like that? In the quiet of the late night, the light from a flickering torch blazed bright. Yuri plotted silently. To avoid meeting Ragna, I have to pretend I'm dating someone. Anyone will do. A spark lit up in his eyes. Someone who doesn't actually love me but owes me a favor. Someone who can't refuse my request. Yuri fixed his gaze on the girl in front of him. And that person is you. Startled by him suddenly grabbing her shoulders, the girl asked, what is it? What's going on? Yuri's voice suddenly turned serious. Sibylla. He asked again, remember the time I saved you? Sibylla nodded slightly. Yes, of course. He asked once more, remember the time I saved you? Sibylla nodded slightly. Yes, of course. Without explaining anything, he dashed off, leaving only a parting instruction. Then I'll see you later. Sibylla reached out after him. Wait, at least explain what's going on. Yuri's figure faded away, leaving her to mutter, I have no idea what's happening. Just then, someone else suddenly appeared. Your Highness. Sibylla jumped in surprise. Master Fennec, is something the matter? The man smiled enigmatically. The two of you look very good together. She frowned, her irritation clearly visible. Fennec gave a thumbs up and spoke as if making a declaration. I, Fennec, will truly support the two of you. He shot a sparkling look at Sibylla, while she only glared back at him with a judgmental expression. Amidst the peaceful night, a weary sigh was heard. I just want everyone to disappear right now. The next morning, the army set out again, the long lines of people stretching out. Suddenly, Gerald spoke up curiously. Prince, I heard something. Yuri turned to him. What is it? He hesitated. About the reason why the princess is always calling for you. Gerald lowered his voice and recounted. The rumors say you're discussing marriage. Hearing this, Yuri was fed up. That's not it at all. Snap out of it, buddy. Yuri then glanced back at the people following them and warned, are you all that bored? Getting caught up in such pointless rumors. At that moment, the sound of wings flapping and wind whistling echoed above as a flock of black crows appeared, circling in the sky. Everyone looked up at the same time, wondering, why are there so many crows? The crows suddenly let out a cry, causing the horses to startle instinctively. What's going on? Gerald urged his horse forward and stated, I'll go ahead and see what's happening. Yuri immediately said, I'm coming with you. Before they could act, Prince Ragna galloped swiftly ahead. The two hurried to catch up, shouting, Prince. Stopping in the middle of a canyon, everyone was frozen in shock. What is this? Before them was a blood-soaked battlefield. Hundreds of human bodies were impaled on stakes, none of them whole. The pungent stench of blood was overwhelming, and black crows perched thickly upon the corpses. Gerald turned pale. What is this? Don't tell me. That's everyone. Prince Ragna let out a faint smirk. This welcoming ceremony from the orcs is truly bizarre. Yuri put his hand over his nose. They're using human bodies as decorations. He could imagine the horrific scene of the recent battle. They impaled human bodies on stakes without eating them all, just to show us. Basically, they're saying, this is your work. After thinking it over, Yuri suggested, Your Highness, this will demoralize our troops. Let us handle this part. Prince Ragna nodded slightly. fine. Immediately, Yuri ordered, Brial, prepare the torches. The torches were quickly lit. The entire army dismounted to clear the battlefield, gathering the bodies into a pile and setting them ablaze. One knight frowned as he worked. How could they do something like this? Yuri comforted him, don't let it get to you. He then turned to observe the other. Yuri shouted a reminder, Guinness, Dyke, don't go in too deep and get out immediately. The two heard their names and reported, yes, sir, we'll be back right away. Guinness suddenly felt suspicious. But isn't this place a bit strange? Dyke dismissed it. How could it be? He analyzed the situation. The arrows are stuck in the ground, but this is the opposite direction from where the orcs impaled the body. Guinness speculated for a moment. It's like they were shot from above. While Dyke was still half doubting, really, an orc on the cliffside drew its bow and fired toward the two of them. Hot droplets of blood splashed onto Dyke's horrified face. Guinness was now pierced by an arrow, coughing up fresh blood. As he collapsed, Dyke cried out in panic, Guinness. He immediately drew his sword and warned, enemy attack. On the cliff, countless orcs were exerting their strength to draw their bows. They let loose thousands of arrows in a surprise attack. Dyke was stunned. It's over. I have to run. But what about Guinness? What should I do? At that very moment, Yuri rushed over and shouted, Dyke, give me your hand. He gripped his shoulder tightly. Yuri then spun around, pushing Dyke back while simultaneously swinging his sword. The gleaming blade traced paths of light through the thick rain of arrows. After a moment of engagement, Yuri landed on the ground and called out softly, Guinness. With countless arrows falling around him, Yuri's voice was firm. He seems to still be alive. Yuri issued an order. Dyke and Simon sent a request for support from the Holy Empire. He emphasized, they will help if you clearly state my name, Yuri Brial. Simon and Dyke took the order and helped Guinness leave. Next, Yuri turned and looked up at the cliff. There, the orcs were also standing and watching. They had completely trapped us. They didn't continue the attack. From their contemptuous attitude, they withdrew as if they had given enough of a warning. Yuri gritted his teeth. Are they saying they can kill us whenever they want? Fine. I accept your provocation, however. He sheathed his sword with determination. I cannot let this go this time. The sun retreated behind the mountain. Prince Ragnar sat in his chair with his arms crossed and asked, an ambushed team hidden on the right side, huh? He spoke in a low tone. This isn't good. We have no way to move, so we must eliminate the ambushed team. Ragnar looked directly at Yuri and asked, what will you do, Yuri? He curled the corners of his lips. Is there really any other plan? Yuri made a request. Your Highness, I only need your supply units to put pressure on the ambush teams, making it so they can't come out. His hands, held behind his back, were clenched tight. From Yuri, a boiling power full of determination emanated. In the meantime, we will seize the hilltop. Above the cliff, the orcs were waiting in ambush. One of them suddenly heard a strange noise. It stood up and looked down carefully. Suddenly, countless arrows came whistling up through the air. They thudded directly into the rock face where they were standing, and the orc let out a terrified scream. Below, Prince Ragnar commanded the archer unit into position to draw their bow. He ordered, don't let any orcs escape. This is an orc hunt. At that moment, a hand gripped a protruding rock with persistence. Several soldiers were trying to climb the high cliff. The vanguard leader was Yuri himself, as Ragnar had issued the instruction that Brial would take charge of this hunt. He was climbing faster and faster, leaving the people below quite a distance behind. Someone called out, Prince, you're climbing too fast. Gerald panted while advising, Prince, if you want to join the fight, you have to save your strength. Yuri teased, talking about saving strength. You're young, yet that's all the stamina you have. His expression turned serious. Now is our chance while the archer unit is buying time. If we miss it. Suddenly, Yuri's eyes widened and his pupils shrank. On top of the cliff, the orcs were pushing a massive boulder down toward him. The people below shouted in alarm, Prince. Yuri clenched his hand, condensing a surge of magic. He used his power to pull the short swords from his waist, controlling them as they flew out of their scabbard. The short swords thudded hard into the cliff beneath Yuri's feet, startling the two people following behind. Now having a place to brace his feet, he gathered his strength and stomped his heel hard onto the sword hilt to gain momentum. Immediately after his body vaulted upward, Yuri drew his sword. He lunged forward to intercept the massive falling boulder. Yuri's gaze was cold as a flash of his sword shattered the rock. Afterward, he used his own sword to stab directly into the cliff to hold himself in place. Once he stabilized his position, Yuri shouted, Is everyone okay? They replied, Yes, we're fine. He let out a sigh of relief. Good. Everyone follow me. With those words, Yuri drew his sword and made a swift dash up the cliff face. In no time, his figure vaulted to the top. Yuri landed gently on the ground. Honestly, for this, how should I express my gratitude? The orcs were now surrounding him. Yuri couldn't help but remark, I didn't expect such a warm welcome. They let out a frenzied roar, but he walked calmly into the circle. Yes, it's me, you orcs. One of the pack roared in fury. Yuri immediately gathered momentum and lunged straight at it. With just one stroke of his sword, he severed the orc's arm. It launched a surprise counterattack, using its remaining arm to strike at Yuri. The blow caused a sharp sting of pain, and his brows instinctively furrowed. The orc raised a large axe with its other hand. It brought the axe down powerfully, but Yuri blocked it with his sword. Perhaps you thought you'd only lost an arm. He smirked. How is it? You can't use your strength like you thought, right? However, this is going to be a bit difficult. At that moment, 2 more orcs appeared behind Yuri, intending to ambush him. He quickly shoved the axe blade of the one attacking him away and spun around to slice through the ambusher's weapon. It tried to use its leg to kick him, but Yuri was very fast and swung his sword to cut it off. Just then, another one took advantage of the opening. The spear in its hand lunged straight for his back. Yuri whipped around instantly, his blade swinging up just in time to parry the blow. However, under the crushing strength of the orc, he struggled slightly. Yuri shouted, "How much longer are you guys going to hesitate?" As soon as he finished speaking, a hand gripped the edge of the cliff. "We're here." The vanguard soldiers finally finished their climb. They quickly joined the battle, swords swung, and orcs began to fall one by one. Yuri escaped the difficult situation and quickly counterattacked, killing the orc. He turned and ordered, "No time to breathe, charge." The others, upon reaching the top, immediately charged forward with high spirits. The 2 sides engaged in a fierce battle, and the orcs gradually collapsed. Below the cliff, Prince Ragna watched silently. A clear look of pride was visible on his face. The battle concluded. That night in the camp, the firelight still flickered from the tents. At Yuri's quarters, Gerald reported back. "Thanks to our successful handling of the orc ambush, I heard the main force cross the canyon without any significant losses." He added, "I heard that ahead lies the camp of Kirui, Okua's subordinate." Yuri nodded slightly. "Good, you've worked hard." Gerald wasn't finished, "And there is a message the Queen of the Holy Kingdom asked me to deliver." Yuri was surprised. "Sibylla." He recounted her words exactly. "The fact that your deeds are taking so much credit really irritates me, but if you need soldiers, I'll send them over," that's what she said. Suddenly a thought flashed in Gerald's mind. "Prince, could it be that you too?" "Perhaps." Yuri immediately cut off the thought. "No, what do you mean perhaps?" He waved his hand dismissively. "Anyway, if you're done, then leave." He bowed. "Yes, sir. Please get some rest." Alone in the tent, Yuri stroked his chin thoughtfully while looking at the map on the table. He suddenly spoke up. "I thought I'd be able to rest for a bit." Yuri's gaze shifted. "Since when have you been there, Asuna?" She stepped forward to report. "I have found the outsider." He was overjoyed. "What? Perfect timing. Where is he?" Asuna hesitated. "He is currently." She pointed to a location on the map. "Right here." Yuri was shocked. The outsider is inside the orc camp. He leaned his chin on his hand, frowning as he speculated, could there be a cooperative relationship with the orcs? Asuna countered, "Actually, it's the opposite." She explained, "Because they are guarding him so strictly, I couldn't go in any deeper. That outsider is currently a prisoner." Asuna didn't forget to warn him, "I understand you're interested in him, but please be careful, Prince. It seems he came here for some purpose and is posing as a prisoner." She emphasized, "If his goal is hindered by the Allied army's attack." Asuna slowly concluded, "Then there's no telling. He might turn around and see the Allied army as the enemy." At that same moment in the dungeon of the orc camp, a tall figure was bound tightly by chains. In the darkness, his eyes snapped open, a sharp light gleaming within. Someone spoke up in the dim light. Did the outsider intentionally let himself become an orc prisoner? Asuna made a suggestion, "Let me try to break in again." But Yuri refused. "No, there's no need for that." Because he believed it would actually be better, thinking to himself, "It's fine if I just meet him directly. After all, the outsider's goal is Okua's head too. If we share the same target, he can be persuaded eventually." Then Yuri instructed, "Asuna, tomorrow when the battle breaks out, enter the orc camp immediately. Check on the outsider's situation before I arrive." Seeing her silence, he asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Asuna firmly requested, "If you intend to meet the outsider, I am coming with you." Her reason was clear. "He is very dangerous. I will protect you." Yuri stared at her for a moment before speaking, "Asuna," and coldly reminded her, "I didn't hire you to be my bodyguard. I'll take care of my own skin." Asuna bit her lip. She was clearly not satisfied with this. However, she had to grit her teeth and reply, "I understand." Moving past this, he extended an invitation. "Anyway, Asuna, do you want a late-night snack before you go? I just received some a moment ago." Yuri enthusiastically introduced it. "The flavor is really delicious." But when he looked up, she had already disappeared. Sometime later in the forest, Gerald was recounting. At that moment, the Death Knight suddenly appeared right behind the prince. He boasted grandly, "And I was the one who stepped up to protect the prince, right?" Seeing the admiring looks of his comrades, Gerald laughed to himself. "I'm totally lying." Nearby, Yuri mocked him internally. The guy who lay there with his legs spread until I kicked him. You've really grown up, haven't you? Rosso asked eagerly. Prince, is what Master Gerald said true? Yuri calmly confirmed. That's right, he worked very hard. The boy became even more impressed. You are truly amazing to dare face the terrifying Death Knight. He pressed on. After all, the Death Knight still has a physical form. You can parry its sword and fight back. Suddenly Gerald turned serious. But isn't the most terrifying enemy one without a physical form? He exaggerated, just like a ghost. You swing but can't hit a thing. Yuri smiled as he looked at everyone, thinking, this is fun. Suddenly, Yuri felt a sense of unease. He thought in confusion, who tore his clothes into rags like this? But when he clearly saw the shadow in the dark corner, Yuri's entire body jolted in shock. He immediately ordered, everyone draw your swords. Gerald was dazed. Prince, what's wrong? Yuri warned instantly, it's an orc. The answer made him freeze for a moment. Nevertheless, Gerald asked doubtfully, Prince, could it be that you're just very tired? Because clearly, there was nothing there. He lost his cool and shouted, what are you saying, Gerald? It's clearly right there, can't you see it? Yuri pointed toward a dark corner, that orc. He could clearly see the dark aura, gradually spreading from it everywhere. Watching Yuri dash off, Gerald yelled, Prince, where are you going? He replied quickly, to catch that orc. Yuri thought to himself, it seems only my eyes can see that guy. Is he some kind of invisible scout? He immediately summoned his own power. Next, he focused his attack with the thought, I can't just let it get away. A burst of energy shot out from the orc's eyes. That aura drew closer and closer to Yuri. It surrounded him tightly, making him groan. What is this now? Yuri quickly used his mana to suppress the filthy aura. He silently noted, a stream of impure energy is spreading through my body, even though I instinctively used mana to shake it off. Beside that, he muttered, what exactly is this? That night, hearing Yuri's story, Hernando was confused. An invisible incarnation. There's definitely something fishy about that. Yuri agreed, yes, it's serious. The enemy is lurking in the camp and no one can see them. He didn't forget to tease him a bit. So, in the middle of the night, I have to come see the precious mage directly under the Brial Kingdom, running here in such a rush that my feet are sweating, right? Not only that, Yuri laughed loudly. It seems I came to find you while you were very busy. Ignoring the teasing, he began to analyze. He likely used an incantation to avoid detection, but the prince has extremely sharp aura perception, which is why you noticed. Yuri considered, the problem is the variables in the upcoming battle. Is there a way to deal with it, like eliminating Blenny as Marie Rose did? Hernando argued, that's because we were near Balsad. Besides, magic that obvious is very easy to dispel. Yuri sighed, complicated, isn't it? Let's worry about that later. What was suspicious about the incantation you mentioned? He replied hesitantly, I'm not entirely sure, but it seems he's using a forbidden power. It looks like black magic is mixed in. He was quite surprised. Isn't that very dangerous? Hernando reassured him. Don't worry, that's a part we researched at the magic tower long ago. If handled correctly, dispelling it is considered easy. He further revealed, for now, I'll focus on nullifying that caster's tricks. Yuri nodded. Good, I'm counting on you. Suddenly he called out, by the way, Hernando. He replied, yes, Prince. Yuri coldly reminded him, I'll let it slide today, but next time you set up a gambling den, you'd better invite me. Hernando smiled sheepishly. I'll keep that in mind. Even though they were being punished, the knights were still gossiping. So, did you win much? Of course, I was sweeping the board. They teased each other. Hey, how could I lose to you? Let me show you my real strength. Meanwhile, at a desolate burial ground, vultures circled around a scene stained with death. Strange incantations were echoing inside. A troop of orcs was performing a respectful ritual. On a high platform, a large skeleton sat firmly in a chair. Standing beside it was an orc mage bodyguard. The sounds of chanting continued steadily as it absorbed power from the remains. Parallel to that, the orc army also took in those streams of energy. They respectfully shouted, Leberang leader. The new day began with a resounding horn blast blown by a knight amidst a tense atmosphere. The next day, at the Kullal camp, Ragnar stood tall with his hands behind his back in a majestic pose, followed by rows of knights waiting for the signal. The full-scale attack on Kullal's camp had begun. At this moment, Yuri spoke out with a stern expression and a commanding voice, Brial. Then he powerfully gave the order, advance. As soon as the words left his lips, all the knights were filled with fire. They simultaneously spurred their horses and raised their swords. They galloped at full speed, aiming straight for the Orval camp directly ahead. As soon as they saw the knight formation, the Orvals immediately drew their bows and aimed at them. Right after, a barrage of arrows was fired, whistling through the air as they plunged down toward the formation below. Yuri keenly sensed the danger and immediately ordered, change formation." With those words, they instantly swapped positions and continued to charge forward without any sign of stop. A few knights were struck directly by those arrows, their faces instantly contorting from the intense pain. Desperate cries echoed all around, making it impossible for Yuri not to feel the sting of sorrow, but he still forced himself to stay focused. "Don't look away, Yuri Brial. Keep moving forward." Thinking about the current situation of himself and the other knights, he became even more determined. "We've become the bait. This is the chance, while they're preoccupied with us." On this side, Ragna also gave orders with high spirits: "Raid them, smash through the orcs' front line." The soldiers immediately obeyed, and while operating the siege engines, they shouted in unison, "Advance." Immediately after, the engine slammed hard into the wooden gate, causing it to shatter into pieces with wood splinters flying everywhere. Once completed, everyone immediately shouted the announcement, "The main gate is open." Right after, the knights quickly rode forward to surround the orcfuls, shouting, "Imperial army, attack." Back to the present, Yuri had escaped its attack and signaled, "Halt," then speculated in a deep voice, "It seems His Highness has begun breaking the main gate." Immediately after, Yuri stopped his horse and announced loudly, "The role of the bait ends here. Now we join forces." But before he could finish, another voice interrupted, "Is it really necessary to go back there?" Seeing Knight Jose riding up, Yuri blurted out in surprise, "Sir Jose," he calmly evaluated, "since the main gate is under attack, the orcs won't have the strength to worry about the rear." Jose continued his analysis. "At a time like this, an intense attack from the rear will make them collapse even faster." Hearing this, he smiled appreciatively. "That's a good idea, but..." Yuri hesitated for a moment and pointed toward the gate, then calmly assessed, "Not only are there no siege engines here, but unlike the main gate, this place is surrounded by walls designed specifically for heavy defense." Hearing that, he reached for the hilt of the sword on his back and laughed excitedly. "It's not like you always need siege weapons for this." Then Jose decisively drew his sword. At that exact moment, a vast amount of mana surged around the blade, and he confidently asserted, "I'll be the one breaking through here." Knight Jose rested the sword on his shoulder and stepped toward the massive wooden gate. He smiled from behind, watching that steady back with admiration. Truly amazing. Immediately after, Jose gripped the sword tightly, causing the flow of mana to erupt violently. Then he powerfully raised the sword high to gain momentum. Witnessing Jose strike the sword hard against the ground, the mana moved in the direction of the blade and exploded fiercely. Yuri couldn't help but marvel. That truly is a tsunami-like amount of mana. Instantly, that mana surged toward the gate in the direction of the sword, shattering the gate's sturdy structure and sending debris flying everywhere. The orcfuls lurking behind the thick cloud of dust gradually began to appear. As soon as the dust cleared, the orcfuls became more visible and immediately let out a furious roar. Yuri spurred his horse forward, calling out in praise, "Well done, Sir Jose." In an instant, he had already decapitated an orcful. Then Yuri turned his head and shouted, "Brial." He then proudly raised his sword forward to signal, "Now is the time." Then Yuri powerfully ordered, "Clear the way." Instantly, the knights behind him simultaneously adjusted their stances to prepare for the charge. Engraved the true power of the alliance into their heads, the entire knight squad immediately dashed into the enemy camp with overwhelming momentum. They shouted in unison, "The martial might of Brial," while the orcfuls ahead crowded into dense rows, gripping their spears, ready for the clash. But before they could act, the orcfuls' weapons had already been sliced in two. The frantic thundering of hooves echoed continuously, stirring up clouds of dust that filled the air. Jard rode forward and shouted loudly, "For Brial." Yuri watched from behind with concern. "This is nothing like the usual Gerard. You're getting way too excited," while Laurent remained silent and brooding. After a moment of silence, he stepped forward competitively. "I have to join in too," making Yuri call out helplessly from behind, "Laurent." Laurent charged straight toward the orcfuls, who were mounted on massive green monsters. In the blink of an eye, he vaulted high into the air, leaving his horses back with lightning speed. It looked up in shock, its eyes wandering in confusion toward the space above. Seconds later, the orcful was struck by a powerful slash before it could react, while Laurent landed gently on the ground with a piercing gaze. He then stabbed his sword directly into the orcful's body, sending blood splattering. Then Laurent raised his hand to the sky and shouted the slogan, "For Prince Yuri." Knight Jose, observing from a distance, remarked enthusiastically, "Brial is hogging all the cool moments for themselves." Then he said excitedly, "We can't let ourselves be outdone either," and charged forward with his subordinates to fight them with great relish. A while later, all the orcfuls were finally defeated, their corpses strewn across the ground. Seeing this, Jose spoke with relief, "Good, the defense is weakening, the tide of the battle is clear." In contrast, Yuri remained serious, his gaze darkening with calculation as a sense of unease rose within him. However, it's strange not to see any sign of the main army. By now, they should have made it inside the camp. Just as everyone began to relax, a large number of orcvils suddenly swarmed in from a distance with fierce momentum. Everyone immediately tightened their formation, weapons raised high, shouting a warning, the orcs are coming. But it seemed the strength of the orcvils had been augmented. They easily sliced through the armored bodies of the soldiers, causing them to cough up blood in agony. Not only that, they were even killing the horses, throwing the cavalry formation into chaos. Gerald turned pale with a panicked expression and couldn't help but cry out, "Damn it, why are there so many of them?" Just as he finished speaking, another orcvil suddenly appeared beside him, lunging in for a sneak attack. Its face was hideous, surging with murderous intent as it raised a crude wooden club high, preparing to strike. Gerald's face went white as he uttered a desperate complaint. "Damn it, we've been set up." Seeing him frozen, Yuri galloped over and urgently reminded him, "Snap out of it already." He gritted his teeth, using all his might to block its attack. Yuri's small sword stopped the orcvil's massive weapon, the two blades clashing with such force that sparks flew. Seeing Yuri shielding him, Gerald shouted in terror, "Prince." He blocked the blow and turned his head to remind him, "Are you planning to say those heroic words and then just die?" Then Yuri immediately ordered, "Get into position, Gerard." Despite his fear, Gerald gritted his teeth and raised his sword, preparing to fight. The two sides clashed fiercely in a stalemate. Then, both swung their weapons powerfully at the same time, creating a brief opening. Seizing that opportunity, Yuri immediately signaled him with a glance. Gerald keenly understood his intention. Both of them rode past the orcvil at the same time, delivering a powerful slash to its butt. In an instant, the orcvil fell heavily to the ground, dead before it could even gasp. After finishing them off, Gerald immediately bowed his head in apology, "I'm sorry," while Yuri maintained a tense expression, alertly scanning the surroundings before reminding him, "It's fine, but don't let your guard down." He peered into the pitch-black room ahead, his heart constantly racing with anxiety, certain that there was still something else lurking within. Inside the gloomy room lay the severed head of a knight. Inside the gloomy room lay the severed head of a knight. And that individual was none other than Orcua, an existence that was extremely brutal and cold-blooded. The battle between the two sides grew more intense by the second, and the Brucin soldiers didn't forget to spread the word among themselves. The troops must believe that Cull's camp has fallen. Brucin, don't let Brial leave us behind. At that moment, Brial discovered something and immediately called out tensely, "Gerald." Gerald followed Brial's gaze and saw a sinister-looking tent. He asked seriously, "I feel it too, do you intend to go?" And Brial replied briefly, "All right, follow me, we're going inside the camp." With that, they quickly ran toward the camp through the smoke and fire, while Gerald couldn't help but ask anxiously, "Has the regular Allied army faced something inside yet?" And Brial answered as if reassuring himself, "I can only pray it's not too late and that there's still a breath of life left." Suddenly, a body was hurled toward them. Brial and Gerald nimbly dodged it. Then a massive foot stepped forward. A figure leaped upward. Laurent, unable to keep up, stared blankly and mumbled to himself, "What on earth was that just now?" Brial couldn't help but curse, "Damn it." Orcville charged toward Brial with the speed of lightning. The soldiers shouted in worry, "Sir Brial, watch out." But Orcville suddenly changed direction. It raised a massive axe high into the air. Then it swung down, ending several lives in a single stroke. The axe blade reeked of fresh blood. Orcville turned its blood-red eyes toward its next target. It swung the axe again, sending two more souls to their end. Looking at the bodies scattered at its feet, it contentedly began to advance forward. Laurent called out in fear, "Prince," while Brial gripped his sword tightly and simply ordered everyone fall back. He said hesitantly, "From now on, I can no longer control my own strength." Without a moment's hesitation, Brial took the initiative and walked toward Orc. Hearing footsteps behind it, the creature slowly turned around to look. Laurent, seeing this, called out urgently as if to stop him, "Prince Brial." Just then Jose approached and advised him, "It's no use, he probably can't hear a single word right now." Seeing him, Laurent instinctively called his name, Jose, and Jose rested his sword on his shoulder, saying seriously, "I will fight alongside the prince." At that moment, on Brial's side, he swung his sword down powerfully. He attacked head-on and Orcville matched his strength, blocking the strike. Just like that, Brial stared coldly at the creature, and it stared back with equal arrogance. Without a word, it suddenly counterattacked, but fortunately, Brial's sharp reflexes allowed him to leap away just in time. Skidding across the ground to regain his footing, he reminded himself, "If I take even a single hit, I'll likely die instantly." Suddenly, a sword plunged into the ground in front of him, making Brial sigh helplessly. What kind of situation is this? Looking up to see Jose, he cried out in surprise, "Jose," and Jose gave a hearty laugh, half joking as he teased, "You look like you're having a bit of a hard time, sir." He then made an offer, "Allow me to join in," and Brial, feeling a bit flustered, stammered, "I ask that you please." Jose understood exactly what he meant without him needing to finish, but he simply stood silently behind the prince. Jose gazed into the distance, deep in thought. I know those eyes well. It's like a mother wolf cornered at the base of a cliff. And from Brial's figure, he instinctively remembered a mother wolf shielding her cubs with all her might. Jose understood the reason. Because there is something worth protecting, his eyes have completely erased all fear from his heart. Recalling Brial's combat stance and his grim, determined face, Jose felt a twinge of pity. You are clearly still so young, yet you've already come to understand what war truly is. Orkvul stood arrogantly, beckoning Brial forward in a provocative gesture. Brial tilted his head slightly to signal Jose, who quickly caught the drift and nodded back. The two of them immediately combined their strength. Jose would attack Orkvul head-on, while Brial provided support from the side. Jose lunged forward, thrusting his sword powerfully at Orkvul. It quickly used its axe to block his blade. Blade met axe with a screeching sound that pierced the air. Orkvul irritably pulled its axe back, and Jose followed suit, retracting his sword. Brial stood to the side, monitoring its every move and silently evaluating. Truly, an existence just like a monster. Orkvul's eyes flashed with annoyance. It aggressively swung its axe wildly, while Jose simply focused on blocking the blow. Brial took this opportunity to launch a sudden attack. But unfortunately, Orkvul noticed. It ducked its head, narrowly evading his blade. It immediately spun around, reaching out with a massive hand to grab. It then violently threw him away, making Jose shout in worry. Prince Brial. Orkvul reached out with its giant hand again. Sensing its intent, Brial wiped the blood from his lip and gave a faint smirk. Then he looked up directly at the creature and mocked. You've underestimated me. But is all this enough to be a nuisance to you? He said, standing up and brushing the dirt off himself. Facing the blood-red eyes staring at him, he nonchalantly challenged it. The orcs you sent out have already been wiped out by our knights. Let's see how you intend to resist us all by yourself, Brial said, regaining his momentum and raising his sword. Following his lead, Jose also raised his sword high. Without further delay, the two of them lunged at Orkvul with a single mine. It found itself completely surrounded by the two of them. Orkvul fought back against them with its bare hands. Eventually, it began to wince, unable to hold its ground. It let out a thunderous roar. Dark clouds began to swarm across the sky. Jose asked uneasily, "What is this?" Brial also wondered fearfully, "What is this energy?" Orkvul was enveloped in a gloomy aura, appearing as if reborn, its red eyes glowing brilliant. This Orkvul carried a completely different aura than before, and Brial, sensing the anomaly, groaned, "No way." Brial urgently warned Jose, "Jose, get back." But it was too late as Orkvul swung its axe in a wide arc directly at Jose. Seeing this, Brial cried out in disbelief, "Jose." Seeing it prepare to land another blow on him, he screamed a warning, "Dodge it." Instead of dodging, Jose looked straight at it provocatively and said, "You think you can hurt me with just this? Do you really think you can wound me?" At those words, Orkvul grew even more enraged and slammed its axe down. Jose used his blade to block, but he was gradually overpowered and pushed back. Brial immediately lunged forward and slashed Orkvul's arm to support him. It then shifted its target to him, and the two sides entered a deadlock. When Orkvul gained momentum to swing its axe down, Brial nimbly leaped away. He didn't forget to check on Jose. "Jose, are you all right?" And Jose shouted back, "Yes, I can still fight." Standing a distance away from Orkvul, Jose whispered to him, "Ever since that black smoke appeared, my physical capabilities have suddenly increased significantly." And Brial agreed, "Yes, I've noticed it too." Brial suddenly remembered someone and struggled with a flurry of questions in his mind. This feeling, it's just like that sorcerer's illusion from last time. But Hernando is using a spell to dispel black magic. However, the train of thought was cut short as he returned to the reality at hand. Looking at the orcs rising distortedly before him and the pitch-black sky, he wondered in confusion, just what on earth is happening? Under the dark night sky filled with storms, the growls of the monsters made the area feel like hell. Every one of them glared with blood-red eyes. Among them, a monster holding a hammer strained its neck to let out a roar. Purple smoke began to billow from the savage gashes on its body, and the wounds began to heal at a rapid pace. Having regained its strength, the monster slammed its foot down, making a knight fall to the ground, his whole body trembling. Before that man was the towering and ferocious figure of the monster, raising its massive axe, prepared to end his life. Yuri saw the terrifying situation and lunged toward it, not forgetting to tell his companion, "Jose, I'm leaving this side to you." And he replied calmly with a smile, "Understood, sir." Just as the Orkvul swung its axe down, Yuri successfully stood before it and blocked the blow, saving the knight, who cried out in shock, Prince Brial. But currently, he was occupied with blocking the monster's attack and had no time to respond. Realizing he couldn't solve it this way, Yuri shifted his blade to the side, forcing the Orkvul's axe hand to move with it. Immediately after, the third prince unleashed two swift, beautiful and dangerous sword strikes, making the monster roar in agony. Hot blood poured from the 2 wounds on the orc's body. But then the familiar purple smoke poured out even more intensely than before. The sudden appearance of the smoke made Yuri frown and cover his face. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he witnessed something. From the gashes where the smoke was pouring out, right from the 2 slashes on the orc's chest, a pair of terrifying red eyes appeared. The scene that followed was horrific. A clawed hand crawled out from the monster's chest. Despite something crawling out of its body, the orc looked completely calm and painless. Witnessing this, Yuri grimaced and thought, is it healing? No, is it magic? Just what is that thing? Without giving him time to think, the thing that just emerged raised its palm, and plumes of thick black smoke shot out. Yuri couldn't dodge or block it, and he was engulfed by that dark power. The dark energy coiled around his neck, the easiest place to snuff out a life, and Yuri realized with a shock how dangerous his situation was, prompting him to blurt out, damn it. Just as Yuri tried to break free, a blood-red pupil with a black iris appeared before him. Don't resist anymore. Seeing it, he felt a horrific aura, a thick, threatening energy unlike anything before. Definitely black magic, he thought, before being interrupted by a raspy voice calling, you, Rai. Cedric, with a bloody body and white eyes, reached out. Why are you still alive? Why is it only you? He was surrounded by the dead from his past life, their voices full of hatred, pleading, and blame. Prince, your highness, please, save us, Yuri. Why did you abandon us? Why are you alone? The destruction of the Holy Kingdom is your fault. By what right do you dare to live so shamelessly? Their presence reminded him of his wretchedness in his past life. You are a stain and a disgrace to the Brial family. You abandoned your duty and honor to run away. And his childhood form, the age most easily influenced, appeared. How do you even dare to utter that name? The third prince's bright eyes gradually grew dark, though it was unclear if it was the surrounding black magic or the hateful words taking a toll on his mind. Yuri Brial. Seeing this state, the eye widened even further, its voice quickening as if nearing its goal. You can't do anything, this is destiny. To its surprise, Yuri blurted out, bullshit. As soon as he spoke, brilliant light radiated from his body. Fragments of memories from his past life flashed in the prince's mind, a predicted future. Questions poured out one after another, a settled destiny. Amidst the thick black mist, even a small bit of light stood out prominent. Familiar hands gently touched Yuri's sword hand. His elderly form from his past life flickered into view. Just what era do you think this is? Yuri held the sword enveloped in light as brilliant as his mind and soul, and his mature form appeared, as well as his childhood self. Are you still talking nonsense about destiny? Outside, the one who caused all this stood nonchalantly watching the black magic envelop the third prince. Suddenly sensing something, it tilted its head up. Just then, a massive beam of light burst through the pitch-black barrier. The third prince, the one responsible for it, had appeared. He landed lightly on the ground. With power surging through him, Yuri lunged forward with incredible speed. The monster reacted in time and unleashed a move. These spells meant nothing to the now powerful third prince. A sharp slash cut through the air, and the monster was struck right in the chest. A sound like cracking glass echoed through the space. Gradually, the familiar sky reappeared, proving Yuri had successfully shattered the barrier. Even though a quarter of the monster's body was gone, he still held his sword out cautiously. The thing opened its mouth and spat blood, its face turning even paler. Then, unable to endure any longer, it collapsed heavily to the ground. Seeing the monster gradually fade away, Yuri let out a soft sigh of relief. The black energy is vanishing. This is the chance. With that thought, he raised his voice and shouted to everyone outside. Their magic has been broken. The orcs also heard his shout and looked up. Driven by the third prince's powerful aura, every knight was filled with vigor and charged toward the monsters. Advance. Suddenly, the sound of blades meeting axes echoed throughout the wasteland. The sound was so loud, it made Yuri spin around to see the battle. An orc gave a satisfied smirk and swung its arm. It landed a punch directly in Jose's stomach, feeling as if every bone in his body had been shattered. But despite the agony and the blood pouring from his mouth, he screamed out with all his might to keep the others from being distracted. Everyone charged. Witnessing that sight sent a shiver down Yuri's entire body. As the mangled body of the knight fell, the third prince's scream, filled with agony and rage, rang out, Jose. The orc maintained that wicked smirk and raised its axe. And just as it was about to swing down, Yuri dashed toward the spot with a sudden burst of speed and skidded to a halt. Jose tried to shout through the pain, no, stop, if you come any closer. Despite the appearance of another human, the orc wasn't surprised at all and simply turned around. The blood-stained axe was now aimed directly at the third prince. Seeing the sharp weapon about to strike him, Yuri thought with absolute calm, I will not run away anymore. Until that fatal moment, I will engrave your image into my eyes. His eyes clearly reflected the orc's silhouette, until the very end. A spray of blood erupted into the air. It was blood from the orc's severed arm. The creature could no longer maintain its smirk and screamed in agony. But that slash hadn't been delivered by Yuri, but by someone else. You. A soft chuckle echoed, quite a formidable one indeed. Before Yuri stood a burly and handsome older man who remarked admiringly, "He's taken a liking to you." The man who had suddenly appeared raised his hand and brought his sword down with a decisive strike, as fresh, hot blood surged out. Viewed from behind, his firm and steady back was a sight that would leave anyone, man or woman, utterly mesmerized. Despite its pain, the orc still tried to roar to maintain its dignity. Just as it prepared to give the human a piece of its mind, the opponent suddenly grabbed its helmet. Although he wore a smile, his eyes were filled with a murderous intent that held no trace of humor. "So noisy. You bastard didn't even let me finish my meal." Yuri stood silently behind him. As he heard the man's voice and saw his appearance, it clicked in his head, the unmistakably gruff tone and the powerful physique. True to Yuri's mental description, the man moved with Eastern swordsmanship that was entirely different from their own. The descriptions from his thoughts suddenly spilled out of Yuri's mouth. There's no doubt about it. This man is. His eyes clearly saw every clean movement of the man's sword, which lacked even a single wasted motion. The sword strokes were so fluid that one would surely miss them without a sharp eye. In the blink of an eye, the blade was already at the monster's throat. The man swung his sword down, flicking the blood from the blade. Behind him was the decapitated body of the orc, blood gushing like a fountain. Witnessing that scene, Yuri's train of thought finally concluded. It's the person I've been looking for. Seeing the dazed expression on the young knight before him, the man said with amusement, "I stepped in to do something pretty cool for you, but thanks to you, my plans are all messed up now." But suddenly the man's voice dropped to a dangerously low tone. "You, just now." But a sudden action from the other person cut off whatever the old man was about to say. "Thank you for saving us." Yuri took the chance to continue. Superb martial arts, taking down an orc general in a single blow, a masculine build, a handsome face, and overwhelming strength. When he heard the man's final assertion, his calm facade shattered completely. One of the continent's famous 10 great masters. Aren't you the outsider? Regaining his composure, the outsider slowly walked toward Yuri with a somber expression. "You know who I am. What are you getting at?" Despite the pressure of the man's terrifying killing intent, Yuri forced a smile and requested, "I know you let the orcs capture you on purpose for some reason." Seeing that his opponent remained silent, Yuri grew more confident. "The orc king, Okua, I believe he is your target. For that purpose, please join us." The outsider raised an eyebrow and let out an intrigued "oh." Memories from his past life surfaced. When Kirui died, the orcs had quickly lost all will to fight. A soldier threw a spear toward the monster, and it successfully pierced through an orc's throat. A large-scale massacre had taken place then, only after killing most of the orcs inside the camp. A blood-stained hand gripped a spear tightly. It was the prince who had impaled Kirui's head on a pike. That head served as a landmark on the battlefield. In his past life, the Alliance had never achieved such a grand victory, and now, the preordained history had been changed. Back in the present, as soon as Yuri stepped inside exhausted, someone greeted him. "You've worked hard, Prince." The third prince turned to the knight beside him and asked, "What is the casualty report?" Gerald replied seriously, "I am compiling the statistics, but the damage is negligible." But then he reported the next issue with concern. However, after witnessing the scene inside the orc camp, the number of soldiers in psychological shock is rising. Hearing this, Yuri didn't panic. That's understandable. He recalled the dark scene from before, a sight similar to the one at the Sedor territory. The tortured women and the terrifying demonlings had instilled fear in everyone. "I don't want to live anymore, please, just kill me." That image was perhaps even more disastrous. Regaining his calm, Yuri ordered the man beside him, "Go comfort them, don't let them get too shaken." The man obeyed despite his lingering worry. "Yes, sir." As if remembering something, Yuri asked another question. "What about the outsider?" At the mention of this, Gerald looked utterly exhausted and frustrated as he replied, "I am following your orders and meeting all his demands, but..." The outsider's drunken face appeared in a mocking memory. "I'm so hungry, so dirty. Hey knight, this soup is too salty." After demanding food, a bath, and a shave, he was now back to eating again. Hearing these reports, the third prince couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. It seemed Gerald was incredibly irritated by the outsider as he grumbled about many things. "I've never met anyone as troublesome as this guy. He complained the soup was bland, so I had it reheated. Then he called it salty and knocked over the table. He even threw a tantrum, saying he won't eat unless there are more than 5 side dishes." Yuri bowed his head slightly in embarrassment. Not wanting to hear any more complaining, he finally said, "All right, let me go there." "Where is he now?" Gerald thought for a moment. "He's probably..." Outside the tents, a campfire was the only source of light in the dark night. The outsider was currently sitting on the ground by the central fire. He was preoccupied with chewing meat when a voice rang out behind him. So, this is where you are. Yuri asked politely, is the meal to your liking? The opponent sighed and gave his review. It's mediocre. A moment later, after devouring a mountain of food, the outsider exhaled and rubbed his belly. Now I finally feel alive. Seeing this, the third prince, who had been waiting this whole time, spoke up. If you finished your meal, I have a few things to ask. But he was immediately cut off. Wait a minute. The outsider held up a hand, his eyes serious and showing no trace of drunkenness. Let me ask first. His expression darkened as he asked, that mage, how did you kill him? Being questioned about this made Yuri hesitate. But before he could make an excuse, the man continued, you said you knew my purpose, then just say it straight, don't beat around the bush. A sharp blade slowly slid out of its scabbard. The outsider was now radiating a powerful pressure that made others tremble. Depending on your answer, you might just die by my hand. Yuri fell silent for a moment. Then he slowly replied, to be honest, I don't know exactly. It's just that my mana method reacted, and I simply swung my sword accordingly. The man repeated his words. Mana method, you mean an internal cultivation technique. To prove his words were true, Yuri's entire body began to glow with a faint, shimmering aura. His demeanor was now entirely different from usual. This is a mana method passed down from my ancestor, Eri Brial. Staring at such a powerful surge of mana, the outsider could only gaze in silence. He suddenly looked away and remarked, it seems you and I truly have a bond of fate. Yuri, now returned to normal, asked in confusion, what do you mean by that? The old man had to explain more clearly. The internal cultivation technique and your ancestor's name, both are very special. Suddenly, the outsider slammed his fist into his other palm. He bowed respectfully and said, the last true disciple and sect leader of the Qingcheng sect, and protector Mu Rongzan, pays respects to the descendant of my past benefactor. The Qingcheng sect has never forgotten its friendship with the Tyrant Heaven swordsman. Suddenly being called a benefactor left Yuri panicked and confused. Benefactor. Facing the boy's shock, the man remained perfectly calm. There is nothing to be surprised about, it's all just old history. The image of a young man appeared in his mind. Your ancestor, Irui, was known to us as the Tyrant Heaven swordsman. Images of the past emerged. He and the sect leader of the Qingcheng sect at that time were close friends and provided great help in exterminating the demonic cult. Yuri's attention immediately snapped to a specific term. The demonic cult, following his words, was the outsider's bitter voice. Those bastards who specialized in using living humans as sacrifice. He continued, the Qingcheng sect has the mission of exorcising evil and destroying demons. I only came here because I wanted to strike down the unfortunate star that appeared in the west. Yuri thought to himself, now I understand. A journey of demon slaying, so this was why he was so obsessed with killing Okua in his past life. In his train of thought, the outsider's voice echoed faintly. Even so, the sect has completely collapsed, hasn't it? The third prince's eyes became determined. But I can't let such a powerful combat force go off alone. Having made his decision, Yuri spoke immediately. In that case, you have all the more reason to come with us. The man blurted out in confusion. What? Yuri continued to list the benefits of joining him. We will grant you the title of Honorary Knight of the Brial family. You will complete your demon-slaying journey alongside the allied army. The old man still seemed very hesitant. Having no other choice, Yuri pulled out his final move. Food, baths, anything you want, we will provide it all. With the title of knight, no one on this continent will ever dare to look down on you again. Naturally, there will be no shortage of wealth, and when the war ends, we will arrange a position for you in a major merchant guild. Hearing this, the outsider finally shouted in excitement, a major merchant guild. The man placed a hand over his mouth, coughed slightly, and then said seriously, if you put it that way, then very well. Then he held up one finger, but I also have a condition. The outsider smirked with interest as he laid out his terms. I quite like you. From now on, you shall call this Mu Rongzan master. Suddenly having someone want to take him as a disciple left the third prince a bit stunned. Without giving him a chance to refuse, the outsider made the decision then and there. From this day forward, you will become a lay disciple of our Qingcheng sect. One can't help but wonder what this prince's life will be like now. Hearing those words made Yuri raise an eyebrow and ask, a lay disciple? The outsider looked quite arrogant as he chuckled. Normally, there's a fee for this sort of thing. I'm teaching you specifically, so you should know enough to be grateful. Although receiving such a rare invitation was incredibly exciting for him, remembering a certain terrifying old man caused that excitement to fade away. I appreciate the offer, but I already have a master. The outsider's reaction was exactly as expected, utterly furious, so angry that his words sounded like a jilted lover. A sword demon, a very terrifying person. Fine, just be his disciple and then be mine as well. He acted like a 3-year-old, crossing his arms and looking away while muttering, though loud enough for Yuri to hear, and smile slightly. You don't even realize how noble my status is, yet you aren't even great. But he immediately returned to normal and made a further demand. and I need to meet the commander of your allied army. Lead the way." Suddenly being asked to bring out the leader left Yuri in a daze. "What?" Seeing the boy's foolish expression, the old man raised an eyebrow. "You said you would help me achieve my goal, didn't you?" The sun gradually set as the moon prepared to rise. There is one thing you all need to know about the orcs. In the dark night, a tent flying the royal banner was still lit with a golden light. A voice spoke from within. "It is human sacrifice." Ragnar leaned his chin on his interlaced hands, his face looking grave. "So, that Okua is using humans as sacrifice." The three sat in their chairs discussing this terrifying issue. The outsider, who held a lot of information, continued. "He offers human lives to perform black magic. The act of human sacrifice proves he is deeply immersed in the dark arts." Yuri also contributed to the discussion to find a lead. "In the most recent battle, the orcs' combat power spiked instantly. We believe that black magic is the cause. If the orcs have the means to continue using black magic, I think we need to be prepared." Hearing the prince's suggestion, Ragnar nodded in agreement while frowning at the inhuman actions of the monsters. "They are doing truly disgusting things." The outsider grumbled irritably. "In any case, that's why I disguised myself as a sacrifice to get close to him." Then he grew louder. "But you guys went and ruined my plan." Seeing his irritability rising, Yuri quickly stepped in to quench the fire. "Commander, the outsider has agreed to act with us." He explained excitedly. "His goal is to destroy Okua, so he will be a great asset to the alliance." But the army leader simply stroked his chin thoughtfully. Noticing the leader was lost in thought, Yuri called out, "Your Highness." This snapped Ragnar back to the present, and his face suddenly turned terrifying. But that expression appeared only for a moment before he returned to normal. "Fine, I understand. As for the issue of black magic, we will look into it." Ragnar turned to assign a task to the person beside him. "I'll leave the matter of the outsider to you." Yuri replied with a smile, "Thank you," while breathing a sigh of relief internally. At least he had succeeded in getting the outsider to join the alliance. Suddenly the prince hesitated and called out, making Yuri wonder. "However, Yuri." He placed both hands on the table and asked tentatively, "I heard that in the Brial army there is a half-orc." Although a bit confused as to why the prince was asking, he replied, "Yes, that is correct." Hearing the answer didn't bring Ragnar any relief. Instead, he let out a weary sigh. He made a request. "I assigned the half-orcs captured this time to Graham, but there are too many conflicting opinions on how to handle." His final sentence officially ended the night's discussion. "I want you to bring this matter to a close." Yuri slowly looked at the orcs in the prison while frowning thoughtfully. Being trusted by Ragnar isn't bad. At that thought, his entire body couldn't help but radiate a dark aura of annoyance. But it seems he's just pushing a troublesome task onto me. Suddenly, a shout rang out in the silent night, making him snap his gaze in that direction. Are we just going to keep letting those Brial people push us around? It was two knights talking, but based on their expressions and actions, it clearly wasn't a pleasant conversation. A knight with sunken cheeks asked his companion irritably, "Why are you being so stubborn?" He tried his best to persuade him. "If we use them, our empire will have the most orc language translators, won't it?" Graham maintained his calm, but his answer was resolute. "There are many survivors who have suffered terrible things at the hands of those half-orcs." His words were referring to the miserable women who had been tortured. Shouldn't we listen to the voices of the victims as well? The other knight, lacking such great empathy, argued loudly, "But we can't miss this opportunity." After listening to the entire conversation in silence, Yuri sighed in frustration, thinking, "So that's how it is." At that moment, the prince stepped into the conversation and asked, "Then let me ask you." The appearance of a member of the royalty made the knight shrink back. "Are you certain those half-orcs will be useful on the battlefield?" But hearing the question, he raised his voice in reply, though his tone softened, likely because the person before him was a prince, of course. The knight presented his idea and looked quite confident. "They are very obedient. They can be used with just a little bit of training." But Yuri only uttered a slow, "Is that so?" He questioned the ambitious and foolish knight. Then, in a critical situation, could you entrust your life to that half-orc? As expected, the man hesitated. "Well, that." Without letting him argue, Yuri continued to state the truth. "To fight together on the battlefield, you must be able to trust each other with your backs." His words were both persuasive and noble. You must be able to protect each other even when you are at your weakest. Having settled the conversation, he calmly walked toward the victim. The lead woman was quite startled by the appearance of a man approaching her. Seeing her fearful and guarded attitude, Yuri stepped back slightly and gently raised a hand, asking in a mild tone, "Could you tell me what you saw?" With each of his words, pale marks appeared on her gaunt, haggard face. How they treated the weak. When asked, she could no longer bear it and told him everything while trembling. "My younger brother, when the boy was injured and couldn't move." The image of that dark prison still appeared in her mind. It was the most horrific and unforgettable memory of her life. The mangled and bloody body of her younger brother lay on the ground. They had torn him apart until he died. As for her, she could only watch that horrific sight while trembling and struggling to endure, as if they were plucking the legs and wings off an insect. The wicked monsters tortured the humans, and the woman's voice trembled more and more as she spoke. Piece by piece, they just laughed and savored the boy's screams. To them, my little brother was simply a form of entertainment. The death of her loved one caused her to lose control and scream. Those orcs are exactly that kind of animal. Hearing such a story, Graham stood behind them, his face clouded with sadness and anger, while Yuri slowly placed a hand on the woman's shoulder and asked in a soft voice, "What is your name and where are you?" She answered blankly, "Jane, from Sidor." After answering, she glanced at his appearance, then looked up and asked with conviction, "That hair, you are the Prince of Brial, aren't you?" The third prince nodded. "That's right." Jane's eyes filled with hatred, pleaded with the noble prince, "Please avenge me." And Yuri responded with a heavy heart, "I promise." A moment later, he called out, "Lord Graham," and the man behind him quickly replied, "Yes." His face became more solemn than usual as he spoke. "Today, I speak as the Prince of Brial, not as the commander of the Allied forces." Facing the victims who had endured so much pain, he continued, "They have murdered the innocent citizens of our country and left deep, unforgettable scars on the survivors." This statement from Yuri served as both a wake-up call and a sermon, emphasizing that giving any value to those who trample on humanity was simply out of the question. "The orcs will never change." As he declared this, the third prince seemed to glow, making people unable to help but look up at him as he said, "I am determined to kill every last one of them." Graham placed his hand over his heart in a salute. "By the authority your highness has granted me." A red flag fluttered in the night, marking a knight's oath. "I will deal with those half-orcs." Time passed slowly, and eventually, dawn began to break. A faint, lingering cry echoed through the air, a sign that war was about to erupt. The knights quickly drew their swords and shouted for all to hear, "It's the orcs. The orcs are approaching." The familiar red flags of the orcs whipped in the strong wind. Each one of them was mounted on a beast, looking even more aggressive than in yesterday's battle. What on earth were they plotting? Ragnar frowned as he voiced his suspicion. "Are the orcs here to negotiate?" And a knight standing nearby replied, "Yes, your highness, they say they have a message to deliver and are requesting the gate be opened." This reason didn't inspire a shred of trust in him. What kind of trick were they trying to pull this time? But knowing this war couldn't go on forever, his highness gave the order to his subordinates, "Open the gate." A few orcs were standing and chatting animatedly in a corner within the camp. Seeing the monsters they had fought so desperately against just yesterday made the knights extremely uncomfortable. Yet they held back. After all, those were the leader's orders. Yuri stared at the person across from him and asked without hesitation, "Your Highness, may I ask what the contents of that letter are?" Ragnar gripped the letter so hard that one side of the paper crumpled. He looked incredibly displeased as he muttered, "Yuri." Instead of handing over the letter, he asked a question that seemed out of place given the circumstances. "Why do you think I became the commander of the Allied forces?" To which a confused Yuri could only utter a soft, "Huh." He then answered the leader's sudden question seriously, "Because your highness is the most skilled on the battlefield." But this answer didn't satisfy Ragnar, who snapped irritably, besides that obvious reason. Sensing something deeper, he asked tentatively, "Do you mean for political reasons?" Whenever politics came up, the leader's mood plummeted. "Yes, I don't know if you're aware, but the Emperor and I have never seen eye to eye." He recounted his relationship and feelings regarding his position as a prince of the Empire and his disproportionate lack of power, nodding. "While it seems logical for me to serve as the supreme commander, the Empire's internal politics don't operate that simply." The image of the majestic yet cunning emperor flashed in his mind. Whenever things seemed to follow the rules, the emperor's hand was always pulling strings in the background. Visions of victory and cheering crowds appeared as he said, "Of course, if I win the war, I would be famous across the continent as a hero." It was a brilliant path guaranteed by praise and support, yet one that was profoundly bloodstained. His Highness's tone became dejected at the thought of a fantasy that might never come true. But that story only matters if, and only if, we win the battle. Listening to his confession, Yuri couldn't help but recall his past life, where Ragnar had given up his power and took responsibility for the Allied forces' defeat, allowing the Emperor to completely manipulate the Empire. The Allied forces had been established specifically to fail. He thought deeply, realizing Ragnar was ultimately just a disposable pawn, and his mood grew bitter and sad as he asked, "Do you believe this is a trap?" Ragnar didn't answer, but instead held out the crumpled letter to him. "Read this." After reading every word on the letter, Yuri was instantly horrified. "This is." The letter contained a threat that exposed a dark truth of the imperial family. The Emperor had signed a secret pact with Okua, warning them not to become useless sacrifices and to retreat. Knowing that someone had planned for them to fall into a trap made Yuri furious. did this mean the outcome of the war had been decided from the very beginning? He gritted his teeth in anger, but being royalty, his curse remained relatively mild, though if it were up to me, I'd be cursing them back 3 generations, as he muttered, what a despicable scheme. Seeing his expression, Ragna said, I heard this letter was sent by an unnamed force hostile to Okua. It's all a staged play, and the possibility of the Allied forces returning alive never existed. The leader's question left Yuri in a long silence. Well, Yuri, what do you think? After a while he spoke up. Your Highness, may I make a suggestion? And since he had no reason to refuse, Ragna simply said, go ahead. As if seeing something promising, Ragna's golden eyes lit up, and his mouth, which had been set in a straight line, suddenly curled up with interest. Yuri finally stomped the letter into the ground, stating that whether the content was true or false, a conspiracy or anything else, it didn't matter. They had to return victorious. Though his handsome face showed no emotion, the third prince's tone was incredibly firm with no intention of giving up. This already difficult war has just become a little bit harder. That is all. As soon as he finished, Ragna burst into a hearty laugh, his eyes crinkling shut. After he finished laughing, he stood up cheerfully and said, right, I suppose that's how it is. The leader said excitedly, regardless of the Emperor's schemes, if we don't return as victors, we'll have no place to stand anyway. Regaining his composure, Ragna put his hands on his hips and said, so now only the messengers remain. But Yuri suddenly interrupted, Your Highness. He smirked with delight, please leave those ones to me. And while the leader said nothing, the smile on his lips showed his full agreement. The orcs outside were still chatting like gossips when one of them suddenly noticed something. Its mouth hung open in a look of pure panic and fear. The orc pointed at Yuri, who was radiating mana like a mist, only much brighter. His anger seemed to explode as he swiftly drew his sword and cursed, You're too noisy, you bastard. Sharp sword strikes appeared out of thin air. The orcs were slashed apart, their bodies and necks severed by the dangerous blade. Once it was over, Yuri instinctively flicked his sword to shake the orc's filthy blood onto the ground. The knights nearby stood agape at the third prince's sheer coolness, having taken down all 3 orcs in a single move. Their impression of him quickly changed to one of awe and admiration. They never expected the Prince of Brial to be such a master. Ragna slowly walked out, seeing the scene and offering praise. Isn't it great to have such strength at only 18, though the seasoned knight behind him didn't seem to like Yuri's show of power and grumbled, but isn't that a bit excessive? The man continued, I heard he made an oath. The 3 orc heads were pierced by a flagpole and planted outside the camp wall as a grim mark. Yuri's face was filled with resentment, silently vowing to seek revenge and make them pay. In the late afternoon during sunset, Ragna and his loyal knights stood quietly, gazing at the beautiful scene before them. Then he spoke, bring Eisen here, and the person behind him nodded immediately, yes, sir. A moment later, a figure walked up quietly, an old man holding a staff that looked like a magic wand bowed in greeting. Did you call for me, your highness? This was Eisen, the magic advisor of the Grancine Empire. Ragna ordered the old man, explain everything you know about black magic, and the other replied without hesitation, black magic is a secret art that has long been lost. Very few people can use it, and it is easily countered by dispelling magic. Hearing this, the leader pressed, what is the most unimaginably powerful black magic you know of? The old man slowly continued his explanation. There used to be legends about attempting to resurrect the dead, but nowadays, it's considered nothing more than superstition. But the leader's next words contradicted the old man's explanation. There is intelligence that Okua is immersing himself in sorcery that utilizes black magic. I heard he increases his power through human sacrifice, which we witnessed in this battle, so we must assume the orcs will become even stronger in the future. After recovering from his shock, Eisen placed his hand on his chin in thought, if that's the case. The old man proposed a suspicious hypothesis. Could the orcs have obtained a grimoire of forgotten ancient black magic? And hearing the strange term, Ragna curiously repeated, a grimoire. Eisen's aging voice rang out over the peaceful meadow. There are still many mysteries on this savanna, such as the kingdom of Adelvain that once stood on this land. An image appeared of a knight riding a horse through a dark, seemingly haunted forest, and the heart that still protects that land is known to be a product of black magic. The moment the knight turned its head, it was revealed to be a dry skeleton with red lights glowing in its empty eye sockets. That was the Death Knight Gert. Ragna listened in silence and then asked another question. So if Okua is using black magic, what do you think he plans to do with it? And to avoid having the prince rely solely on his word, Eisen cautiously replied, this is entirely a hypothesis. Could it be to summon something? That's what I suspect. And Ragna thoughtfully repeated the word, summoning. His mind seemed to be clearing up. So that's it. The reason he's dragging out our march despite losing troops is to buy time. Eisen nodded in agreement. Yes, if he has the grimoire, it's very likely he found a dungeon within the ruins of the ancient kingdom. The prince said in a low voice, deep down there. In the gloomy darkness of a cave, a beam of light radiated outward. Was there something there? It looked like a magic scepter planted upon a stone statue. A desolate wind blew across the pitiably abandoned wasteland. Yuri rode his warhorse with the unit's flag attached to the saddle, and the knights behind him carried theirs in the exact same way. Jard approached his leader to report the situation. Prince, the supply line from Valshard has been cut off, and Yuri turned his head with a slight nod. Is that so? He looked ahead and said, I suppose with the relentless attacks, there was no other way, and Jard agreed. Yes, orders have been issued for us to focus more on protecting our supply. After listening, Yuri rested his chin in his hand, worried. Even though we've stockpiled enough, the situation doesn't seem as favorable as I thought. As he rode, he scouted his surroundings, thinking, this is the center of the savannah, and Okua is very close now. It wouldn't be strange if the entire orc army came to attack, if they set up a formation and start a war of attrition. Just thinking about that scenario was bad enough, so Yuri steeled his resolve. We must have a decisive battle to settle this before then. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. The horses jumped in fear, and Yuri, sitting in the saddle, was jolted by the sudden tremor. Seeing the unstable situation, he quickly ordered everyone, dismount. The moment his feet touched the ground, his whole body shook. Jard and Yuri both knelt down to keep their balance. Why is there a sudden earthquake? Jard asked, but Yuri countered. No, this is different from an earthquake. As he spoke, Yuri released his mana, signaling that the current situation was becoming dangerous. What is this? A massive stone structure suddenly surged up from the ground at an incredible speed. Something is coming up. Just as he finished his sentence, a castle with 3 pillars completely emerged from the once empty ground, rising up from deep below. Thick dust from the event billowed out, and everyone's vision gradually became clearer. Ragna and the mages were preparing to deploy magic toward that castle. An urgent call rang out from a distance. Your Highness. Seeing who it was, Ragna lowered his binoculars. So you've arrived, and Yuri skipped the greetings to ask curiously, Your Highness, those ruins are. The leader looked quite dejected and shook his head. I still haven't found any connection to the orcs. From the outside, it looks like nothing more than ordinary ruins. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. The worrying part is not being able to see inside. And Yuri, standing beside him, smiled slightly and made an offer. Then let us go and check it out. He placed a hand on his chest and bowed slightly, saying, the fact that it suddenly appeared before us like this means something is definitely wrong. The smile on Yuri's handsome face looked extremely confident, as if the prince had a specific plan. Wouldn't verifying it ourselves prevent future trouble? And Ragna smiled back and agreed, all right in that case. Before Yuri could celebrate, the leader's next words turned him stone cold. Take our Imperial Knights with you. A moment later, someone spoke respectfully. I obey your Highness's command to assist the prince. The person introduced himself. I am Rodin. I look forward to your guidance. This was one of the Imperial Knights, Rodin. As soon as he saw that group, Jard showed his dissatisfaction and whispered to Yuri, Prince, do we really have to go with them? And Yuri reluctantly advised him, what can we do? We have to follow orders from the top. A strange thought suddenly occurred to him, but the sudden decision to have the Imperial Knights tag along like this. That group said nothing, only staring silently at them. He wondered if they had some other motive. After spending some time getting acquainted, the knights all stood before the strange ruins, looking completely ready. Yuri looked up and noted, it seems this is the door, while Jard suggested, let me check around for any mechanism. 2 knights under his command peered cautiously around, gripping their swords tightly to prepare for any situation. But Yuri refused, saying, no need if it doesn't work. I'll just break the door down gently. He placed his hand on the door and funneled his mana into it. The surges of mana gradually became more powerful. Suddenly, Yuri felt something that made his entire body shudder. The previously locked door now swung wide open, leaving the others in total shock. What did you just do? And Yuri shouted back, I don't know either. He peered into the gloomy interior of the ruins where no light reached, thinking, I only just touched it. I didn't expect it to open so easily. It's as if it was waiting for someone. Wisps of smoke drifted out of the building, blowing his thoughts away. Finally, everyone began to move inside. Let's go. After walking a bit, his first observation was, it's so dark in here. Yuri turned his head and asked, Jard, don't you have a torch? And he replied sheepishly, I didn't bring one, sir. He glanced at the Imperial Knights, whose hands were also empty. It seemed those guys didn't have any either. Yuri came to a halt. A new thought suddenly flashed in his mind. Now that I think about it, the door seemed to react to mana earlier. While thinking, he channeled magic into a sconce to light a fire. If the structures inside the ruins were designed the same way. Sure enough, what happened next was exactly as he had thought. the fire pot burst into a pure white flame. Jard exclaimed in surprise, "Could it be that you've been here before, Your Highness?" But Yuri dismissed the idea. How could that be? While Laurent offered a polite compliment, "You're amazing, Prince." No longer joking, Yuri spoke sternly, "Let's head in and don't let your guard down," to which they both shouted in unison, "Understood." The Imperial Knights remained cold-faced and silent, just quietly watching Yuri's group ahead of them. Rodin gave a cold snort, but it was too soft for anyone else to notice. Someone's foot stepped on a bone. After walking for a while, everyone's eyes had adjusted to the darkness, so they could clearly see what they had stepped on. There was a dry skeleton sitting in front of a door. Yuri glanced around, wondering what this could be, when Jard spoke up to volunteer. "Let me check it out first, Your Highness." While cautiously scanning the area, Jard suddenly called out loudly, "Prince." He stood beside a dry skeleton and pounded loudly on the tightly sealed door, reporting, "It's a dead end, sir." Yuri knelt down to examine the strange skeleton. It was surrounded by orc bones, and he wondered if these were the only human remains left. Through his examination of the site, he had pieced together most of the story. Looking at the traces of battle left everywhere, it seemed they had fought to the death to protect whatever was behind that door. Laurent's entire body radiated a soft blue light as he reported, "Prince, even after channeling mana into it, there's still no reaction." Yuri also instinctively channeled mana into the object he was touching and said, "There's no other way. Let's turn back and see if we missed anything in the surrounding area." While he was telling the group, "Prepare yourselves for any danger that might arise," understood. "Yes, sir." The fingers of the skeleton suddenly twitched. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton gripped Yuri's arm tight. Jard shouted in a panic, "What on earth is that, Prince?" While Laurent called out anxiously, "Prince Yuri." The Imperial Knights finally rushed over after discovering the tense situation. A brilliant light illuminated the entire dark space within the ruins. Yuri used his other hand to shield his face from the blinding glare. A raspy voice suddenly echoed in his head, "Remember this. This is the salvation intended for them." The skeleton seemed to be smiling gently at him. That final sentence severed Yuri's consciousness. Salvation and repentance are the keys to escaping this place. In an instant, Yuri was transported to a completely unfamiliar place in a dazed state. He was momentarily shocked and hurriedly looked around, wondering, "Where am I?" A young boy suddenly dashed past him and bragged excitedly, "Master, look at this." Hearing that, the man gave a satisfied laugh and asked, "Where have you been that you're only getting back now?" The boy replied enthusiastically, "I was preoccupied with reading for a bit." At that moment, Yuri realized with a start, that armor, could it belong to the skeleton from before? He immediately turned around warily, realizing, so, this is the world within his memories. Yuri speculated somberly, to leave behind such clear memories, it must be a rather high-level type of magic. I wonder what exactly he wants to show me. Looking at the scene before him, he grew even more curious about the owner of these memories. Very soon after, the boy obediently knelt before the man's calm voice. "Then, let's get to today's lesson. Have you prepared your studies thoroughly?" At those words, the boy didn't answer but simply wore a dejected expression. Seeing this, the man scolded, "If you haven't, you should at least open your mouth and say so. Don't try to dodge the question." The boy frowned indignantly and complained, "But just reading books all the time isn't interesting at all." Hearing that, the man grew even angrier. "How do you expect to become a real hunter like this?" Yuri stood to the side, observing the entire story. He smiled slightly, thinking, "The atmosphere is quite nostalgic. It reminds me of Bernardo." The man suddenly rummaged through a small bag and said loudly, "Take a look at this." The man's voice dropped for a moment as he asserted, "This is proof of being an orc hunter. You must have one of these to become a proper hunter yourself." Looking at the stone, Yuri suddenly understood a few things. So it was such an important object. No wonder. Then a voice suddenly rang out, "But..." The boy asked in confusion, "I don't understand why we have to kill orcs." He questioned, fumbling, "Maybe there's still a chance to talk to them." To those words, the man let out a helpless, long sigh and replied, "Perhaps it is time I told you the truth." He immediately sharpened his tone. "Listen carefully, orcs are humans who have been defiled by black magic." This statement immediately turned the boy's face pale with fear. Yuri, standing nearby, was also stunned and blurted out, "What?" The man slowly recounted the story. A long time ago, there was a nobleman who was obsessed with killing. He made up all sorts of excuses to murder the people in his territory. However, every villain meets his match. When the royal decree banning murder was issued, a black mage approached the nobleman who was brooding over the matter. The mage spoke craftily. "The king only forbade you from killing humans. He never forbade you from using humans to create something else, did he?" The nobleman was overjoyed to hear that humans could be transformed into a form that could be killed. Without hesitation, he frantically pushed all the villagers into the dark magic. And the black mage took that opportunity to secretly cast the dark arts. Before long, those exposed to the black magic began to transform, losing their human shape. They became monsters with hideous appearances and a deep-seated hatred for humanity. The man asserted firmly, and those are the humans defiled by black magic, the species we know as orcs. Yuri's body shook instinctively as he blamed himself in horror. Orcs are humans. He means the ones I've been killing all this time are the descendants of people who were once human. On this side, the boy couldn't help but ask curiously, was that black mage punished? The man shook his head helplessly. No, they say that by the time the nobleman's crimes were discovered, he had already fled far away. He continued sorrowfully. People tried to find ways to turn orcs back into humans, but they all failed. Eventually, the kingdom decided to abandon them. Hearing this, the boy's throat tightened as he stammered. How could they? The man explained painfully, harvesting these cursed lives and granting them the salvation of a peaceful death. That is our job as hunters. Yuri quickly put it together, thinking to himself, so black magic isn't just the source of power for the orc casters, but it's also related to the human sacrifices that outsider mentioned. While Yuri wasn't paying attention, the man and the boy suddenly vanished into thin air, startling. Yuri was momentarily terrified and quickly scanned his surroundings. In an instant, the sky was torn open. Yuri realized with horror that the timeline within the memory was shifted. In the blink of an eye, the scene changed to a set of abandoned ruins. Yuri looked around the ruins in confusion, wondering, inside the ruins. Right then, an urgent voice suddenly rang out, "Master, you can't." The man firmly shook off the boy's hand and shouted, "Let go." The boy questioned him tensely, "Are you planning to face them all alone? Snap out of it. Doing that is just dying for nothing." Despite those pleas, the man stubbornly insisted, "Are we supposed to just stand here and wait for reinforcements in vain? Adelvin has already fallen." Observing their behavior, Yuri speculated, "It seems 10 years have passed, and the name Adelvin sounds familiar. I think it's the name of an ancient kingdom." The boy shouted angrily, "So you're going to use yourself as bait for the orcs? How can you even say that?" The man remained resolute. "They've already swarmed this far. If we delay any longer, we won't even be able to act as bait." That said, he lowered his voice to reassure the boy, "You must survive to pass on our wish. That is the responsibility of future generations." Hearing this, the boy replied, "I won't get very far if I run away alone anyway." His eyes suddenly burned with resolve as he asserted firmly, "In that case, I'd rather stay in these ruins to pass everything on to the future perfectly, the memories of the orc hunt." The man let out a helpless sigh. "You truly are stubborn." Yuri, witnessing the whole scene, thought to himself, so that's why these memories were preserved. Immediately after, the atmosphere deep within the ruins grew increasingly eerie. A fatal blow was struck, followed by a heroic voice. "We leave these things to future generations, to those who will find their way here one day." The boy gripped his staff tightly, his resolve burning as he asserted, "The secrets of the orc species, and the experience and techniques of the orc hunter, known as the strongest in Adelvin." He emphasized painfully, "We will fall in this place." His final words followed immediately after. "I hope that in your era, our wish will finally come true." The boy lost all his strength and collapsed to his knees. In an instant, he fell to the ground, his voice a mere whisper. "I hope our deaths will not be in vain." Witnessing that strange sight, Yuri wondered in surprise, could it be? Is he looking at me? With his last bit of strength, the boy added, "Beware of the demon book." These words left Yuri even more suspicious. The demon book. A stone with a brilliant aura appeared right after, but for some unknown reason, it shattered into pieces in an instant, followed by an urgent voice. "Sir, your highness, Prince Yuri." Yuri snapped awake immediately, his face pale with fear. Yuri clutched his head and pressed. "Where are we?" Graham replied seriously. "We are inside the ruins, sir." He let out a sigh of relief. The remains suddenly glowed and then disappeared. "I'm so glad you're safe." Yuri replied instantly, "I'm glad you guys are safe too." His mind was in a whirl as he thought, a hunter's memory. It didn't feel like simply experiencing their past. It felt more like recalling an old memory that had been buried deep in the subconscious. As if realizing something, Yuri suddenly asked, "By the way, is that your handiwork? How many times did you hit that door?" At that question, Graham could only give a sheepish smile and say, "We worked quite hard on it, sir." He asked with concern, "Did you see something, sir?" Hearing this, Yuri could only sigh dejectedly. "I wonder if I should say I saw it or what." A loud noise suddenly erupted, and Yuri was immediately startled. An earthquake. He quickly realized something was wrong and turned to the group urgently. "No, this tremor is different from before. This is." Elsewhere, a large number of orcs were swarming toward them. Seeing them rushing in like an overwhelming wave, Yuri was jolted. An orc ambush. Graham asked in horror, "Orcs at a time like this? Have they discovered us here, or is this a trap they've set?" Yuri stood up calmly and warned sternly, don't overreact. That said, he scanned the surrounding battlefield. Immediately after, Yuri quickly formed a speculation. This place used to be an orc hunter base. Seeing the ruins of their sworn enemies resurface, they must want to crush it immediately. He thought tensely, judging by the intensity of the tremors. It's a group riding Komodo dragons. Yuri couldn't help but wonder, a scout team. Is the number 5? No. Beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks as he calculated tensely. Is it 10 of? Graham couldn't hide his concern and spoke up. Prince, it's best if you return to the headquarters right now. Yuri agreed. Normally, that would be the right move. He added somberly, you guys should leave too. Yuri let out a slight smirk and asserted firmly, prepare for battle. These words left Rodin confused. He asked, you aren't retreating. Yuri replied nonchalantly, there's no need to retreat. With that, he calmly sat down beside the skeleton, lying motionless on the floor. Without a word, Yuri silently picked up the mysterious sword. He let out a triumphant smile. Now I see it very clearly, the way to deal with these orcs. At the same time, outside, the orcs were approaching like a storm. One of them suddenly roared, pointing its hand directly toward the ancient ruins. Suddenly, from within the bushes, a series of glowing spots burst into a brilliant red light. The orcs stopped dead in their tracks, every single one of them wearing a blank expression for a moment. Their faces now showed clear ferocity, as if they wanted to swallow the group alive. In an instant, they seemed to go mad, roaring one after another. The glowing spots grew brighter and brighter, becoming increasingly imposing. This caused the orcs to flinch, and one of them was so scared it broke into a sweat. At that moment, a stately figure stepped out from deep within the ruin. Yuri issued a command in a loud voice without hesitation. Now is the time. In a split second, 2 figures jumped up from behind the bushes. Next, 2 other figures appeared, moving with equal agility. Yuri aimed directly at the ferocious orcs and barked out an order. Attack them. A vanguard knight unleashed the first strike. In the blink of an eye, his blade pierced straight through the giant orc's head. Taking that opportunity, Graham, who was standing nearby, also unleashed a series of lethal sword paths, easily decapitating the orc. Rodin, though grimacing from tension, gripped his sword tightly. Without a moment's hesitation, Rodin aimed a sword strike directly at the monster's throat. Struck by the blow, the orc couldn't help but let out a miserable scream of agony. Looking at the surroundings, Yuri thought with satisfaction, it really is working. He marveled contentedly. The hunter's certification left in the ruins. I didn't expect it to be this effective. Using ground vibrations to grasp the number of orcs and set traps. These are all things I never would have thought of, Yuri mused as he silently drew his sword. He smirked with excitement, his face full of enthusiasm as he wondered, is this the reason I was shown those memories? At that moment, a massive orc lunged forward aggressively. Yuri's face remained unchanged. He calmly fixed a cold gaze on it, as if techniques honed over decades were naturally falling into his line of sight. Yuri asserted with resolve, attacking the orcs' heads is the most efficient way. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Yuri's eyes as he suddenly lunged forward. He unleashed a decisive sword path, and the unlucky orc was struck. Blood splattered in every direction as it let out a wretched scream. Its arm was severed in an instant, and Yuri thought calmly to himself, there's no need to use brute force or spiritual slap. Immediately after, he coldly unleashed a sword strike that whistled across the orc's neck. The orc collapsed in despair, passing away before it could utter a single word. Yuri cast a cold gaze at the massive corpse falling to the ground, not saying a word. A few seconds later, he turned and spoke. This legacy, I will put it to good use. Yuri proudly called out a name, the Hunter of Adelwyn. Very quickly, the sky turned pitch black. Inside a certain camp, a familiar voice rang out. Thanks to that, the area around the ruins has been secured. Lord Ragna offered a satisfied praise. Well done, and Yuri replied calmly, thank you, your highness. He asked curiously, the ruins used to be a home for hunters, and he answered truthfully, yes, the combat traces of the final hunter still remain. As he said this, Yuri's throat momentarily tightened, and he pressed his lips together. Yuri spoke up hesitantly, and there is one thing that concerns me, making Lord Ragna even more curious. He asked tensely, do you know anything about the Grimoire of Demons? At this, he immediately denied it. No, that's the first I've heard of it. Lord Ragna asked in confusion, is it related to the ruins? And Yuri replied sternly, yes, I only suspect that it's related to black magic. Hearing this, he followed up flatly, all right, if I find anything, I'll let you know, to which Yuri bowed respectfully to show his gratitude. Thank you, your highness. Immediately after, Yuri turned and left, quickly stepping out of the tent. Someone who seemed to have been waiting for him for a long time suddenly called out, Prince Brial. Seeing him, Yuri instinctively smirked. You are, from the Empire, and Rodin immediately introduced himself. I am Rodin, sir. He praised him incessantly. Your highness's battle just now was truly impressive, and he replied modestly, You were excellent as well. Yuri asked curiously, do you usually smile like that? You looked so rigid earlier, and Rodin explained honestly, it's because the Empire's military discipline is quite strict, sir. He added with anticipation, most people who go to the battlefield for the first time are frozen with fear, but the prince is like a seasoned mercenary, and one with extensive battlefield experience at that. Truly a veteran mercenary. Reaching that point, Rodin suddenly asked in a low voice, could it be that you have a lover waiting back home? To which Yuri could only give a sheepish laugh. He questioned him bluntly, Rodin, did His Highness send you? Making him freeze. Rodin asked tensely, what do you mean, sir? And Yuri calmly deduced, if not His Highness, then the adjutant. Your attempt to pry into my love life was a bit too obvious. This made him hesitate. It seems you don't like that very much. And he flatly admitted, of course not. I've already refused to have anything to do with the princess. Rodin asked in shock, but why, sir? The princess is someone the entire empire admires. She is both beautiful and kind-hearted, a truly gentle person whom everyone loves, he said, his face full of admiration, leaving Yuri at a loss for words. Yes, I suppose so. He felt a pang in his heart and thought, that gentleness makes people delusionally believe they're receiving special favor. That's Ekaterina for you. After thinking for a moment, Yuri suddenly announced, well, I actually have a girlfriend already, leaving Rodin in a state of shock as he gasped. What? He continued with a straight face. It's true, we have a very deep relationship, while simultaneously thinking to himself, I'm so sorry, Sibylla. Yuri then let out a frustrated sigh and said loudly, anyway, just leave it at that, I've got a girlfriend, which left Rodin flustered as he stammered, I understand. Rodin quickly regained his composure and continued, but you still look very happy. I actually have a girl waiting for me to come home and propose, so I understand how you feel. But hearing this, Yuri immediately snapped. Don't you dare say that on a battlefield. This left Rodin completely confused. Huh, to which Yuri explained, whenever someone says that, something bad is bound to happen. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a massive explosion erupted right behind. Yuri frowned angrily and yelled, see, unlike you, I knew it, while Rodin stood there with a look of pure panic on his face. Yuri quickly drew his sword and shouted his assessment to Rodin, enemy ambush. In an instant, the camp fell into chaos, with knights shouting at one another, the camp is on fire. Several people rushed about, urging each other, get some water, split up and protect the food stores now. Looking at the devastation before him, Hernando wondered helplessly, did they dig tunnels to get in? As dozens, no, hundreds of orcs swarmed into the middle of the camp. His face turned pale as despair began to sink in. The problem isn't just their numbers, he realized. It's just like last time, forget about dispelling their magic. On the contrary, they are the ones dispelling our magic. And at that thought, Hernando clenched his fists in fury. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, can you dispel it? Making him jump in surprise. Hernando quickly recognized the familiar figure and instinctively called out, Your Highness. Hernando reported tensely, it seems their sorcerers made the first move, and Yuri calmly replied, I'll handle them. Stay here, and the moment their dispelling magic vanishes, cast your spell immediately. He gave a confident nod of encouragement. I'm counting on you. With that, Yuri immediately dashed toward the flames, leaving Hernando stunned as he cried out, Your Highness. He shouted anxiously, how do you expect to pick out the sorcerer? To which Yuri calmly thought to himself, naturally, I can't actually pick the sorcerer out. However, as he reached that thought, he suddenly skidded to a halt in front of the monster. Yuri suddenly recalled the advice of that venerable knight. Orc sorcerers lose their sight due to the effects of dark magic, so look for the one with the strangest gait. A smirk played on Yuri's lips as he thought, that's a piece of information that only exists in my memory. He very quickly spotted something unusual about one particular orc and thought, is that the one? Yuri didn't hesitate for a second and dropped into a combat stance, his grip tightening on his sword. He unleashed a swift, straight thrust that pierced right through the monster's body. The monster didn't even have time to resist, as the momentum sent it crashing into a corner of the wall. Writhing in pain, the creature used its last bit of strength to reach up and try to pull the blade from its neck. But Yuri saw it coming and lunged forward without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, Yuri appeared before the monster like a ghost. A massive spray of blood immediately erupted in every direction. A massive spray of blood immediately erupted in every direction. Yuri cast a cold gaze at the now lifeless monster. He tightened his grip on his sword and calmly turned around, resting the blade on his shoulder with a satisfied smirk, even though he had only killed the sorcerer. But now I've really run into a dead end, Yuri thought somewhat helplessly as he looked at the ferocious orcs surrounding him. At this moment, every single one of them had glowing red eyes, looking as if they wanted to eat him alive. Yuri glared back at them in annoyance and asked mockingly, do you really think I'd say that? As soon as he spoke, he yelled at the top of his lungs, Hernando. From a distance, a massive surge of power was immediately launched toward him. Yuri didn't flinch at the overwhelming pressure. he simply frowned calmly. He unleashed a decisive sword strike that easily sliced the surge of power in half. Standing alone amidst the flames, Yuri radiated a magnificent aura like that of a god. Looking at the stupid orcs in his sight, Yuri asked confidently, "Well, how do you like that, you filth?" He let out a provocative laugh. "Do you still think you have the upper hand now?" Right then, a massive explosion suddenly went off right behind Yuri. He turned around, momentarily startled, thinking, "I really should have kept my mouth shut." Yuri looked at the monsters with a look of pure exhaustion, thinking, they just keep coming out non-stop. Having no other choice, he barked out an order. "Hernando, fire another mana orb." To this, Hernando replied helplessly, "I'm sorry, your highness, it seems there's another sorcerer." And at that, Yuri immediately shouted back in anger, "Hey." Facing the monsters, he couldn't help but curse in frustration. "Damn it." Yuri cried out in despair, "Hey, give me a break, will you?" Just as the orcs swarmed in, completely surrounding him. Yuri cried out in despair, "Hey, give me a break, will you?" Just as the orcs swarmed in, completely surrounding him. But then again, I'm someone who has already died once, he thought, and he instinctively tightened his grip on his sword. Resting the sword on his shoulder, Yuri declared with absolute resolve, "I am Yuri Brial, and even if I have to lose my life here today, I will not die in disgrace." And as he spoke, he confidently pointed his blade directly at the monster. Yuri then shouted in a challenging tone, "Come at me, you pests." At that critical moment, a figure suddenly blurred past, saying, "Nice resolve you've got there." The stranger appeared like a deity, easily finishing off an orc before Yuri's stunned eyes, as he gasped, "Master." The newcomer turned to Yuri and offered a satisfied compliment, "Do your best and leave the rest to fate. Those prepared to die shall live, and those seeking life shall die. Now that's the kind of spirit worthy of being my disciple." With that, he smirked proudly and said, "Today, I'll show you the sword saint of Qingxiang." Immediately after, the stranger took a deep breath and quickly settled into a combat-ready stance. In an instant, the stranger's sword blazed with a fierce will, blue cloud crimson sunset sword style. Half-moon stance, a powerful strike was immediately unleashed, aimed directly at the thuggish orcs. Facing the situation, the stranger didn't hesitate for a moment, as he took on the entire horde of monsters. In the very next second, all of them were wiped out, their body parts flying in every direction. Yuri was struck with awe as he witnessed the entire scene, thinking, "This is just like father." The sword of the top 10. At that moment, the stranger cast a discerning look toward him. He spoke to Yuri in a serious tone, "I'm only helping you with half of this. Handle the rest yourself." To which Yuri immediately shouted back, "Yes, sir." With that, Yuri tightened his grip on his sword and lunged straight at the monster. The stranger watched him go and thought somewhat helplessly, "What a strange fellow." The stranger silently evaluated him. Though it's crude and full of redundant movements, it is simultaneously an expert and practical sword style. He suddenly exclaimed with anticipation, "What a rare talent. A person like that will never be alone. There will surely be people willing to follow him." Reaching that thought, the stranger suddenly remarked, "The heavenly signs are in chaos. The dark stars are spreading shadows everywhere. But to find a star carrying a faint light here in the western regions, if this isn't the guidance of fate, then what is?" And as he spoke, he slowly approached the orc. The stranger couldn't help but chuckle with pride, "So, I'm very curious." He looked at Yuri with intense curiosity, wondering, ultimately, when that child grows up, will he be swallowed by the dark stars shrouding the world, or will he give birth to a brand new star? And at the same time, Yuri was busy cutting down the monsters one after another. The stranger shouted with excitement, "Let's wait and see." The orcs continued to swarm in, making the scene more chaotic by the second. Massive explosions occurred in succession, leaving the knights frozen in place. A violent hand suddenly gripped the edge of a cliff. Immediately after, orcs began to swarm out in numbers as thick as ants from a disturbed nest. Amidst the crisis, Yuri called out tensely, "Jard, Lauren." He barked out an order, "Hold them back," and the knight immediately lunged forward without a second thought, joined by his comrade who gripped his sword and charged in as well. Together, they fought with everything they had to slaughter the monster. And before long, a large number of them had been taken down. Observing the surroundings, Jard couldn't hide his shock, noting that there were too many underground tunnels and the movement speed was incredibly fast. Yuri agreed with his observation, remarking that something was very wrong given the sheer volume of movement. He carefully scouted the ground, thinking to himself that besides the orc caster, there was definitely something else down there. This action made Jard curious, and he called out, "Your Highness." Yuri tightly closed his eyes, silently asking himself, "Where is it?" He searched for where they were digging the tunnels, and before long, a large number of orcs appeared within his mind's eye. A deep, abyssal pit with razor-sharp teeth appeared right after that. Yuri snapped awake immediately and blurted out, "Found it." Without a moment's hesitation, Yuri dashed forward, shouting, "This way." which made Jard cry out in panic, "Your Highness." He asked doubtfully if that direction was certain, but Laurent immediately reminded him not to question the prince's judgment. His eyes shone with admiration as he claimed the prince was always right, leaving Jard speechless. Yuri silently speculated about the spot where the ground was constantly trembling. "That is the center," he thought, and then decisively lunged toward the monster standing rooted to the spot before him. Seeing Yuri, the monster immediately let out a massive roar and unhesitatingly swung its arm forward. Following that command, the ground split in half, creating a bottomless pit. The orcs took the opportunity to swarm out from underground one after another. Just as predicted, Yuri couldn't help but let out a triumphant laugh, just as I thought. He glared at the monsters, his fighting spirit boiling over as he thought, "You don't plan on letting me pass easily, do you?" Very soon after, Yuri and his subordinates faced off against 3 giant orcs. One of them suddenly let out a ferocious roar. Seeing this, Jard whispered into Yuri's ear that it seemed that one had chosen the prince, making Yuri grumble irritably about why it always had to be the biggest one. Yuri immediately shouted, "Each of you take one, don't you dare lose." At this command, the 2 subordinates quickly replied in unison, "Understood." Yuri thought tensely that there was something under the ground that wasn't right, and it had to be destroyed for the ambush to end. With that thought, he barked out in frustration, "Get out of my way." In an instant, Yuri gripped his sword and dashed forward, cursing under his breath about his damn leg. But unfortunately, his sword strike was directly parried by the orc. The next strike wasn't any more successful, as the monster blocked it with ease. Yuri put all his effort into the attack, but found himself being pushed into a defensive position. During a split-second opening, he failed to dodge the orc's incoming attack. A large amount of blood immediately sprayed out right after. Yuri narrowly escaped death and clicked his tongue in annoyance. He stared at the savage monster before him, thinking how troublesome it was that the creature knew exactly how to utilize the advantages of its curved blade. On the other side, the knights were struggling against the monsters, shouting to each other to keep fighting. Yuri looked on with irritation, wiped the blood from his face, and muttered, "Look, I need to end this quickly so I can get back to my kids." At those words, the monster suddenly smirked and raised its hand in a clear gesture of provocation. Witnessing that, Yuri seemed to go berserk and shouted, "Stop stalling, let's end this in one go." He unleashed a sudden sword strike, but the monster dodged it easily. The more he missed, the more Yuri cursed in frustration at the damned guy. He faced the monster with growing rage, but the creature was just strong enough to brush aside his lethal blows. Yuri unleashed several high-pressure strikes in succession, but all were parried. He grimaced in annoyance as the monster evaded his normal attacks with minimal movement, as if it had read them beforehand. Yuri felt suspicious, wondering if it was intentionally stalling for time, as the soldiers would be in trouble at this rate. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind, telling him that his strikes were off because his mind was in disarray. Bernard suddenly appeared in his familiar form and emphasized sternly that regardless of impatience, if the sword couldn't keep up with the mind, it could never touch the enemy. A destructive sword strike suddenly lunged at him, but Yuri luckily dodged it just in time to escape death. Yuri barked out in frustration, "Seriously, if you have a problem, say it with words. I almost actually died." Bernard sternly emphasized that he had to make a choice, and then decisively delivered a powerful sword stroke. Bernard suddenly released the grip on the sword hilt within his palm. Then he gripped it tight again, explaining somberly that combat is ever-changing, and besides the intuitive path, there are many other ways, so he must always remember his reason for being on the battlefield. Returning to reality, Yuri's will surged as he thought, "That's my master for you. Just an old nagging word was enough to wake me up," he said, and then quickly lowered his center of gravity, silently concentrating a vast amount of power. Without hesitation, Yuri dashed forward to confront the giant orc head-on. This sight shocked the orc caster, who froze for a moment, and the giant orc's face turned pale with terror. Yuri appeared like a god and shouted angrily, "You probably wanted to see me flustered, but my goal from the start was this." As soon as the words left his lips, he delivered a majestic strike directly into the ground. The orc's eyes immediately filled with fear as it stared at him in a daze. The ground was instantly shattered into 2 pieces, and Yuri quickly and cleverly retreated. Right then, an incredibly powerful tremor occurred unexpectedly. A hideous monster with razor-sharp teeth suddenly surged up from under the earth. Yuri stared at it with a hint of tension. He suddenly broke into a triumphant smile, thinking that charging straight in was indeed the most satisfying way. Yuri's blade stabbed deep into the ground, creating an indescribable surge of pressure. In an instant, the surrounding scenery was completely blurred out. Jard, who was still fighting monsters, was also struck with terror. Jard's face showed clear shock as he called out in a daze, "Prince." On this side, Yuri stood motionless, watching the monster collapse before his eyes. His sword suddenly plunged straight into the ground. Yuri collapsed a moment later, panting as he thought that he hadn't just exhausted his body, but also drained the mana reserves in his mana core. "Damn it, the backlash is bigger than I thought," he muttered as his face grew pale. He told himself he would need time to recover, but at least with that last blow, the tunnel was destroyed. Elsewhere, Laurent was fighting the monster with all his might. His eyes suddenly widened, and Laurent turned around in horror. It lunged toward Yuri without hesitation, making Laurent freeze and cry out, "Prince, it's dangerous," as Yuri clicked his tongue in desperation. In that critical moment, Jard appeared just in time and threw him over his shoulder. He quickly carried Yuri away, saving him from the jaws of death. On this end, Laurent lunged forward without a second thought. He quickly delivered an attack against the hideous monster. At the same time, Jard had managed to bring Yuri to safety just in time. Yuri thanked him sincerely, making the man let out an involuntary sigh. "If you're truly grateful, please give us a heads up before you do something like that next time." Jard quickly stood up and asked with concern if he could still fight, but Yuri was exhausted and replied that while he wanted to, his body wouldn't follow. Hearing this, Jard muttered dejectedly that things were looking bad. He looked at the scene before them and wondered gloomily if they could make it back alive. In contrast to Jard's worry, Laurent was somewhat excited, his eyes shining as he claimed there was no greater honor than dying on the battlefield with the prince. Yuri could only give a wry smile, while Jard looked visibly annoyed at him starting up again. Despite being exhausted, Yuri forced himself up and asked the two, "But we can't fall here, can we?" Yuri gripped his sword tightly, asserting resolutely that until the very last minute, he had to take down at least one more before dying. Without hesitation, he loudly ordered Gerard and Rodin to scatter, and they immediately obeyed. Yuri took the lead, accelerating forward to clear the path. Suddenly, a voice rang out telling him not to overexert himself, causing him to stop in his track. In a flash, a white blur suddenly darted across Yuri's field of vision. A muscular frame appeared and instantly sliced the monster's body in two. He recognized the familiar face in shock, Sir Graham. Graham appeared with a large army and stated that he had received orders from Prince Ragnar, leaving the other two stunned. Graham immediately radiated an imposing aura and firmly asserted that they would support the prince from now on. A while later, back at the camp, a familiar voice asked if they had escaped, and the other confirmed it. Graham reported in a serious tone that by the time they arrived, the largest sandworm among them had already been dealt with by Prince Yuri. He speculated that they felt there was no chance of victory once the entrance was blocked, making Prince Ragnar remark with regret that it was a shame they couldn't interrogate. That said, he turned to Graham with satisfaction and said, "Good work, Sir Graham. If you had been a moment later, we nearly lost the core strength of the alliance," to which he bowed respectfully in thanks. Prince Ragnar ordered them to withdraw, and the tent quickly became quiet. He carefully pulled up a chair and cleared his throat, asking, "Why do you always cause such a massive scene every single time?" Prince Ragnar let out a helpless sigh, remarking that it felt as if the entire Orc alliance existed solely to serve as a debut stage for Yuri. He looked at him with great expectation and commented that to become Yekaterina's consort, one had to be of Yuri's caliber. The next morning, as the sun reached the mountain peak, birds flew scattered throughout the forest. Yuri suddenly snapped awake and sat up with a panicked expression. He made a face and thought to himself, what kind of crazy dream was that? Feeling as if he had just received an omen of a terrible future. At the same time, someone slowly approached from a distance and asked, "Are you awake?" Recognizing the familiar voice, Yuri quickly realized it was Sibylla. He asked anxiously about the war and if everyone was safe, and Sibylla reassured him to stay calm because the battle had ended peacefully. She calmly recounted that during the 2 days he was unconscious, the alliance had moved quite a distance, and that everyone had been very careful to let him focus on recovery. Sibylla asked kindly how his body was feeling and if his mana had recovered much. Noticing his condition was better, she put her hands on her hips with satisfaction and told him to thank her, asking if he thought it was easy to get direct treatment from the Holy Kingdom's princess. Yuri smiled helplessly and thanked. He looked around for a moment and then asked where they currently were. Hearing this, Sibylla stood up and asked if he wanted to go outside and see. She spoke with hope, promising he would be surprised. Very soon after, Sibylla helped Yuri step outside. Looking at the surroundings, his eyes were momentarily dazed. Yuri blurted out in shock, "Is that?" And Sibylla asked with satisfaction how he liked it. The Alliance's final destination, Okua's fortress, stood before them, a bright future finally unfolding. Yuri spoke with emotion that they had finally made it, and Sibylla agreed. Then she turned to him and said, "Yuri, I think I need to say thank you to you," which surprised. Sibylla continued that without his courage, they might not have made it this far, or even if they had, many more would have lost their lives. She told him how lucky she was to have him by her side and smiled with satisfaction. Yuri was momentarily speechless, not knowing what else to say. After a moment, Yuri touched her hand lightly and asked if she would do him a favor if she truly wanted to thank him, which made Sibylla curious. Without hesitation, he gripped her hand and asked if she wouldn't mind helping him. Before Sibylla's expectant gaze, Yuri hesitated. After thinking for a while, he made a proposal that hit her like a bolt from the blue. Could we pretend to date? Sibylla asked angrily what on earth he was talking about, and Yuri explained embarrassedly that someone was coming to propose to him, someone he wanted to avoid at all costs. He clumsily argued that this arrangement wouldn't be bad for her either, as her brother would surely try to marry her off as soon as they returned. Faced with his sincerity, Sibylla helplessly agreed, causing Yuri's eyes to light up as he asked, "Really?" She suddenly pointed a finger at his face and said sternly that she had a condition. At this, Sibylla's face suddenly turned bright red, and she radiated a strange aura. Yuri asked in surprise what the condition was, and Sibylla nodded proudly, saying she was betting her honor on this, so she couldn't do it for free. She tilted her head slightly and suggested the cleanest way was a wish coupon. Hearing this, he hesitated, saying a wish coupon was a bit much, which made Sibylla annoyed, asking if he was afraid she'd ask for something weird. She turned away with a hint of disappointment, saying if he didn't like it, he could go ask someone else. At those words, Yuri's confusion grew, and he helplessly clutched his head. Seeing this, Sibylla asked curiously who the marriage proposal was from that he had to go to such lengths to avoid it. Yuri answered briefly in despair, the imperial princess, causing her to freeze. What? Sibylla questioned in confusion. Wait a minute, why? That's someone you should be thanking heaven and earth for. But Yuri crossed his arms in annoyance. I'm a prince too, what's there to be thankful for? She immediately snapped. What are you talking about? Her national status is higher than Brial. Sibylla frowned and emphasized, more importantly, the princess's beauty and virtue are flawless. Even if you bowed in gratitude, it wouldn't be enough. At these words, Yuri's face instantly turned grim, and he pressed his lips together in dejection. Knowing that explaining was useless, he helplessly turned away. Anyway, I don't like it. As far as I can see, that personality is entirely fake. Yuri hesitantly looked at Sibylla and said, Sibylla, about that wish coupon you mentioned, while thinking to himself, let's put that aside for now, I have to find another way. Right then, a loud call suddenly rang out. Yuri, you're awake, causing him to freeze completely. From a distance, Lord Ragna approached radiantly and said with a laugh, I was just about to report your military achievements back home. He marveled with satisfaction. I thought you'd be bedridden for longer, yet you've recovered so quickly. You truly are an extraordinary young man. And hearing this, Yuri maintained a calm attitude and replied, Thank you, Your Highness. Lord Ragna suddenly put his arm around his shoulder and whispered, That's right, Yuri, my niece heard news of you, and specifically she is very interested in you. This news was like a bolt from the blue, causing Yuri's face to darken. He kept patting his shoulder with a look of delight. Things couldn't be any better. Yuri had no choice but to seek help from Sibylla, desperately gritting his teeth as he thought, the wish coupon or whatever, just do as you want, save me, right here and now. Sibylla, but in response to that gaze, Sibylla simply offered a calm smile. She proactively stepped closer and suggested, Your Highness, Prince Yuri has only just woken up. Sibylla tactfully reminded him, please consider letting him rest a bit more. Lord Ragna asked irritably, Are you the princess of the Holy Kingdom? What was your name again? And she lowered her voice to introduce herself. I am Sibylla Arsent, Your Highness. He asked curiously, Right, you're quite concerned about Yuri, aren't you? You two seem close, and Sibylla took the opportunity to hook her arm into Yuri's and emphasized, It's more than just that, sir. With that, she leaned slightly against his shoulder and feigned an affectionate tone. We are currently seeing each other with feelings for one another. This scene immediately turned Lord Ragna to stone, leaving him stunned for a long moment. Ragna, turning purple with rage, questioned, Is it true, Yuri? And in response, Yuri could only give a forced smile. Yes, that is correct, sir. Hearing that, Lord Ragna's blood began to boil, and he clicked his tongue in annoyance. Ragna turned away displeased. Fine, a very well-matched pair, making the two of them blink in surprise. Did you just click your tongue? He continued sternly. Anyway, we'll discuss this later, as you both know. We are about to begin the decisive battle with Okua. Having endured continuous battles and a long march, we will advance after getting enough rest. And at this command, Sibylla and Yuri followed suit without hesitation. Lord Ragna added, Since it is a decisive battle, we must prepare ourselves with the utmost care. He emphasized with concern, conversely, the orcs will do the same. They will find ways to exploit our weaknesses in new ways. At this point, Lord Ragna suddenly cleared his throat. However, Brial, the Empire, and the Holy Kingdom, the strongest of the entire continent, are gathered here, so how could we possibly lose to the orcs? He pointed toward the distant horizon with anticipation, asserting passionately, "From this moment on, we will uproot those disgusting creatures of unknown origin," and then clenched his palm in an instant. Lord Ragna suddenly raised his voice, and then, "Our names will resound throughout the continent." Yuri suddenly remembered his original goal, joining the alliance with the determination to change the failure of his past life. "I have marched to the very throat of Okua without a single defeat." Reaching this thought, he momentarily closed both eyes as a series of memories flooded back. For 5 restless years since regressing to age 13, Yuri had exerted himself to train his body and skills, recovering the ancestors' legacy. And under the vortex of fate, I have kept the friends who will share my destiny by my side. Some successes have exceeded expectation. Yuri couldn't help but hope for a journey significantly different from his past life. Returning to reality, he looked up at the high sky. "Now I have reached a realm where I can stand shoulder to shoulder with the strongest of the continent." Yuri told himself with satisfaction. "Finally, I am facing the mastermind who destroyed Brial." Yuri's gaze gradually became determined, a fire beginning to simmer in his will. Yuri asserted with resolve, "My goal is only one, to prevent the destruction of Brial. This time I will definitely protect." Night slowly fell over the royal palace of the Gransean Empire. In a luxurious room, wine glasses were skillfully stacked into a tower. A maid slowly carried in a tray of wine with a graceful demeanor. Several nobles were now dead drunk, sleeping haphazardly on top of one another. A noblewoman suddenly spoke up. "Right, while we're talking, has everyone heard the news about the Allied forces?" At this, a person sitting nearby replied, "I'm not very interested. Is there anything fun to add?" And the other calmly continued, "I heard they're about to enter the final battle." The noblewoman exclaimed in surprise, "I heard they haven't lost a single battle, right?" While on the other side, a man cut in with slight annoyance. "As expected, the prince is quite formidable. Even so, does his majesty even spare a glance?" he said, arrogantly raising his wine glass. And hearing this, the noble sitting opposite couldn't help but laugh. "You really dare to say anything while inside the palace, don't you?" A noblewoman saw this and interrupted. "Set those boring matters aside." She asked curiously, "Does everyone know the person who is very active in the Allied forces, the third Prince of Brial?" To which another noblewoman quickly replied, "Of course, that face is exactly my type, so I remember it well. Is there any new news?" Simultaneously, from a distance, a pair of slender legs was briskly approaching. The noblewoman continued, "That person, well, rumor has it he's discussing a betrothal with the princess of the Holy Kingdom." The other gasped in shock, "Oh my," entirely unaware that a new person had suddenly appeared. The noble guy continued to ramble. "His name is Yuri Brial, right?" She blushed and marveled. "Yes, it seems like love blooming on the battlefield. How romantic." A slender hand suddenly rested on the back of their chair. A familiar voice instantly rang out immediately after. "It seems everyone is talking about something interesting," causing all the nobles to turn pale with fear. They immediately bowed, every one of them stammering and unable to utter a word. The atmosphere in the room instantly became suffocating. The crowd said tensely in unison, "Greetings, Princess Catherine." Catherine seemed displeased as she covered her mouth with a suggestive smile. "That story just now. Could you tell it to me in more detail?" And as she spoke, her gaze suddenly turned as cold as ice. The scene shifts to the military camp, where knights are chatting continuously with one another. "I'm planning a big business project back in my hometown. And hey, did you try that stuff I gave you the other day? How did it taste?" Every one of them has a look of pure excitement on their face when mentioning their return, "when we get back." In contrast to the crowd, a mysterious man is currently scanning the surroundings with his eye. He is Proin, a knight of Brusen. He thinks to himself in confusion, "Everyone has been relaxing and hanging out lately, huh?" On the first day, they looked like they wouldn't even bother to look at each other's faces. A voice suddenly rings out, "Did you hear? They say we're becoming extremely famous back in the Empire," instantly causing Proin to freeze in place. A young man on the other side laughs and replies, "Are we really famous? It's probably just the charm of Lord Ragna and the Prince of Brial," while the person next to him winces and adds, "I'm so jealous." Proin stares intently at the flag hanging high above. He thinks to himself, "Prince Yuri of Brial, huh?" The first impression was indeed very strong. Proin recalls Yuri's provocative face from when he had remarked, "Wine doesn't suit this place." Returning to reality, he considers, but the one who achieved the most overwhelming accomplishments was also him. Proin gazes fixedly at the surrounding scene and tells himself, "And creating this atmosphere for everyone to fight together is also the achievement of that prince." In the distance, Yuri is currently engrossed in sword practice. His opponent suddenly comes to a halt, his eyes darting toward the distance. Very soon after, the knight excitedly asks in a loud voice, "Lord Proin, when did you arrive?" Seeing this, Proin approaches sheepishly. "I saw you guys sparring and just wanted to stop by and watch for a bit." But Yuri teases him without hesitation, Sounds like you're a bit jealous, huh? He proactively offers, do you want to face off too? I'll let Master Moyang-chan know. You've been looking quite bored lately. But hearing this, Proin immediately declines. No, really, that won't be necessary. He smiles and suggests instead, Prince, after the war ends, please visit Brusen at least once. I really want to show you the Sea of Brusen, making the other knight exclaim in surprise. Yuri smirks and laughs. Fine, I'll keep that in mind. When the war ends, we'll all raise a glass to celebrate. He firmly declares, as long as we defeat the orcs, we will definitely do that. Very soon after, the warning bells begin to ring frantic. From a distance, orcs swarm in like ants from a broken nest. Witnessing the scene, the knight cries out in panic, enemy attack. Lord Ragnar's eyes are filled with resentment. He looks at them as if he wants to eat them alive. In an instant, a formidable army is gathered and ready for battle. Yuri sighs with a bit of weariness. They've come in terrifying numbers, so many you can't even see the horizon. Laurent, standing nearby, interrupts. I heard the other side is facing the same thing, and Jard cuts in. Our base has been completely surrounded by the Orc Legion. Yuri smirks and teases. What's the matter, scared? Jard, you've become quite silent. He immediately denies it. How could that be? While Yuri insists, you've changed. Yuri continues, if it were before, you definitely would have said you didn't want to get involved in such troublesome matters, making Jard sigh helplessly. Why are you bringing up the past now, sir? Yuri suddenly turns serious. What I mean is, we have come a very long way, and we will go even further in the future, he says, his eyes momentarily drifting toward the orcs in the distance. And we will go even further in the future, he says, his eyes momentarily drifting toward the orcs in the distance. An orc with overwhelming power is silently moving at the back. Jard realizes it and gasps in shock. This is insane. In this situation, Yuri remains undistracted. He frowns and thinks, is it that guy? The king of orcs, Okua. Right then, the leading orc suddenly lets out a thunderous roar. In a split second, the entire orc horde seems to go mad, screaming in unison. The war horns of the Knight Legion immediately resound. Lord Ragnar firmly gives the order, attack, and a wave of knights charges into battle. The orcs rush forward like a swarm of ants, sending dust flying everywhere. Before long, they are locked in a head-on confrontation with the entire legion. The Knight Legion, with a burning will, launches a relentless assault. Yuri leads the legion, raising his sword high and shouting, for Brial. Immediately after, a large number of orcs are finished off in just a moment. However, with their massive bodies, they cause no small amount of damage to the legion. A sword stroke is unleashed, and an orc is instantly executed. Yuri blurs past as the knights watch in total amazement. He snaps his head around and reminds them sternly, everyone, focus your spirits now. The sky suddenly turns dark, and Yuri quickly looks up at the heights. A knight also looks up in confusion, wondering, why did the sky suddenly? A vast expanse of wings suddenly appears before their eye. The crowd instantly realizes in horror, it's wyverns, while the orcs have now covered the entire sky. Every single one of them is holding a bow and arrow in hand. A massive volley of arrows is immediately fired. Yuri asks with a hint of excitement, they plan to play like this, huh? He immediately clears his throat, thinking, even though it will consume quite a lot of mana. With that, a massive amount of power gathers around the small blade in Yuri's hand. Without hesitation, he launches it straight up into the high sky. Once more, Yuri tightens his grip on his sword, firmly concentrating his power. In the blink of an eye, the blade suddenly flies out, tearing through the air. Yuri shouts, we must crush their morale. An unlucky orc is struck by a lethal blow and screams out in agony. Yuri takes the opportunity to stand up on his horse's back. At this height, he leaps into the air without hesitation, aiming straight for the heavily wounded orc. Yuri immediately grabs the reins of that ill-fated orc's mouth. In just a split second, he easily finishes off the monster. Yuri quickly gains control of the wyvern, while the orc is sent tumbling down to the ground. He questions it angrily, so you want to cause trouble in the sky now, every last one of you here. Yuri's eyes suddenly burn with murderous intent as a massive surge of power gathers around his body. Yuri asserts with satisfaction, I'm going to drive all of your heads into the ground. At this moment, the battle between the Knight Legion and the orcs is becoming increasingly chaotic. A knight rushes over with an urgent report. Your Highness, the archer squad is ready. Seeing Ragnar standing still, he can't help but approach and shout, Your Highness. After witnessing the previous scene, he still hasn't recovered, gasping out, honestly. At the same time in the air, Yuri is riding a wyvern, taking on the orcs alone. Lord Ragnar adds helplessly, there truly isn't a bigger madman than him. Yuri's face suddenly darkens. He instinctively looks behind him. At that moment, an orc has already raised its arrow, aiming straight at him. As arrows fly toward him one after another, Yuri shouts sternly, here it comes. In the blink of an eye, he easily cuts them all down. Gripping the reins, Yuri offers a satisfied compliment. "What's this? You're actually pretty good." He bows his head slightly, whispering to the wyvern, "Hey, think carefully. You don't want to die a disgraceful death for these orcs, do you?" Yuri proactively suggests, "How about it? Just help me a little and you can save your friends," causing the wyvern to freeze. Immediately after, it lets out a roar. Yuri laughs with excitement. With a reaction that intense, "You seem like the type that listens well. All right then. Let's stir up some trouble." With that, Yuri immediately charges forward with it. As he lunges, he yells out firmly, "Head-on breakthrough." In just a moment, Yuri easily takes down the orcs, sitting on the backs of those wyverns. Another orc sees this and lunges forward in a rage. Simultaneously, from another side, another orc riding a wyvern also swoops in to attack. In this situation, Yuri doesn't attack head-on but instead flies upward. After reaching a certain height, he suddenly spins around. In a split second, Yuri tightens his grip on his sword and dives down. He laughs with satisfaction, finishing this cleanly in one strike. Immediately after, a massive surge of power quickly gathered around the sharp edge of his blade. Yuri delivered a decisive fatal blow, and the two orcs were instantly taken down right then and there. Having secured the victory, he said with satisfaction, "All right." At that very moment, the wyvern arrived just in time to catch Yuri in midair. He couldn't help but praise it with satisfaction. "Well done, my strategic trump card." Observing the surrounding situation, Yuri hesitated for a moment, thinking that killing them one by one like this was taking too much time. With that thought, he decided to gather a large amount of mana. Yuri gripped his sword excitedly, thinking he had to put this into practice. At the same time below, the Night Legion was struggling against the orcs as one of them shouted encouragement, "Don't back down. Hold the formation." On this side, Jard was continuously launching attacks at an orc. He grew momentarily exhausted and cursed, "Damn it, there's truly no end to this." He grew momentarily exhausted and cursed, "Damn it, there's truly no end to this." Immediately after, he gasped in shock at the sight before his eyes. Jard called out in horror, "Prince Yuri." Sitting on the back of the wyvern, Yuri thought tensely that mana could transform according to one's will. By using the rotational force of the wind circle sword to accumulate power into guilty, he could then release it all in an instant. His eyes suddenly widened with clear determination. Yuri decisively launched an attack on the monster before him. At that moment, the corners of his lips instinctively curled upward. In an instant, the massive surge of power transformed into a vortex. Yuri said with satisfaction, "All right, the power has been proven. Now let's see what happens when I expand the range," he said, and continued his attack. In just a flash, 3 consecutive vortexes appeared, and Yuri easily took down the swarm of monsters. Below, the knights realized in shock is that the legendary third prince of Brial. One of them couldn't help but exclaim that while it was called individual martial force, that level of skill was equivalent to an entire army. He asked in disbelief, "Is this truly the nation of the Brial Knights?" Seeing Yuri land, Jard grumbled irritably that his skills were far too noisy, to which Yuri replied with annoyance that he had only just landed and was already being napped. Yuri asked expectantly, "Well, was it cool? I'm going to call it the spinning cyclone sword." Jard was left speechless by his numbing sense and replied, "Yes, it's terrible." Immediately after, he asked sternly, "More importantly, Jard, what's the status of the ground battle?" Jard replied honestly that thanks to the prince, there were no losses from the air, but that was about all. He added that the battle between the main units was becoming brutal. If even one spot were pushed back, the defensive formation would shatter instantly. Yuri quickly understood and realized he had to go provide support. After speaking, he turned with some confusion to the man standing nearby and asked, "And who are you?" The man replied somewhat tensely, "A knight of Joheim, Baron Pibbin Kant Muchen, at the service of the third prince of Brial." Yuri kindly patted Pibbin on the shoulder and said, "Very well, Lord Kant, you are a powerful ally of ours. If you need help, just say the word at any time." The man replied happily, "Thank you, Prince." Having said that, Yuri turned away coldly and said, "Then let's push back these orcs together." Yuri turned to Jard and asked with a smile, "Jard, you're not tired already, are you?" To which he immediately denied it. He sharpened his tone instantly. "The more we swing our swords, the more people survive. Defend the front lines to the death." Jard accepted the order without hesitation, understood. And so, the battle continued incessantly. Yuri's gaze suddenly became bone-chillingly sharp. Without hesitation, he lunged straight toward the ferocious monster. Sadly, countless knights fell, but at the same time, many orcs lost their lives as well. The screams and the sound of clashing metal were everywhere, so much so that one could vaguely guess the war was reaching its conclusion, as the scene before them became strangely desolate. The sun gradually set along with a silence bought with lives. After the battle, perhaps thousands had perished. And then, at that moment, a giant orc suddenly let out a massive roar. An ear-splitting sound echoed instantly, making the Night Legion collapse as they clutched their ear. Yuri was not unaffected. He gasped for breath and wondered if it was finally showing itself. Finally, Okua had made its move, appearing aggressively in the middle of the orc pack. Yuri thought tensely that if Okua acted, they had Master Moyang-chan on their side. Both sides were locked in a war of attrition, but somehow. While he was lost in thought, a devious face suddenly appeared. Yuri turned pale with fear for a moment and instinctively searched his teeth. Immediately after, the loud shout of the lead orc rang out once more. Yuri thought in despair that those things were supposed to be dead already. Without hesitation, he ordered loudly, "Brial, prepare for battle." The orcs were about to go berserk. Very quickly, they lunged forward as if they had lost their minds. While the Night Legion was still trying to compose themselves, a giant orc suddenly charged. A collision of terrifying force occurred immediately after. Yuri arrived just in time to save a life, shouting with a burning will, "Do not back down." Receiving the signal, Jard immediately reported, "Prince, look over there." He noticed something unusual in the distance and said, "Okua is planning to retreat." At those words, Yuri couldn't help but grit his teeth in rage. He decisively struck to push back the monster in front of him. Yuri struggled to surge forward, asserting resolutely, "No, we cannot let Okua escape." He shouted obsessively, after him, even as he was being surrounded by orcs. In a moment of inattention, Yuri was unfortunately struck by an orc. This caused him to fall quite a distance behind the lead orc. That night in the camp, a sudden loud laugh echoed, "Victory is ours." Several knights boasted to each other that since Okua had fled, it could be called nothing less than a grand victory. One person proactively suggested that since the enemy had retreated, it would be best to get some rest. He let out a long sigh, saying Okua must have been heavily wounded, and they should use this time to recover. The person beside him quickly agreed, nodding the forced march was long, and exhaustion would decrease their combat effectiveness. But before they could finish, Yuri angrily interrupted, "What kind of nonsense are you talking about?" He questioned them sternly, "Have you forgotten where we are? We are deep in enemy territory. We don't know what Okua is up to, and yet you want to rest here." Yuri speculated that Okua was controlling the orcs, and was definitely hiding something. At those words, the man immediately spoke up, saying he had sent mages to monitor Okua's camp during the battle. Prince Ragnar suddenly sharpened his tone, saying they reported an evil aura rising from his camp. With that thought, he spoke out decisively, "There is no reason to prolong this any further. We will set out at dawn tomorrow. Ensure everything is perfect," to which the entire Night Legion replied in unison, "Understood." Very soon after, the meeting concluded, and the crowd quickly dispersed. Prince Ragnar suddenly called out, "Yuri," which startled him. He bowed and asked if the prince had called for him. Ragnar quickly pulled out a small pouch and said, "I have something to discuss with you for a moment." Prince Ragnar cleared his throat. "What I'm about to say, you must keep absolutely secret." "Can you do that?" Yuri replied seriously. "Of course I can, sir." Hearing this, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. "Very well." A barrier was established immediately after, leaving Yuri overwhelmed. He wondered to himself, is he using mana for soundproofing? Then Prince Ragnar spoke somberly. "I hesitated to tell you this because you aren't of the Empire, but here, you are the only one I can trust." He pressed Yuri, "Remember the letter we tore up last time?" And Yuri replied honestly, "Yes, I remember it said the Emperor had made a secret deal with Okua." Prince Ragnar continued, "There is someone within the Empire using black magic." He frowned and added, "And today, we saw what Okua can do with black magic. He can control the enemy." At this point, Prince Ragnar hesitated for a moment. How far that influence spreads, we still don't know. Yuri asked curiously, "Do you think there's a traitor in the Allied forces?" His face was as tense as a wire as he replied, "Right now it's just a suspicion. That's why I called you. This is a matter I cannot entrust to an Imperial Knight." Hearing this, Yuri quickly understood and accepted the order seriously. "I will keep a quiet eye on them." At this reaction, Prince Ragnar showed clear satisfaction and let out a triumphant smile. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly leaned close to Yuri's ear and whispered, "Yuri, about that matter." To which Yuri instinctively replied, "Yes." Prince Ragnar spoke quickly with a pleased look, "When the war ends, do you want to meet Ekaterina?" But Yuri immediately emphasized, "I have a girlfriend." This made Prince Ragnar's blood boil and he snapped, "I don't believe you." To which Yuri pleaded desperately, "Please believe me, I'm begging you." Prince Ragnar continued to blather that relationships between men and women are naturally fragile, but Yuri insisted that even drawing a portrait of her would be disrespectful to Sibylla. The next morning, when the sun shone brilliantly over the mountain peak, a warhorse woke up and held its head high. Yuri bravely held the banner, leading the Night Legend. A knight announced that everyone was ready, and Yuri immediately lowered his voice. "Very well." He asked with concern about the mage Moyang-chan, and the other replied honestly that he was currently in the camp. Yuri thought to himself that he said he was circulating his internal energy, and would strike when the time was right. Returning to reality, Yuri gave a slight nod and muttered, "When the time is right, huh?" With that thought, Yuri suddenly turned and looked at the knights around him. Yuri hesitated for a moment, thinking he saw too many empty spaces. At that moment, he directly faced the entire crowd, and looking at them, a thought surged within him. After countless brushes with death, stepping over fallen comrades, we have finally reached this place. Awkward words of comfort couldn't soothe the death of comrades. After thinking for a moment, he shouted without hesitation, "Brile." Yuri radiantly held the banner high and asserted, "Finally, everything is about to end." Yuri radiantly held the banner high and asserted, "Finally, everything is about to end." Yuri added firmly, "Let's meet again when we're all still alive." The atmosphere among the knights gradually became more pleasant. Once more, Yuri shouted resolutely, "I'll treat you all to a massive round." The horns signaling the start of the battle rang out instantly. Yuri didn't hesitate to grip his spear tightly. "All units, charge!" With those words, he dashed forward like a heroic vanguard. On this side, a man was losing ground against a giant orc. When he was backed into a corner, a strange sound suddenly rang out, and the knight quickly turned around. A bright red banner appeared in the blue sky immediately after. The entire crowd cheered excitedly. "Brial is here." Their fighting spirit was instantly ignited as someone shouted triumphantly, "Open the way to the fortress." A wide path was quickly cleared for Yuri's legion. Noticing this, he immediately shouted the order, "Increase speed. Follow me." All the knights behind him replied in unison, "Understood." Observing the surroundings, Yuri spoke loudly, "It's the siege tower. Use it to raid directly into the fortress." As if sensing something, he suddenly stopped in his track. From a distance, a ferocious orc suddenly charged in a raid. Seeing it, Yuri galloped forward at full speed, without hesitation. He let out an excited laugh. "Yes, it's me, you bastard." With those words, Yuri gripped the spear in his hand. He decisively hurled the sharp spear straight at the monster. In an instant, the spear tore through the entire space. On this side, the orc was no pushover, and managed to block the attack. In a flash, it took advantage of its size and sliced the spear in two. Seizing the opportunity, Yuri suddenly lunged in for a fatal blow. Before the ferocious orc could react, he silently drew his blade. With a single strike, Yuri easily took the head of the unfortunate orc. After dealing with it, he quickly climbed into his saddle. Then immediately after, Yuri gathered momentum and vaulted high into the air. In no time at all, he made a perfect landing. Yuri looked down at the hideous orcs with an expression of disgust. "It's been a long time. Come on, comrades, this is the final battle of this war." A large number of orcs in a bizarre state quickly appeared before him. Yuri looked at them tensely, thinking, "The aura of black magic. As I thought, he has also deployed casters inside." Just then Jard suddenly spoke up. "Prince, everything is prepared according to your words," to which he replied calmly, "Good work, Jared." Jard continued sternly, "They are the elites enhanced by black magic, just like last time," and Yuri admitted, "Yes, it seems this time the dispelling magic won't work either." He couldn't hide his excitement and asked immediately, "The stage is set. Shall we go?" Immediately after, Yuri loudly gave the order, "Simon, wave the flag now to signal our position to the commander." And the knight instantly obeyed, "Understood." Yuri took the initiative as the first to jump down, calling out loudly, "Let's go." On this side, a knight hurriedly reported, "It's a signal from the Supreme Commander. Brial has identified Okua's location." Lord Ragnar smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this. "Found him faster than I thought. Well done, Yuri." He didn't hesitate for a second to order, "Signal the elite troops to assemble immediately." Soon after, the elite unit appeared one by one, and one person couldn't hide his excitement, laughing, "Finally, it's time to get together." Lord Ragnar shouted the command, "Fennec, move out," and the female knight obediently replied, "Understood." Elsewhere, Graham was silently observing the battle formation with a pensive expression. The Knight Legion quickly launched a simultaneous assault. Meanwhile, on this side, Yuri asked anxiously, "Has everyone received the word and been briefed?" He sternly reminded them, "While the main army holds the line behind us, our mission is to take Okua's head." On the other side, the ferocious orcs were constantly radiating a sinister, eerie aura. Yuri pointed his sword straight at them and raised his voice, "Well then, everyone." Yuri firmly reminded them once more, "Don't go getting yourselves killed out there." As soon as his words left his mouth, the entire battalion launched an all-out offensive. The knights faced the savage orcs head-on without a shred of fear. One of them quickly took down an orc. Sibylla gripped her sword tightly, her eyes glaring. Seizing the golden opportunity, Sibylla immediately ordered, "Fennec, now's the time." And the female knight quickly complied, "Understood, princess." Observing the scene, Graham thought proudly to himself, "People of different backgrounds and statuses are charging forward together, trusting each other with their lives." For a knight, what battlefield could be more glorious than this? and with that, he lunged forward decisively, decapitating a monster. A massive surge of power appeared immediately afterward. Graham charged in without hesitation, shouting, "Forward." At the same time, Yuri was also facing off against a ferocious orc. He took a momentary, deep breath. A colossal amount of power instantly enveloped his sharp blade. Yuri lunged straight at them without hesitation. While he wasn't looking, a massive orc suddenly lunged in to attack. But luckily, Yuri sensed it just in time and spun around. He easily parried the monster's strike. Scanning the battlefield, Yuri thought tensely, Okua still hasn't made a move, and Master hasn't arrived either, even though the situation is like this. Clearly we have the upper hand, but for some reason, I feel an indescribable unease, he mused while continuously attacking the orcs. Yuri wondered doubtfully, have I missed something? In the very next second, he suddenly skidded to a halt. Yuri realized in horror, could it be? Yuri's face instantly turned pale, and he began to shake with rage. Yuri lunged forward without hesitation, shouting at the top of his lungs, Okua. In the distance, a ferocious monster had finally begun to show itself. It fixed its blood-red eyes on Yuri. While he was momentarily distracted, it suddenly unleashed a lethal move. A terrifying earthquake occurred immediately after. The monster rasped th letter 1ea7 thou, so you've noticed. It laughed and insulted him incessantly. How stupid, you fool. The orc leader gradually appeared behind the thick black mist. It roared triumphantly with excitement, but it's too late now. You might as well become a sacrifice too. In the middle of the hazy dust, Yuri collapsed to his knees on the ground from exhaustion. The low, throaty laughter of Orkua echoed all around. At that moment he realized, I finally understand why Master Moyang-chan couldn't get here right away. At that moment he realized, I finally understand why Master Moyang-chan couldn't get here right away. Meanwhile, the enemy didn't give Yuri a chance to rest and lunged forward. He also quickly prepared to counter. The ground shook and cracked open as the two collided. As expected, Yuri was once again knocked back. He told himself inwardly, I won't be able to hold out much longer at this rate anyway. Yuri's mind was in total chaos. Facing a monster like that, he didn't know how much longer he could endure. Even so, he steeled himself. In the moment the goal is clear, I cannot back down just to save my own skin. Finally, Yuri decided, I've got to risk it all. Orkua whispered in his ear, that strange sword. It's looking right through our true nature. Yuri issued a challenge. Fine then, get ready, because I'm not just going to stand here and take. At the same time, he realized that the things reaching out from behind were being sucked into Orkua all at once. Those things were gradually being pulled deep into his head. Orkua pleaded in agony, help me, get me out of here, it hurts so much. He kept mumbling, I want to die, leaving Yuri stunned, thinking, this is just off. Yuri felt a surge of hatred. Is that really the source of black magic? Yuri felt a surge of hatred. Is that really the source of black magic? Because of that, Yuri became even more determined. I have to cut it off. When Orkua regained his senses, he was quite surprised. You dare to charge straight at me from the front. Then he laughed mockingly. How utterly foolish human. Neither side said another word and lunged directly at each other. And unsurprisingly, he remained on the defensive. Yuri's eyes suddenly widened, though it wasn't clear what he saw. It turned out that the enemy had disappeared from his sight. Spiritual tentacles were closing in to surround him. In that life-or-death situation, Yuri blurted out, damn it. The result was the same as before. He collapsed to his knees once again. Now tentacles tightly bound Yuri's sword hand. Orkua sneered, it's no use, your life ends here. Yuri angrily demanded, shut your mouth. He then screamed in fury, in this life, I'm carrying a hell of a lot of responsibilities. Then Yuri used all his strength to slice through the tentacle. A sharp sword strike slashed right through the air. Those souls were also cut away, as he and the spirits were engulfed in light. And finally, everything exploded within the power of the radiance. Orkua offered a bit of praise, not bad, while Yuri felt a sense of relief, thinking, the vengeful spirits are gone. Yuri stood dazed, thinking, I actually did it. At that very moment, the enemy took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. A massive fissure cracked open right where Orkua had struck. He was buried under the resulting rubble. Yuri told himself helplessly, my reaction was too slow. My left arm and most of my ribs are broken. Just then, Gerald appeared, Your Highness. Meanwhile, the enemy was gradually drawing closer to them. Orkua couldn't believe it. A knight can actually cut through black magic. Yuri was shaken to his core. The continental language. I expected it from a sorcerer, but even Orkua. The enemy, however, was still excited, saying, since you showed me such a fun show, your reward will be this, I will grant you the honor of dying by my hand. Orkua prepared to deliver a knockout blow. Dice. Both he and Yuri cursed under their breath, damn it. They both knew deep down that this strike was impossible to block. Gerald cursed frantically, "You bastard." At that dire moment, a figure appeared to intervene. Yuri breathed a sigh of relief. "You're late." The man replied, "Sorry about that. Now you guys step back." And he took over the task. "I'll handle this monster." Thwarted, the enemy ordered irritably, "Don't get in my way." But the stranger ignored him, focusing only on gathering mana. Then, quick as a flash and like an arrow from a bow, he lunged straight at Orkua. He headed toward him in a perfectly straight line. In an instant, a thunderous explosion echoed through the sky as a blinding light enveloped them. Gerald supported Yuri, asking anxiously, "Your Highness, are you all right?" To which Yuri replied coldly, "Just being alive is enough." Watching the battle, Gerald remarked, "This momentum is terrifying," and Yuri agreed, "It really is." It was clear to see this was truly a battle between monsters. The man maintained a steady composure throughout the fight. At the same time, he successfully broke through the enemy's offensive stances. The spot the stranger aimed for was Orkua's leg. Despite being hit, the enemy flashed a sarcastic smile. Orkua mocked him, "These little tricks are decent, but..." The man immediately realized his wounds are already healing. The enemy arrogantly declared, "No matter what you do, you are all just insignificant ants. I will show you the true difference in our levels." The stranger pointed his sword at his opponent and said, "You absolute monster." Hearing this, a subordinate shouted to the boss, "Lord Okua, I sense a great power from him. I will assist you." And then Okua began to think. He glanced around, observing the situation for a moment. Finally, overconfident in his own abilities, Okua replied, "That won't be necessary." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly placed his hand on his subordinate's head, leaving the latter incredibly worried. Then the subordinate screamed in agony as Okua ruthlessly drained his own kind of all their power. Witnessing this, the old man gritted his teeth in anger and questioned him, "You even absorbed the power of your own kind. You'd actually prey on your own subordinates." Okua felt no shame and lectured loudly, "Subordinates, just as humans and orcs are different, I am different from these creatures." He cold-bloodedly crushed the subordinate's head and shouted, "Do you treat the worms on the ground as subordinates and hand out pity to them too?" The stranger, enraged, swung his sword and yelled, "You bastard." Orkua showed no fear and snapped back, "What a simple-minded man." To punish the one who had just insulted him, he prepared his fist. And just like that, Okua used every bit of his strength to throw a massive punch. The stranger recognized the familiar technique and thought to himself in confusion, using a fist to block this again. This punch was completely different from before because it carried twice as much power. A second later, a massive explosion erupted, sending earth and stone flying into the air. Okua was still unsatisfied and roared in frustration. He followed up with another punch that made the ground begin to tremble. Okua wanted to thoroughly destroy the stranger, so he prepared to strike again. The moment the next punch landed, a massive bang echoed all the way to the blue sky. At this, he arrogantly sneered, "It is only natural for the weak to be devoured by the strong." Okua looked at the blood on the ground and said, "You cannot defeat me." As soon as he spoke, he leaped powerfully into the air. Okua clenched his hands together and pulled his legs up, preparing for a decisive strike. He aimed his attack directly at the old man below. Moments later, as he struck, Okua cursed his opponent, "Die and become my nourishment." But he was disappointed when the stranger was still able to speak. "You talk as much as a toddler who's just learning to speak. Too much rambling. It doesn't match that massive body of yours at all." While Okua glared at him in anger, the man mocked him, "You say it's the law of nature for the strong to eat the weak. Then let me ask you something this time." The stranger looked him straight in the eye and asked pointedly, "Have you ever stared directly into the sunset until the very end?" This question left Okua both stunned and confused, and at that same moment, the man began his counterattack. Immediately after, an incredibly massive surge of power suddenly appeared before Okua's eyes. The stranger was using the entirety of his power to activate this technique. This technique of his was called the Blue Cloud Thunder Accumulation Sword Style. After a moment, Okua grew furious and shouted at the stranger, "How insolent." He confidently threatened him in a loud voice, "I will swallow you whole just like this." The stranger, unafraid, glared right back at him. A few seconds later, day turned into night across the land. Just like that, he delivered his strike and said, "Silent moon over the empty mountain." The stranger struck with incredible speed and precision, but Okua was still faster on his feet, retreating to a safe distance. Hit by the sudden attack, he cursed angrily, you bastard." Refusing to back down, the stranger continued to swing his sword. He slashed continuously at Okua and successfully managed to wound him. This time, Okua was heavily injured. Unable to bear it, he began to cough up blood. In an instant, he collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. After fighting for a while, the stranger was also tired and stood there panting for a moment. He looked at his motionless opponent and thought to himself, as expected, this puts too much strain on the body. With a weary body, the stranger propped his hands on his knees and mumbled in his heart, but regardless. Reaching that thought, he stabbed Okua in the face one more time and told himself, I have destroyed the filth that was ravaging these western regions. While lost in thought, the stranger suddenly heard a noise and turned to look. He saw the soldiers fighting the remnants of the army and said, my disciple and the others will take good care of the remaining stragglers. The stranger walked over to the edge of the pit and mumbled to himself, I really need to clean this up. Seeing human arms and legs at the bottom of the pit, he was horrified. Damn it, I expected it, but I didn't think they'd do something this horrific. Just how many people had to be sacrificed. A moment later, the stranger grew tense as he heard Okua's voice from behind him. What you see before you is not everything. By natural reflex, he turned around and slashed at his opponent, who replied, it is far more than your body can even imagine. The stranger frowned and gritted his teeth at Okua, who continued to ramble, deeper and so much deeper. He stared at Okua, wondering in his heart, this bastard, even with his head pierced, he still. Additionally, the enemy began sharing his secret with the stranger. I have been accumulating and filling it for a long time. He swung his sword once more, but Okua quickly stepped back and said, because of their hunger, they eat each other, just like worms. Didn't I tell you that already? He leaned down, looked the stranger in the eye, and mocked. You people are nothing more than mediocre creatures. Having said that, Okua reached his massive hand out toward the man. It so happened that Yuri witnessed this scene, so he turned around and screamed in shock, this is impossible. Seeing Okua grab the stranger and lift him high into the air, Yuri called out in a panic, Master.